Check, check, check. Testing, testing. Can anybody hear me? I'm just trying to make sure it work. I haven't streamed in a while, so I don't not have to hook all this stuff up. Okay, I'm good. All right. Shit. I guess start from the top, right? um. Last what has it been? 2 weeks now? Yeah, about 2 weeks. What's up, Grinch? What's up, Goshen, Doug, Shaka, New Luzu, Kenny B, Trunk Toys, number 16. Yo, 16, man, what the fuck's going on? You kind of disappeared like I did. What's up, Shinnery? 205, Nautilus. Anyway, wow, BLM back from the grave. Yeah, last couple weeks, crazy as shit. One stream, so one stream with Ty City, and then a conversation with Jessica. Got the ball rolling. I'm actually not mad at it, to be honest with you. And I didn't want to get involved because, I mean, to be quite honest, Ty City and Ramil, basically, they got the shit under control. It's not like they're not saying anything wrong. My biggest contention has been like people acting like they don't know what the fuck this means. Like hoes is winning. People have been saying this for years, but all of a sudden, everyone's acting like they don't know what that means. It's like the whole context just went away, or they've created multiple contexts for it, and the shit's fucked up because even niggas who used to say it back in the day, like BGS, has completely fucking flipped and is on some other shit. Now everybody apologizing, which is weird. I've never seen this before. So like the manosphere, I mean, it first started as a response to feminism, and then over time it grew into what it is now, where dudes are just, especially the black side, we're just having conversations about like societal issues, but there was never apologizing. That was never the thing. And now all of the people who were here in the beginning are like, flipping. It's just fucking weird. So I'm on some shit where if it's younger dudes than me, like Ty City and Ramil, getting the message out now, because the only thing that's really changed is the fact that back when the message was more male focused, coming from a dudes would like ignore it, like the whole walk away shit with MGTOW and stuff like that. Hoes is winning is just a way of rephrasing that, but you packaging it with titties. So if you dress it up from the perspective of a woman, then niggas' ears perk up. Then they'll go, oh, I'm getting finessed by these bitches. Okay, I get it now. It's like, it's almost the only way to get the message across. Because if you say it from a male perspective, the competition shit kick in. We start dick swinging. These bitches ain't, nigga, I'm out here. I get pussy. Y'all see how these niggas be in chat rooms. Y'all see how these niggas be on panels. I mean, y'all seen when the first crop of women started coming in, and all of the dudes that was like, red pill. What happened when the first crop of women started coming through? First thing they started doing was going, oh, I get pussy. Oh, man. And then they start asking girls dumbass questions like, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? We already know what she gonna say, but I want to hear her anyway. That type of shit. It was just dumb. Niggas turned on themselves. They turned on each other instantly. As soon as bitches showed up, all the rhetoric niggas was talking went away. And that's why, like, when I was saying, like, the red pill don't mean anything, it's because it doesn't. Realizing something doesn't mean anything. You can realize anything. You can walk outside right now and see a car crash and go, God damn, that was terrible. I didn't know car crashes was that terrible until I just saw it. But you didn't make a decision. You just witnessed the car crash and then realized how fucked up it was. That's all you did. You didn't. There was nothing on your part was needed for you to become aware of how fucked up a car crash is. Same thing with this red pill shit. Nothing that you did made you red pill. What happened was you saw a car crash. Something happened to you. You walked in on your parents fucking, and then you found out your parents have sex. You walked in on your bitch getting piped down by some nigga, and you found out your bitch cheating. That's not a decision on your part. You didn't make that decision. So the red pill shit don't mean anything because you didn't make a decision. Nobody, you didn't come to the realization because you were just so fucking, astute. None of that happened. Some shit happened to you, and then you found out the hard way. That's all red pill mean. And then on top of that, when you do get red pilled and it's out of your control, most niggas decide to just run back blue. Or the worst case is they decide to try and loophole. I'm gonna use this red pill shit to be a better blue pill nigga. That's old talking point, but niggas do that. It's dumb. Or you get the niggas that try to blend the two. I'm going to use it to be a balanced person. That's where you get that fucking, when niggas say purple. Now, the correct option is to do like the bitches. Bitches go black instantly. Because they only got one card to play. Repeat the same shit where bitches go black. And that's our other problem, right? So when I say bitches go black pill, niggas argue with me all the time. Hell no, man. Bitches ain't black pill. Yes, they are. Why else would a group of people advocate and succeed at getting all of their legal agenda passed in lieu of your legal agenda? So, and what I mean by that is every time women get a new privilege legally, it's at the expense of your legal rights. Every single time. For example, Title IX. When chicks get first dibs on jobs, it's at the expense of your job. If they get first dibs on college seats, it's at the expense of your college seat. It doesn't matter if you're more qualified. What matters is they have titties. That's the problem. So every time they get something passed, it's at the expense of yours. And these group of people, the women, they advocated for this. They went to court to get this done. They fought in the streets to get this done. They weaponized their pussy and then weaponized a bunch of dudes because 30% of dudes actually vote for women's stuff. So they got like literally an army of simps to vote for them. Like these niggas get up and go vote for women's rights at the expense of their rights. These are men that actually know, like think about this. These men know that every time they vote in for bitches that they lose, and they do it anyway because pussy. Yes, just like Big Truck. So and again, see, and this is why we keep saying, like, when you say bitches are dumb, you can't do that. You can't do that. So I'll say something I said before. When I'm talking, I try my best to disseminate the information about how things work. That's why typically I'll go into the history of stuff, or I'll talk about the interaction between things that seem separate, but they're actually not separate. They're actually part of a whole. And that's why when I speak about stuff, I try to shine a light on the root cause, even when I'm trolling. And I tried a few different approaches over the past couple years. And the crazy part is that trolling is often way more effective than any other method. And I think sometimes I have to balance what I say with how I say it, because I know I can come off a little bit hurtful and shit. Niggas getting their feelings in the chat. They turn into bitches. And then they start Arthur fisting in the background, throwing darts at my fucking avatar, putting targets on it and shit. going to the gun range, killing me over and over and over again. I understand that, so I try to work on that. So how you say stuff, I get it's a big factor, but that's also a problem. If you have to change the way you say something and you have to talk like a woman in order to communicate with niggas, that's fucking crazy. So, so when I'm speaking against something, I'm not going at a person. I'm not going at the person. I'll go at what they're saying or their crazy ass position or idea, and I guess if that's at the person, okay, fuck it, I'll take it. But that's a direct result of what, like, if you take your emotions out of some of the shit that you say, you'll be able to understand what you're saying better. Or maybe you do and you just don't give a fuck. So one of the biggest issues here is the underestimation of other people. That is the biggest issue here. One of a primary problem with doing that is that you assume that people are not basically participating in society, but you live in a society with these people. That's a weird position to have. You're underestimating the people you talk to. It's just like when you talk to a chick, and if you don't have the same position as she does about whatever, she'll just assume that you don't go outside. She assume that you just some fat ballhead nigga sitting in your mama basement. You know the typical shit. Niggas do that too to each other. And I understand when you talking to a chick, they gonna always assume that you just ain't shit person. It's like, fine, who gives a fuck? When you talking to other dudes, like we can't do that to each other. That's one of the first things people do. If dudes feel like you not on the same shit they own, they just gonna be like, oh, you one of those niggas. You one of these low niggas. Like you ain't what I'm on. And then they start underestimating each other. Then now everybody's a loser. Everybody don't get pussy. Everybody's this. Everybody's that. That's like the primary thing here is niggas underestimating each other. When you're talking, just assume that niggas are normal until they prove you otherwise. And it's easy to wait until a nigga prove you otherwise. If you wait long enough, niggas gonna start saying some of the craziest shit you ever heard in your life, and then you go, okay, that nigga's a hospital patient. All you gotta do is wait, but you ain't gotta assume it right away. Just wait until they prove it. And they gonna prove it. So just wait. Otherwise, just assume they normal. It's like, because the primary problem with our society is the degradation of relationships. It's primary. And in particular, substantial relationships that result in like family and societal survival. That's our primary problem. So we have a women problem. That's the question and the answer. If we didn't, we wouldn't have things like feminism in the first place. Consequently, we wouldn't have things like men's rights, or we wouldn't have any response group or advocacy to male problems. So the big problem with that is when the problem is man to man, we solve it via violence or diplomacy. And then the only reason we even get to diplomacy is because both of us got a gun to our head. Mexican standoff. It's the whole reason why we don't go to war right now is because everybody point nukes at each other in the Mexican standoff. Otherwise, we'd be fighting right now. Because that's how men solve problems. We just kill the other nigga. Problem solved. But when it's man to woman, then the violence is out the question. Because you kill her, you can't fuck. So now we have to have diplomacy automatically. But the diplomacy is one-sided because she holding a gun to your head, the pussy. And so now you got to talk it out. So that's the difference between men and women having problems. And because of these factors, it's difficult to converse or argue amongst each other because the dialogue itself is lopsided in favor of women and their point of view. Even between men, even when men are talking to each other, the dialogue is lopsided in favor of the woman's point of view because niggas is talking from the perspective of how do I get to the pussy. And also, this is where people tend to assume things about people's lives. And that's where you get the assumption shit. Because the dialogue itself is already lopsided. And then when dudes start talking, then they start assuming shit is based on bitch validation. So if your opinion is too strong, you don't get bitches. Or you angry and need pussy. Blah, blah, blah. So on and so forth. That's where like the root of our shit comes from. So, and again, there's never an assumption that a person is normal. I used to, and still approach everybody with the default. If you tell me that you live this way, I'm like, okay, you live that way. I'm gonna just treat you like a normal motherfucker until you prove otherwise. If I didn't do that, I'd be just like all the other niggas here who think they woman experts and have all the game and shit, and they don't. Truth is, most of, if not all, their rhetoric is anti to the purpose of the space in the first fucking place. Just look at the game niggas. Like they rhetoric is literally anti-manosphere. They like these niggas actually perpetuate the fact that bitches are winning without even knowing it. But they supposed to have all the game. Fucking crazy. So all the response videos I seen to the whole hoes is winning shit is niggas whole apologizing. And at the same time trying to shoot they shot. That's all they doing. Whole apologizing and shooting they shot. That's literally all they doing. The yellow nigga yesterday that was going at Thai City, same shit. CGA, same shit. Edward and them, same shit. That's just cloud watching these niggas. They all doing the same thing. And honestly, I didn't even think that shit was gonna take off like that. Like, but you know, it's a manosphere. Beef patties is made out of anything here. You can make beef patties out of everything, like corner store meat. So I don't know why people acting like this phrase is brand new, but I can admit that the message of it right now and the packaging of it is new. It's brand new. Instead of being a passing phrase where niggas like, oh, hoes winning, and then they just laugh it off, is way more focused, and way more visible since that KS breakdown. That's why. It's way more focused and visible since that KS breakdown. Yeah, I saw your stream too, Grinch. So basically, all we did was highlight the most important thing, which was to show that this shit is normal. This is normal. Hoe culture is the culture. Hoe culture is the norm. It's the standard. Like, we can blame men for it. We can be upset. We can throw the darts. We can swing swords, shoot bullets, all that shit. We can do that all we want to, but it doesn't change anything. The big reason why niggas is big mad right now is because hoes is winning is a hope breaker. That's a hope breaker. That shit kills all your motherfucking dreams, nigga. You thought you had all the game until you found out that the bitch is better than you at your job. Like, when a pimp finds out that a hoe is better than him at his job, nigga, that's suicide fuel. When a pimp like, hoes is my business, and then the hoe say, no, niggas is my business. That's a hope breaker. Just flip the table on your dumb ass. So if this is normal now, if this is the norm, if this is normal now, we cannot pedestalize the not alls. You know when niggas do that not all, or when niggas go, are we talking about hoes or are we talking about women? No, we can't do that no more. You can't pedestalize the not alls. We can't keep trying to falsely separate hoes and women. And we can't keep acting like we don't know what this shit mean. And the reason why I say that is because if there are so many fucking not alls, where's the action from the not alls? Where are you niggas' wifeys? if there's so many not alls, where's the proof? They exist, right? Where's the proof? If there's so many of these fucking needle in the haystacks, where is the fucking proof? Where's the wifes? With 2 F's. Where's the wifes? Niggas keep saying not all. Like, where? All the hoes got together to get their laws. Where the not alls trying to get the laws? Where the not alls for our laws? Since the not alls is on team dude, they on team man. Where them bitches at? Because they can rally a bunch of simps too. You know, the fine, fit, feminine bitches. Where the fuck are they? Apparently they hot. So we know we know the effect that hot bitches have on dudes. So they can definitely galvanize a lot of niggas to get some laws passed. So where's the not alls? Anyway. So and then for the first time, right, the message is clearly pointed at men in a way that they can understand it fully. And I ducked the fuck off because there was really nothing left to say on the matter. I mean, again, Ty City and Ramil pretty much, they got that shit under control. I heard Grinch talking about it too, and he not apologizing. Also, I'm not going for the throne or the bag. They are. And that's fine. Because I'm in favor of this because my generation, we ain't really got nothing to offer. We don't need no more O'Shea's. We don't need no more Samuelism. We don't need no more BGSs. We don't need a Jesus. What you need is a goal. You need a goal. And everybody need to get behind that fucking goal. You need a message with a clear statement. That's what the fuck you need. You don't need a Jesus nigga to come through and try to tell you niggas what to do. Because what do motherfuckers say all the time? Oh, man, it depends on the person. Man, game is situational. All of this shit. So if all you niggas is trying to do the same thing that one nigga is doing, you're doing it wrong. By your own definition. By your own definition. Why would you niggas keep trying to be Jesus? Wasn't Jesus perfect and nobody can be perfect? So if everybody trying to be Jesus, that's dumb. So you need a goal. And that goal got to have a message with a clear statement. And that's what Hoes is Winning is. It's just a goal with a message and a clear statement. Also, if it's a mistake, then it won't be the mistake of listening to old ass niggas trying to tell you to do the same shit over and over and over again. You know, a bunch of old failure niggas who fucked up when they was alive with one foot in the grave trying to tell you to do the same shit, trying to tell you to repeat the methods that they lost at. Talking about do it again. No, make your own mistakes. Like if you're doing it wrong, then you'll find out later, and then the next generation can do some new shit. Everybody can do new shit. Cause you do the same old shit, you gonna end up with the same old ass results. You gonna keep losing. You gonna lose all the fucking time. It's just like for example, right? I highlight the bitch assness of niggas who think the pimping is still run by niggas in loud suits and gaudy jewelry. No, nigga, the internet is the new pimp. The internet did the pimping the same way it did newspapers and TV. Made them niggas extinct. Pimps is living fossils. Them niggas walk around this motherfucker trying to find a house. They trying to find a bitch to live off of right now. That's all pimps doing. Them niggas is broke. Niggas out here fucked. That shit's over with. That's why them niggas ran to YouTube. The new pimping is a nigga with the name with the initials of SM. Social media. Or we can give him a real name. Sonny Mac. SM means Sonny Mac. That's social media. Sonny Mac. Sonny Mac has all the hoes. All the hoes. And I mean all of them. Sonny Mac got all of the hoes. Literally. And I'm not even being hyperbolic. Sonny Mac got literally all the hoes. The pretty ones and the ugly bitches. Sonny Mac got pretty and ugly bitches at the same time. And he pimping all of them bitches at the same time. Not only that, but Sonny Mac gave every hoe a job. All of them. Can you do that? Can you pimp niggas do that? Can you give every hoe a job? All of them. Can you employ millions of hoes? Can you do that? Nigga, can you buy that? Can you fucking do that? Social media or Sonny Mac be talking to hoes. Like imagine Sonny Mac walk up to a bitch with a phone and be like, bitch, why you broke? And then just be like, I'm not broke. I just ain't got a lot of money. Be like, bitch, I didn't ask you to repeat what I said, bitch. I asked you why you broke. Don't you like money, bitch? It's like, I do like money, but I'm trying to like make my way in this world. Bitch, you ain't got an email? I never thought about getting it. Bitch, step into my office. You need to get up under a nigga wing so I can teach you how to fly, bitch. Dig me? Like this nigga, he telling he needs get this bitch an email. He trying to get her email. And then Sonny Mac start peeing at her until the bitch head just start nodding. She just start nodding like you sign up for that email, bitch, and never give it to a nigga. You give it to me because we gonna use that email to get to the real game. We gonna get that app bag, bitch. So he basically gaming the bitch up. Social media be gaming hoes up. And then he like, bitch, we gonna sign you up for Twitter. Bitch, we gonna sign you up for Twitch. Insta, bitch, only hoe. YouTube and Cakebook, bitch. Bitch, we finna work every variety of pocket out this motherfucker with no effort. You know I love you, bitch. Look how many likes you getting already. Look how many likes I'm giving you, bitch. Like this nigga, he just, once Sonny Mac start laying the motherfucking game down, the bitch ain't got no choice. He's showing her how to get all bag. How to get all bag. He make this bitch work all the blades. Zig like, who giving you likes like this, bitch? Fuck with me. You know, the nigga like, the only blade you fucking with is Social Blade, bitch. We like this bitch on all the apps. Every app available. Each app got a money platform and a donation platform. Bitches getting tips from everywhere. Trick ass niggas everywhere. Everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You know, Sonny Mac still peeing at her. Like these niggas is willing and impatiently waiting to shake their pockets down for a bitch. Get your phone out, bitch. You know, then you like, take them dumbass clothes off. There you go. Put this bullshit on. Put these yoga pants on, bitch. Hold the camera up. You know, if you need help with these pictures, call your ugly ass friend over here to take them for you, bitch. You know, then you like, you know, by the way, I can help that ugly ass bitch with the game too. You know, you recruit that bitch for a nigga. Like, then the pretty bitch recruit her ugly ass friend and put her ugly ass friend on social media because guess what? Ugly bitches can get on social media and kill too. This is how Sonny Mac get all the hoes. All the hoes. And then you be like, hold the camera up, bitch. Hit the submit button. That's what we call a thirst trap, bitch. You see? You're like, these old ass niggas would have put you out on the track, dressed to the nines and shit. We ain't got to do that shit, bitch. You know, the track is the apps. Like she just flicking up MySpace angles. Bitch holding the camera up over her head. You know, leaning over so her motherfucking belly sink in, wearing black clothes and shit, trying to look little. You know? And social media still peeing at her. You know, Sonny Mac still peeing at her. You gonna soak up this attention from all these thirsty ass trick niggas in your chat box and DMs. Be discriminatory, bitch. You know? Only take real consideration from the niggas with money. The rest of these niggas is lip service, bitch. You know, then he like, and then, oh shit. It gets better. Then he on some level up shit. Then, you know, social media like, no. We gotta level you up, bitch. You only getting half the game, which means half the bag. We need to bless a bitch in the name of the game. We need to take a bitch to church. So social media, Sonny Mac, he take the bitch to church so she can get baptized in the game, you know, in service of being a better hustler. Like this bitch, she finna go from being a bitch to a hoe. You know what I'm saying? Like she gonna go from being like it's no more bitch. She gonna go from being a bitch to a hoe. Because because Sonny Mac is finna bless this bitch. He finna take her to church so she can understand, you know, the real game. So she can start hitting the fucking basketball players, the football niggas, the soccer niggas, any nigga that play a sport, any nigga that sing. You know how many local musician niggas we got here that make money opening up for money? It's motherfuckers here with millions of dollars, you don't even know their name, but they musicians. This is what social media be doing for these hoes. So social media finna level this bitch up, and they go to church, and the nigga, you know, they walk into the church. He walk into the church with the hoe. She got her phone out. You know, he's like, you know, Father God, we approach the throne of grace as humble service in the will of his name, God. You know, we thank our Father for the blessings that we have had in abundance in our favor, Lord. We feel ever washed in his glory, Father, ever loved in the knowledge, Father, that he keeps us in his favor, dear Lord. Father, today we come to you today to give thanks, Lord, that we ask you to keep us in your holy will. Lord, please bless this bitch in his name with this game so that she may change, Father, while all these devils still complain. We ask that the tricking be more abundant, Lord, that these bitch ass niggas continue to worship at the altar of his greatest creation, Lord, the vagina, dear Father. We give thee praise and worship, Lord, that we also ask our Father to protect these trick ass niggas so that they may continue to bless this hoe with ever more abundance, Father, and we thank you. We thank you for the wisdom provided by the Holy Spirit of the game. We thank you for the wealth of thirsty ass niggas, Lord, that are willing to break bread with the game. We give thanks, and we will wash this hoe in the holy waters of the game. Oh shit. Okay, fuck. All right. we let us wash this hoe in the holy waters of the game so that she may be reborn in the image of all the hoes past, Father. She may have the blessings and the strength of her ancestors. May this hoe be made in the image of Jezebel, Father, of Lilith, dear Lord, of Bathsheba, of Cleopatra, Lord. Please let us not forget that the hoes among us are not as abundantly blessed with beauty, but let us assist these ugly bitches with the game as well, Father, so that they may also serve at the altar of the pimping. Let it be not lost on these ugly bitches the power given to them by his almighty grace. They can use their vaginas. May these ugly bitches use what is most desired to fuel the game. May these ugly bitches take advantage of the same tricks, Father, that couldn't get the most beautiful, but can settle on these ugly hoes. We come to our Father not with demands, but we come to our Father with our hearts open to receive the blessings of bitch ass niggas who have no knowledge of the will of the game. In the name of him, we give our light and due respect. Let a hoe win. Amen. That's it. That's what the fucking social media does for these hoes. And then they say an amen. And I'm trolling. I'm trolling, but you get what I mean. So legally, the government is the game, and every man under the law is a trick, and ain't no way to stop this shit. So. No, I ain't listen to Simple to P. I grew up with pimps, man. That's how them niggas talk. They talk like pastors. A lot of pastors are ex-pimps. So, yeah, legally the government is a game. So I used to think there was like solutions, and a long time ago there was solutions. However, there's a thing called critical mass, or a tipping point, where even the like even when you have like the best of intentions, or the actions that you could take that would have made a difference years ago won't make a difference now. That's where we at now because the momentum is too great. The momentum, excuse me, drinking this coffee. The momentum is legally enforced. So the way out is we could say it's an individual effort, but the problem with that is individual effort won't get this done. But I mean, at the very least, you're gonna have to protect yourself because if hoes are not winning, why do we have a declining marriage rate and a declining birth rate? Why do we have historically unprecedented amounts of single mothers? If hoes are not winning, why is this not only the norm, but is celebrated? Single motherhood. They're heroes for having kids. If hoes not winning, then why do they keep fighting for all the legal power and lopsided standards? If hoes not winning, why does men's rights activism exist? If hoes not winning, why does the manosphere exist? Also, if hoes not winning, why are women even here? Because if there's no problem, then why are women throwing their opinion on a matter that doesn't even fucking exist? Can anybody answer that? Just the question. So, real spill is that like the manosphere is literally where bitches come to get gamed up. This is where they come to get gamed up. They come get gamed up by the shit I'm saying. They come get gamed up by fake ass red pill niggas. They come get gamed up by the hoposphere, the hoteposphere. You know, the pro black niggas, the simping, the tricking, and the pimping. They come get gamed up by everybody. Everybody. And honestly, even though a woman can learn from what I'm saying, because I'm talking about what is happening, especially with the legality and shit, it's not really that helpful. I mean, it's helpful, but they already, like the shit that I talk about, they already have it. They already voted for it. It's already in law. You know, because I'm talking to dudes about what's happening and how it happened and shit. So it may help a woman that doesn't know, but for the most part, that's already baked into the cake. Well, how they really get gamed up is really not for me. It just, now I'll confirm shit for them, and they can proceed with more confidence to deal with you niggas on Team Hope, who think like alpha your way through it is the way. They can take what I say and ruin y'all niggas' day in minutes, or just use the info in combination with your hope and finesse you niggas out of whatever they want. I mean, case in point, look at all the niggas that's getting finessed in public. Chicks who already know how shit's going on, they just use that information. So, for example, niggas who think that women channels are for men. No. They're not for you. It's for gaming up bitches. That's what it's for. You know, and by far, the biggest perpetrators of hoes winning is the hope sector. You know, this includes the game niggas, the hotep niggas, you know, all pro black niggas, the religious motherfuckers. These niggas are the ones that they empty the moat around the castle and then help bitches across the moat and into the treasure room. These are the niggas that think they know women and have the most game, but are the most quote unquote game goofy. These are the niggas that talk like a bitch to a bitch. These, and the worst part is that you helping them by making other niggas help them. KS does it. But these supposed to be the same game recognized game niggas though. I mean, to be more fair, the game niggas, the hoteps, the educated lames even, and the religion niggas, they all say the same shit. They speak the same language. Magical ass niggas. But y'all think y'all different from each other, and each group think they have a better approach to the situation. Distracted, confused, self-righteous. At the same time, niggas divided for the same reason y'all should be moving together. Divided for the same reason you should be moving together. Because y'all all competing for the same thing. Needle in the haystack. Unicorn Keisha. The not all. Niggas competing for the same bitch. And she don't exist. niggas is fucking crazy. Now, if there were actual not alls, especially the amount that you niggas think there are, we would see way more relationships. However, what we see right now is you niggas take relationship advice from permanent hustle niggas who had to bow down to a hard-head bitch when they got too old to compete with young dudes. That's who y'all taking relationship advice from. Y'all take relationship advice from so-called pimps who too old to be out there competing. Niggas who live with ugly bitches after a lifetime of fighting to find a needle in a haystack that they can look at in the morning when they roll over. You niggas take relationship advice from BDSM niggas who live with collar bitches. You understand how crazy this is? You take relationship advice from ex-pimps who married they hoes and BDSM niggas who live with collar bitches. Do you like, is this shit sinking in? You want traditional relationships, but you listening to broken and bastardized pimp logic. Like, what the fuck? This shit is crazy. We got niggas in the space who are put on a pedestal or seen as normal because they're in a marriage where they're in a traditional marriage, supposedly, with a wife that can openly fuck other men. Any of this shit sinking in? Traditional relationship advice from these niggas. From these niggas. Is you fucking crazy? Anyway, man, that's pretty much all I got to say. I'll open the panel up, man. That didn't really take that long. If anybody got something to say, let me know. If not, I'll shut it down. I gotta go pick up my kid at 3:00. So look, man. Just think about the last. If you don't remember anything I fucking said today, just think about that last part. Just think about that last part. We taking relationship advice from permanent hustle niggas. Like, what fucking part of it? How? We done out here. Permanent niggas who, man.
What's up, Bo?
I think your mic kind of low, or that's me. Can anybody hear him?
Probably me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you're just low.
It's
that might be me. Never mind.
Turbulence in my damn truck.
That's me.
No, I wanted to basically add into what you said. I just had this experience just come up like the last 2 weeks. This 21-year-old Indian girl was married to this white boy. Straight up told me right from the jump. She was like, he don't know you, you don't know him, so it don't matter. When I had brought up the fact that she had a dude, I had saw the screenshot in her phone, whatever, with the screensaver. And this damn white lady was cheating on her husband. And both of these dudes actually make good money. The Indian girl was married to some engineer or whatever, he was 25.
You going in and out on my end. Try are you driving, Tyler?
Yeah, I got 5 bars though. I don't know why I was doing that. I try. I'm back out and then come back in.
All right.
You good? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think he's driving, so his mic is like in and out.
No, that's him. Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
All right.
Let me just say,
I don't know who X is. You got like 5 seconds to say something.
X.
Yeah.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. Anyway, what's up, Ramil? What's up, MOT? What's up, X?
What's going on?
What's going on? What's up? Yeah, I just wanted to come up and just say, yeah, man, you just had to set it off and dip off, huh, man? That's crazy, man. And you brought up a good point, man. Like when you said that the guys didn't really hear this until you put it from a perspective of the woman, and unfortunately, that's the case, dog, because this ain't nothing new. I know niggas been saying this for a minute, you know what I mean? But when you put it through the perspective of a female, that's when these niggas heard the shit. And these niggas mad, don't fucking matter. We're gonna keep this shit going. Hoes is winning. Ain't shit y'all can do about it. Shout out to Zero. That's it is what it is.
All right, so can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, hey. So I wanted to share the 2 experiences I had within the last couple months. I was dealing with this 21-year-old Indian girl. I didn't know that she was in a relationship or she was married. I had found out when we had got together one day. She was at my hotel room because she worked there, and we was getting it in. Her phone lit up, and it was a screensaver. This white one. I asked her about it like a couple weeks later, or whatever. She told me this dude. She was married to this guy. Been married to him for about a year or whatever, and he is about 4 years older than her, 25. She was basically laying out all the business about the dude. He's an engineer, all this crazy shit. Another experience, I was with this older chick, whatever, I think she was 30, 32, around up. She married to an electrician, like a journeyman or whatever. He had his own business. She had 2 or 3 kids or something like that. And this is when you guys had started bringing this up, I had started realizing, I'm like, bitches really are winning. They really do have all the fucking power. For these women to straight up tell me, he don't know about you, you don't know about him, so it don't matter. I was like, that's some crazy ass shit. You straight up married to this guy. This guy's taking care of everything, or so to speak. But these women are out here just like that, cheating on these dudes, and they don't give 2 fucks. They do not care at all.
Right. So yeah, typical. So anything on the topic?
It's basically regarding what all the guys have been saying, that hoes aren't winning and that they're gonna end up losing, whatever. What is it? Like Ty City had said earlier, he had his stream up about Coach Greg Adams, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, why would you care about a 50-year-old woman, 60-year-old woman taking an L now that she can't get men that she used to get when she was 20? When at the end of the day, when you're 45 and you got money, you're going to be dealing with the same onset of women you're complaining about now.
I would say,
like
I would say the future so the future chicks don't matter simply because who cares? No one's
That's what
gonna
I'm.
be
That's
trying to have kids with them. No one's gonna be trying to seriously
right.
form any type of family unit with them. So it doesn't matter. 30 years. Who gives a fuck about 30 years in the future? No
Well,
one cares.
that's what he was saying, and he was adding on to the fact that are the women 18 to 30 going to be taking L's? Probably not. So you shouldn't even be looking forward to the future if you're not actively working on solutions to fix the problem now.
Yeah, if there's no
If
legal
you're not
changes, if there's no legal changes, no, they'll never lose. And here,
Right.
okay, here's the crux of this shit. They don't care either. But like I keep hearing this argument, like, well, when they get older, they start worrying about all this other shit that they didn't worry about when they was young. They don't give a fuck when they get older either. We
Correct.
need to stop doing that. We think when they get older, all of a sudden they kind of like wake up and come to their senses. No, they don't give a fuck. They might care that nobody looking at them anymore, but they don't give a fuck about you. You know, if they didn't want your kids when they was 30 years younger, they don't want them now. If they didn't want to be with you 30 years ago, they don't want you now.
They just want that money.
Yeah, so give a fuck. Anyway, sorry.
Hey, Zero, can I go next?
Well, yeah, MOT came up, and then it was.
Oh, my bad.
Then it was
My
X,
bad.
and then it was AJ.
Now you can go ahead, Ramil.
No, I was just saying real quick, salute to Zero. And like you said, definitely set this thing off. And you brought up a good point as far as like I said, make these niggas see it, from trying to see it to how these hoes see it. When you brought that point, I was wondering, because when I first got on this shit, I didn't know. I was wondering why is niggas so confused about the shit. But like you said, it's being repackaged, I guess, and the way it's I didn't understand why it's taken off, but now I understand this shit is fucking niggas' pockets up as well, man. So I'm gonna say salute to you right now, and I'll jump in whenever somebody says something.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
All right. So it ain't that hoes are winning. It's just that niggas can no longer do plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. Every time I hear a dude fucking with these hoes, you're the reason why they're winning. Every time you claim hoes are easy, you're helping these hoes win. The only way that they don't win is if you drop the idea that these motherfuckers gonna act right. Period. You go to do something else. There is no rational reason, because here's the thing. You're gonna create more and more bitch ass niggas who come out and represent this point of view. Like, there shouldn't be a dating coach or a relationship expert who don't know this. They're trying to help hoes win too by giving dudes access to the same women that they claim that they got control over. And these are divorced niggas, divorced grapey niggas, child support niggas. Everybody's on this shit. Like, the misfocus of men is creating a whole entire cottage industry to help hoes win even more. Dating coaches. How did, dude, giving you sexual access isn't winning. You're helping her manage her fucking options by giving her even more options.
Real quick, they're not even granting sexual access. What they're doing is they gaming.
And the hope of it.
They gaming hoes up. Like the more they talk, the more chicks like chicks don't give a fuck about them niggas. It's just every time they talk about how to get bitch, they gaming bitches up.
Correct. That's what I'm saying, that the dating coaches, while they act like they're helping men out, they're actually helping the women get more options. They're not helping the women get less options. And the men who actually want this information, they just want access. Damn the consequences. And then they claim to be red pill and all this kind of goofy ass shit too. So it's like, these dudes like, okay, so nobody wanted to be purple pill and proud, right? Everybody wanted to be everything else in the world except that. The problem is that you're going to keep going through the same problem if you keep dealing with the same inventory culture the same way. Why the younger women are no longer different? Guess who raised them? They've seen all the same shit the older hoes are fucking trying to pull over their head. So it's like, if you really want this stuff to be over, you have to just like, look, man, I get the money, investing in the fact that dudes want to get their shit off and want to claim that they're winning until they're not, legal situation. But this is a creation by us, men, not being focused on what we need to do. and trying to look to the wrong people for the right things that work. It's
True
the whole
that.
shit show.
And now we dealing with hoes plus because you dealing with a generation of hoes raised by hoes.
Yes.
No, you dealing with a generation of hoes raised by hoes who was raised by hoes.
3 generations.
Yeah, we 3 generations in. The bitches know everything. Crazy as fuck.
And then you got pro-blacks and everybody else still trying to shovel you right into the face of this shit so that way they can get their kids out of here on another unsuspecting motherfucker on some shit like that too. So it's like everybody's trying to help them win so that way everybody can stop their actual plausible deniability of dealing with this shit in the first place. Yeah, you're a fucking failure. That's what happened. You dealt with a system that you didn't know about. You got some consequences. Now you want everybody to feel your pain. Like there shouldn't be new child support niggas. There shouldn't be. But there's going to be. Why? A lot of these dudes think that, well, you know what? She haven't had my dick yet. Feminism haven't had my dick yet. All right, man. This shit ain't gonna work. I'm trying to help people out, man, but it's not gonna work.
Yeah, true that. So we got X. I've never seen you before, but how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, bro. I just want to say, you know what? I most of the time never agree with MOT, but he has been consistent on this whole thing from the beginning. One of the only cats besides, I guess, you and Ramil and Ty City. But what I want to say is this: I could see the dissension and the hate coming for y'all because it is hitting cats in their pockets, and more people are starting to realize that them other dudes, them game dudes, wasn't nothing but trying to get, a quick buck or two. I seen dudes start in this space talking about child support, but now they are defending the women. They're claiming that the women ain't really women winning in the hood, and if we ain't from the hood, then we shouldn't even talk about it. What the fuck is that? Come on, man.
You
don't have to be from the hood to know that them bitches in the hood are happy with their lifestyle.
Yeah, that's funny. The whole chicks are depressed, blah blah. Yeah. They depressed with they fucking money. Yeah. That's funny as shit. Or they gonna suffer later. Same old shit. Again, it's the dudes that claim they know chicks the most that's doing the most whole apologizing. Them the ones that the niggas who supposed to be so gamed up is the niggas. The same niggas calling everybody else game goofy.
Right.
That goes to show how much they don't know about these females. That goes to show how much game they don't have, dog. You think these hoes are sad out here being by themselves, living life on their own terms? Like, that's crazy. That shows how much they don't know.
Right. You got a group.
I think niggas know. I think they just get comfortable.
Right, but the thing is, you got a group of people who fought to get free. They fought to get free. And you saying that they depressed because they got what they wanted.
Like, Zero, I know what the problem is here. Motherfuckers think that, man, she's about to suffer, therefore she's about to realize the error of her ways. Why? She got 3 stacks of dick. What are you talking about? The error of what ways? She has a system that fights for her that she's not even fighting for. This is how you know you're winning. It's very easy. If you leave the fucking table and niggas are still talking about you, you won. That's what it is. Jerry Rice don't have to go out defending how good of a wide receiver he is. Joe Montana doesn't have to go out and defend how good of a fucking quarterback he was. Michael Jordan don't have to go out and prove how good of a person he was. Why? The motherfuckers already know they won, and the people who haven't realized that are all the niggas who's trying to win through their system that they know niggas are better than them at.
Right.
That's the problem here. And it's like, motherfuckers like, well, man, look, I get all the sexual exes that I want, so shit, everything fine for me. All right, man, show me how these bitches look. Okay, all right, man. So that's what it is, man. It's like any access is better than no access, and no access is like the worst of masculinity, because something is wrong with you as a man if you can't get laid within this society. Not the fact that if you spend any time on motherfuckers who's not worth it, then you're not a man. You see how you swap the shit around and it makes all the sense in the world? But see, people still want to make this fucking deal. And yes, she loved weak ass men. That's what these motherfuckers don't get. Why would she go and be under somebody's quote unquote program when she can just go open the door, get 15 fucking numbers, the dudes are gonna do exactly what the fuck she want, the way she wants. It's
Hey,
nuts.
she don't love them. She prey on them.
No. They think they're preying on her actual what do you call it? Ability to be promiscuous in the society. She was like, okay, promiscuity come with tons of dick. They think that promiscuity means that my turn is now. And it's like, not necessarily. Like
Yeah,
and most of these dudes
that's a
won't
big
go
problem
anywhere.
right there, where we keep chicks in the victim seat, even when they're not victims. Like for instance, I like the stream that Ty City did with King Sigma. And the only point of contention I had with that was when I think King Sigma was acting like chicks were dumb, or they don't know any better. That's when I started having a problem, because you can lay out all of the facts. You can be as right as you want to, but the second you start acting like they don't know what they doing, that's when you finna get fucked up. That's when you finna fail. You finna fail hard as shit, because what you saying is there's no way that this bitch is able to take advantage of like war strategy like me. There's no way that she's outsmarting me. There's no way that I'm losing in a way that's significant. But you are. Like if you're in a situation with somebody and they literally outmaneuvering you, and then you say, oh, she don't know what she's doing, that's fucking crazy. You can't say they dumb when they literally outsmarting you. They're outsmarting you. The person that's outsmarting you, you calling them dumb. And while you're calling them dumb, they're outsmarting you. Like that's one of our big problems. We do this thing where we keep chicks in the fucking victim seat while they're outsmarting us and saying that they're not.
That's the whole paradigm, bro. I feel like, well, I think that men and our egos will do all of this. We'll think that we're gonna give this chick something that she's never experienced before, when in reality she's experienced that shit 10 times over. We're just making her life easy and putting our shit in the ground. I mean, we're dying earlier. We're breaking our backs for women that don't care. They don't care. They can have what Beyonce saying that in that song. She said, "I can have another you in a minute." That's how they live. They don't give a fuck.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
All right.
it goes back to my what's up?
No, go for it.
It goes back to just how I came up with when it comes to my mother and shit. Like I even told her when I was explaining to her how shit was going, because she always be asking me why I ain't dating or whatever. And I had pointed out to her, I said, look at your life. I said, your life has been nothing but a mess, and you literally come out on top, and you got somebody right next to you. Like, straight up. Even with the account, like, she don't even like my dad, whatever. Collected child support from my dad for 18 years, over $2,000 a month. And she says, and she hates my father. And I told her, I said, you don't see that as a win? She tried to tell me, she like put herself in the victim. Your dad tried to, he was abusive when he was younger or whatever. That whole victim shit. I said, then if you knew that and y'all were friends, wouldn't that mean that you were approving of an abusive male? Like a man who used to go around treating women like shit? I said, because you had a baby by him. I said, you had me by my dad. But you sit here and say that he used to treat women like crap, but yet you had sex with him and had a child and collected money from him. And I tell you this, my mom looked at me and gave me one of the slickest smirks ever, and then just basically stopped talking after that. Like, straight up, this is how I knew growing up and now that women have always been winners, even in her generation.
Yeah,
when it comes to
forever
this child
always.
support game.
Well, I say I think all the motherfuckers in the space that got they big platforms and shit. Y'all niggas gotta stop acting like y'all know what this shit mean. If some of y'all cloud watching, the fuck what y'all talking about. Y'all know what the fuck this shit mean. Are you dumbass niggas, with your game platforms? Y'all know what this shit mean. Like Red Supreme, so pretending like he don't know what the fuck this shit mean. Who the fuck else? BGS acting like he don't know what this shit mean. Edward acting like he don't know what the fuck this shit mean. Who the fuck else? CGA acting like he don't know what the fuck this shit mean. They haven't watched a lot of these niggas, man. It's like all you niggas know what the fuck this shit mean. Y'all need to chill out.
No, they don't, man. Let them keep going, dog. Because this is kind of fun breaking their ass down one by one, dog. They try to get on here and pretend like they don't know the fuck going on. They go, who's that fuck is that in that background, man? Somebody, what do y'all got background? But it's kind of funny watching these guys pretend like they don't know what's going on, dog. Like, it's funny how watching these guys, because they built their platforms off blame, shame, and explain. And it's kind of funny just watching them glitch on the fucking screen, trying to, save this shit, dog. It's just funny watching this shit. The little arguments they come up with, all the new shit. She's not winning, wait 10, 15 years from now. All these little, it's kind of funny, man. It is, man.
Yeah, but here's another problem, Ramil, about why they can't do that explicitly. Because that simple sentence, they have to justify all the fucking time they wasted listening to these dudes for any fucking reason. And that's too much. That is too fucking much. Tuning into these live streams, buying all these fucking books, listening to these motherfuckers, donating, super chatting, sharing and subscribing this shit to other motherfuckers. Dude, that's too much of a brain break of a motherfucker to realize, oh shit, that nigga was full of shit the entire time. He was just doing this shit for money. Damn, I got a bitch pregnant thinking that I was just going to pay attention to all this information and I was going to be running this hoe. Like, dude, listen, they were running you back into this bitch the entire time. That's the entire fucking frame rate. And the point is, they don't have to listen to me. And you have like the same motherfuckers who apologize to me years later. Man, you was right from the first beginning, MOT. I couldn't believe I couldn't see it. I know, because your dick was hard and you wanted to fucking stick that shit somewhere. So you was going to listen to anybody who gave you the idea that you was going to win this shit. We talking about gray-bearded niggas with kids and child support telling you how to run into this shit and win. This is crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, K Dot, I'm not beefing with niggas. There's no. I'm not fucking beefing with niggas. You seen these fucking streams, niggas acting like they don't know what this shit mean. You know what this shit mean? Okay. Somebody said fantastic. So I disagree with Fantastic on the whole. Like I agree with Fantastic on most things, but that whole like you either like you have to fuck or you die. Nah, I don't agree with that.
No,
that's hell no. I don't agree with that shit.
Okay, well, Zero. Let me point out what K Dot is doing. You see, this is how realistic information don't get out. They try to put you in that nigga you just hating box. Oh, you beefing now? Oh, you beefing now? Like, what about the niggas who was on this fucking bullshit that you don't point out? It's always the corrective information that's always beef. It's not the preemptive bullshit that should be stopped. But this is the whole type of thinking that motherfuckers got out there, man. And this shit is wild and amazingly fucking crazy, bro. You got to understand that most of these niggas are full of shit. They came to YouTube to put up a fake ass persona because there ain't no way you can try this shit around your town and your hood. Everybody would point out the fact that you don't know what the fuck you doing. Look at your life. But they came in front of motherfuckers who didn't know any better with analytics and graphics and pictures of pretty bitches, giving you a whole bunch of bullshit that you can't fucking capitalize on. Not for a long time, because the longer you play, the longer your ass is going to eventually fucking fail. That's how that shit works. It's crazy, man.
Right. And like I said, not beef, man. I mean, if anything, I'm gonna always have the facts on my side. I really don't. I kind of don't care what niggas be beefing with me about because it's all emotional. Like they just gonna start, speaking from their asshole. So I don't care. But Yeah, I mean, niggas acting like they don't know what hoes is winning means is crazy to me, especially since before this whole blow up a couple weeks ago, everybody knew what it meant. It was just brushed off. Niggas just brushed it off. Like it would be like joke, like niggas have said in a joking kind of way, oh, hoes win, laughing and shit. But now, but now, ever since they saw a literal hoe start talking about how the finesse works, and there was no counters to it, that changed everything. That's like we was talking about a long time ago where niggas need to see the hope. Like the hope has to break you. The bitch got to break you. A man ain't gonna be able to tell you shit. But if a chick tells you the truth, that shit gonna hurt. That shit gonna hurt like a motherfucker. If the very hope that you trying to get tells you no, that shit gonna hit way different than a nigga telling you no.
But at the same,
you like, fuck you, nigga. I know what I'm doing.
at the same time, and what's up, Zero, and what's up to the panel? At the same time, though, I'm glad we finally I mean, I know this is an old conversation. I mean, it's an old topic, but I'm glad that we finally really, you know, having this really conversation, because I disagree. I did my own shit on my channel. I disagree. I don't think hoes are winning. But at the same time, I mean, I'm glad that finally brothers are coming with shit, exposing these niggas that really need to be exposed. Because that's the one thing that people kept leaving out that's really was helping these hoes win. And that's why I'm like, finally, you know what I mean? That's getting put out to the surface. And a lot of these niggas they don't want to hold responsibility for that shit. A lot of these niggas now, they hiding. And I'm like, about time, man. I'm down for the conversation. Okay, I'm definitely down for it.
So all evidence to the contrary, you think hoes is not winning. Why?
That's probably good.
Hey, y'all hear me? Is my mic too loud? My bad.
No, I mean, I wasn't hearing anything. But
you ain't hear me, MOT?
Nah, that probably be me, man. Let me get up out of here and come back. All right.
Okay, so I'll ask the question again. All evidence to the contrary, you think hoes is winning. Why? I mean, hoes is not winning. Why?
Well, I mean, like I said in my live stream, like mostly what I see, these bras are miserable. If they're not happy, they're not winning.
Okay.
What?
They're not happy. Explain that.
Yes. Well, you see it. These bras are miserable. You see it all day, every day. They crying. These bras actually want men to be able to take care of them. So, I mean, just from, I don't want to make this anecdotal, but I'm just saying, from my experience, you see it here on social media. These bras, they cry every day. You see them come online, crying, the type of shit that they want. For real. They're not happy, man. Now, if y'all want to say the short-term type of thing, I don't disagree with that. Like I said, I agree with Mr. Fantastic said. I actually agree with what Ramil said. Yeah, on the short-term type of situation, they are winning. But the long-term, no, come on now.
Are the miserable bitches married?
Not many.
Why not?
You don't see that within the numbers, though, Zero. I mean, how many hoes, I mean, in general, how many females are married within these days? Other than if you count out the boomers, there's not too many people that's getting married.
Right.
So what we talking about?
I mean, but marriage is a choice. It's choice based.
As far as marriage goes, who stops that? Like, who stops men from getting married? Who stops that? Who has to ask?
Men.
Exactly. If they wanted to be married, they'll be married.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Niggas we can agree that we can all agree like how thirsty niggas is. We can all agree how like the reason we even have a manosphere, like we can remove the manosphere from it and just look at general society, and we can see that men's advocacy as a thing in society exists because of the relationship problems that we have Western society wide. So it's not men that are stopping marriages.
No, I'm not.
And men are thirsty as shit. So
AJ,
if it's not the men that are stopping the marriage, who's stopping the marriages?
Yeah, let me say this. First of all, women, their objective is to be sexually liberated while using the legal system to extort resources from men. That's their goal. Their goal, see, y'all falling for what women say, but you're not looking at what they do. You shouldn't care about what a woman says. They abort their kids. They don't really care about happiness. Abortion should prove that. They just
Right,
about
Well, I mean, just
extorting resources, and they want. Remember, they asked to be sexually liberated. The egalitarianism that we all have, where men and women are on this legal playing field, that pretty much nullifies marriage in any reasonable sense. Because then all it does is put a man in a hostage situation, because you have no legal power compared to these women who can leverage the system against you. So you're in a hostage situation based on you behaving according to whatever she wants you to do. That's a illogical situation for a man to give up legal authority to put himself into for a woman, family, children, whatever. It's a dumb situation.
I don't disagree.
I mean,
I don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying okay, now, but towards the end of that spirit, do that still symbolize that they're winning though? I mean,
they're winning by their objective. Hold up, you changing their objective. Their objective is not.
You're not changing anything.
But listen, a female's objective is not what you would think or a rational, logical objective would be. Their objective is to do nothing and get everything. That's their objective. Not to accomplish, build, and all the things that men have. You can't make women think like a man should. They're not thinking like that, bro. They're just trying to get free resources from being a woman. That's it. And at that goal, they have the legal system to support them. They're not thinking about all this other stuff structurally that is a man's ability, assuming he had legal authority in society. Women don't build shit. They don't build nothing. They just want to benefit, and that's what they're doing. They're benefiting from what men established for basically just being a woman. So how is that not a win based on that objective alone?
But I said that spiritual. I'm like, usually I said that. I agree. Like women are winning off men. I didn't disagree with that. They are.
No, they winning just from being women. That's the only requirement that these weak dudes allow women to be. Is just be a woman. The system supports that. You just be born with a vagina, and you have a permanent safety net. Because trust me, if you have any kids, you're not going to be homeless. So you have a safety net. Remember, true losing is you get to be homeless and die. That's only reserved for basically single men with no kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to
Women
find
don't
out, I'm trying to flesh out your disagreement. I'm not trying to change. I'm not even going to try to change the perspective. I'm just trying to see how much sense it makes. Because you said you don't agree, so I'm trying to find out why and how.
No, but that's what I was saying, Zero. Like, most of these women are miserable. You see this. You see it on social media yourself. That's, a lot of people, that can be subjective. A lot of people could say that they're winning, they're happy, but that's
emotional. That's emotion. You're not supposed to care about emotion. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
No, but I'm just saying that, it could be some underlying things to that, though. Listen, spiritual, I totally agree with what you're saying. And I speak about that, too. Yeah, you got guys that turn around and put themselves in that fucking that mix to get their ass fucked over. And I know women in Western society usually use men for resources. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying towards at the end of the day, that don't mean that they're winning.
But you're thinking about happiness. Women are not thinking about. See, you're looking
at it. I get it.
You're thinking about this ploy that you see a woman crying. That's not part of what the society has allowed them to do. Is weaponized sympathy against men who care about their feelings. Our job is not to care about a woman's emotions. Our job is to keep society running structured and logical. We're not supposed to cater to the emotional, irrational creatures of a society. We're not supposed to do that. So whatever they're doing on an emotional basis is what's in their control. Like Zero said, a woman can easily get married, behave correctly if she wanted the right things. They choose not to do it, just like they choose to abort their kids. They don't have to put themselves in situations that are going to be destructive, but it benefits them by the legal system to do so. A woman sabotages the family, she gets connected to some kind of money, and then she gets to go out and be a hoe. And that's what they want. You're not qualifying that their desires and their desires are just wrong. That's what they want. They want the wrong things, but that's what they like. They like being liberated hoes.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
you're thinking that they don't want that. That's what they want. They want to be liberated hoes. They celebrate it on every venue and media outlet. That's what they celebrate.
yeah, and Hulk, like what the goal is to maximize short-term interest.
Exactly.
That's the goal. And how do you maximize short-term interest? You don't do anything. You act like there's no problem. You cry out to make it look like somebody else, everybody else is the problem but you. So so they can do what? Maximize on short-term interest. That's what it was. And that's all it's going to continue to be. So now you have to ask yourself about all these human beings who came along and seen a whole society full of compromised men that are one or either two generations into being their head dipped off into this whole shit. And they provided them hollow solutions to a real problem. And this shit leads to a lot of problems with men in society. You got men who come out hulking out, acting like they got game to help you get access to women, but they haven't been chose up on by no woman in the same space that they claim that they fucking run. Like this is the mind fuck that is going on here. Some of these niggas are 50 selling this bullshit to kids. But when you point it out, you're a hater, you know, you don't let the chaos grow. And that's where we're going to be at. It was always going to come down to pointing this shit out to the people who do this shit in the darkness and act like they're not hurting anybody.
But like I said, like I didn't disagree what Zero was saying towards before he opened up the panel towards with homeboy having that open marriage, you know, and he just you being traditional and you let somebody run through your wife. I'm not saying that, and I agree with you, MOT. I agree with you. Also spiritual. I'm just saying, regardless towards what we're seeing. Now, I get what people saying in the chat. Yeah, these bras are faking. Now, I'm not saying that they're not. I'm not saying who's being real, who's not, who's being, you know, being fake. But if we really look at the overall situation of this shit, like really, are they really getting what they want?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you remove the,
Yes.
the whole, if you remove, yeah, like
I'm just saying.
so like
Okay.
if we remove the whole like you know they're crying and all like fuck that. So all of this stuff is like the stuff that women are going through in society is easily resolvable because first of all they have laws on their side. They also have all of the social. All of the social amenities is on their side as well. So if women wanted to end their own suffering, they could do that. They could do that today. That's easy. So crying or not, like the crying doesn't matter. What does crying matter when you could end that today by just you know getting into a stable relationship? Now I get it. If we're gonna argue social stuff like attraction, if they're just not attracted to the person that they want to be with, okay, I'll give you that. But that has nothing to do with, you know, fixing their own problem. It just doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with that. That's more like anybody can want shit. Like you can want a car. Well, is that going to make you unhappy for the rest of your life? You might sit down and cry about it because you can't afford an Aston Martin, you know. But you end up buying a Toyota or whatever the fuck else you can afford. That'll get you from point A to point B. You could also buy an affordable car that actually looks nice and gets you from point A to point B. It's just not an Aston Martin. The thing is, again, women can solve their problems easily, so it's not a matter of them crying or not. When we start bringing in the whole emotional shit, that's when it starts getting super subjective. It takes a different direction. We start talking about shit that doesn't matter. They're winning simply because they have everything on their side with no the only people stopping them from I guess if you think they're not winning, then the only people keeping them from winning is them.
Yep.
But as far as like how society works, they are winning. You can't stop it. You can't do anything about it.
Right. You can't make them value the right things. You can't do that.
No, I totally agree, and that's not my argument. That's not where I'm coming
That's
from.
the only way. That's the only way they could be winning in your scenario is that they have to value the things that you value. They're never going to do that because they don't have to.
I'm not looking at it towards what I value spiritual. I'm just saying towards in the overall of what we see within the society. I'm just saying I don't see that.
Like,
but I was
an example.
How do you?
Well, I just
what do you not see?
What I'm saying, they can still have all the things that you're talking about and still not be happy.
But that's
right. But that ain't got nothing to do with them winning.
Yeah, that's a problem that is just that's like an internal issue that only they can deal with.
Right, but that's just where I'm coming from. But then once again, what we talking about winning, and that's why I wasn't trying to dive into that. That could be subjective.
No, winning is based on the objective that they have laid out. The objective that they want and have laid out is to be sexually liberated and have access legally to get resources from men by basically just being a woman.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I totally, like I said, I mostly is if it's usually coming from men, right? They're being liberated. Who's helping them? Men.
By what you're saying, by what you're
even if we remove their objective, like you take their shit off the table, and we just put it at the feet of men, and it's like, well, we're supposed to sustain and maintain a society, whatever. We can't do that.
Right.
I agree.
So
that's true.
They're getting what they want at the expense of society, but that has nothing to do with them winning.
Exactly. And here's the thing: even if they had everything that qualify as winning, they could still be unhappy. Some people just are never happy, even if they had everything.
Yeah, I'm not. Go ahead, MOT. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, like AJ, like what you're looking at is like there are two components that are missing from your side of the argument, and that is responsibility. Like they're not responsible for producing for their happiness. Everybody else produces for their happiness. They can not approach any man and still get short-term gain, backed up by legal disposition. Any woman can, regardless of how she looks. So the way we look at happiness, we're held to a level of responsibility in society for our happiness and the things that we do. They don't. That's what's missing from their actual idea of happiness. They could just turn on the waterworks and they can get 500 phone numbers tomorrow because they're not responsible for what they create. We are, as men, we are responsible for what we create.
You agree with that? I totally agree with that, MOT. I do. I'm not disagreeing towards what I end of the situation. But if we're listen, I'm looking at it just from their situation towards what we saying that hoes are winning. I'm not looking at it from I end. Yeah, I think that's another thing I disagree with it. That sometimes we trying to make this equal towards like what we're doing and what they're doing. I'm just looking at it from their end and what I'm seeing here on social media. Like I said, I wasn't trying to make this personal or anything like that. I totally agree with you brothers are saying, but I'm just the things that I'm seeing that I disagree with.
Put it this way: when those hoes dealing with the type of dudes that they control and that they can leverage the system against, they're definitely winning. You literally have people sitting there who actually been ran through the court system by females, sitting there talking about women are not winning when they won legally against them.
Yeah, that's like I say, I agree with you guys.
Like if a woman can destroy a man's life, take his resources, and go on to the next man, and the man is homeless and rebuilding his life, who won in that situation?
A woman. And they've been winning. Yeah, I know this. I mean, I talk about this. I know this. I'm not going against that part of it. I'm just looking at this is the aspect of when we say the hoes are winning. Now, I totally agree. I mean, personally, I go against the marriage and all this with the laws with Western society. I'm not going off that, guys. I'm just saying, in general, what are we talking about? Like,
I think you're getting beyond materialism. Like, if we getting beyond the materialistic aspect of society, we talking about some ethereal, like spiritual or emotional state. That's something that's too in personal and subjective to even quantify. You can't do that. All we can do is quantify right now based on what we're talking about is how they're getting the assets and the physical things that they want. and they're getting that.
Wait. See, this is what I mean about us acting like we don't know what this shit mean. I don't even know what you just said, AJ. I actually
Wait, no. I'm just no. I wasn't. No, I heard when you said what. No, I'm just saying what I'm seeing. I'm just saying. I'm just going off what I've been seeing, Zero. Like it's been different arguments with this.
No. See, that's the thing. No, there isn't.
Okay.
You're saying that, but there isn't. So, whole culture is the culture. We celebrate single mothers. No, and I'm not even saying we celebrate them like in a societal, subjective way. We celebrate them legally. We call them heroes.
Yep.
Wow.
Hey, AJ, let me ask you a question.
Single motherhood is the default. When was the last time? And if we do some societal subjective, when was the last time you saw a girl next door? Give me a decade, an era.
Oh wow. Like the 90s, I would say.
Yeah. Girl next doors don't exist.
No, they don't. I totally agree.
Fucking extinct.
AJ.
Dodo birds.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, bro. What do you think a goal of a hoe is?
That once again, that could be subjective, but
No,
I mean,
subjective.
but okay, my opinion.
What they're doing by being.
But my opinion is spiritual. It's gonna be my opinion. Like to extract resources.
And are they not doing that?
Oh, they doing that most definitely.
So if that's what we see hoes, and we can test it by just objective reality, that the hoes out here selling their behind to get money, are they not succeeding at getting that?
Yes, they're succeeding.
I mean, through everything, marriage, because marriage basically with men being in a weak legal position with women, marriage now has basically become like state-sponsored prostitution.
Yeah, I agree.
That's basically what that is. And then you have a child added to that. So being married does not stop your family from being broken because you have no fault divorce. Mm-hmm. So a woman could just leave for no reason. Break up your family.
And to add to that, when you have all the responsibility for something and no authority over it, what are you?
Shit,
you're a slave.
Yeah, right.
If you have all of the authority over something,
right, exactly,
no responsibility,
right.
What are you?
Top dog.
You're a tyrant.
Yeah, you the top dog.
Dictator.
The top,
so in a marriage, the second you sign that contract, you have no more authority over your relationship,
right.
But you have all the responsibility of that relationship.
Exactly. I don't disagree with that.
But that's legally what happens. Conversely, she has all of the authority in the relationship and you don't. For example, de facto parent of the child. You get what I'm saying? So that main authority of a relationship, she has that. The ability to withdraw pussy, that's authoritative. You can't withdraw money. You know what happens if you withdraw money in a marriage? You get hit with a PV charge.
Yeah.
So
you're abusive.
So I'm not saying anything subjective. I'm saying this is what happens. You sign that contract, you become a slave, she becomes a tyrant. So
I don't disagree with that. I mean, y'all know I don't disagree when we talk about the laws.
But that's what the hoes
that's
are
what it's
using.
all about.
That's what the hoes are using. That's why sexually liberated and then being legally empowered equals government leveraging the full power of the government against men to basically replace us as just a utility for women to be used while they're running around being sexually liberated.
Right. So real quick, everything falls under the law. When you said like I don't disagree. So, but everything is an umbrella. Like the legality is up here at the top, and then everything under that is everything else we talk about. So if you're talking about anything else, just understand that the legality is first. That's first. That's the win. That's the primary win. Everything else under that is how they're doing everything in society is a result of the law.
Yes, but my argument is, do you really have a lot of these? I don't want to keep calling them hoes. Let's just say these women now, are they really getting married?
They don't have to. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have to.
Well, I know you got child support. I agree. But
not,
I'm
not just that. There's social media. I mean, they can just be anything. They could just be hoes.
It's not just it's not just child support. Okay, let's do this. Let's remove social media. Hard to do, but let's do it. Even without social media, they have things like Title IX, basically unconstitutional hiring practices with sexual discrimination laws, where a company has to hire women if you have over 25 employees.
Exactly.
Even if you have executive seats, you got to hire them in those too. Once you have too many employees in so even without the social media aspect where they can just, hoe like crazy, even outside of that, they legally got you over a barrel. They take you. They can take your school seats from you. You want to go to Harvard and you smart. Well, if a chick is dumber than you, but has a bunch of minority benefits, and they stack them ever since 1964, she gets to go to Harvard over you. She gets to take that
equal
seat
outcomes.
from you. She gets to go study to be a doctor, and then when she becomes a doctor, she marries the surgeon that's better than her, and then that job that she studied all those years for are gone. That job is gone. Not only that, if a man does come through and get that job by going to school or whatever, when she comes back from being a stay-at-home wife 20 years later, she can go get that job back, which removes it from another man that could have been doing, demands equal pay for the whole 20 years she's been gone and not practicing medicine, because it is medical practice, by the way. She hasn't been practicing medicine for 20 years, but she wants the same amount of money that a practicing surgeon of 20 years is getting. And then she takes a seat from someone who's more qualified. On top of that, double dips back into the job market after raising kids, gets more money, pushes another dude out. And then can repeat the process of marrying a divorced surgeon later on in life. Just do it again.
Ad infinitum.
Just double dip. And then take the job away again.
Trust me. Double minority. I get it. What is that? Title VII. I don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying, you guys making great points. It's just I'm just looking at it towards with the happiness situation.
Their goal is to leverage the law. That's
you
what
cannot cherry pick that. If you cherry pick happiness, you're going to flaw your own argument every time.
I see. Y'all made some great points, man. But people talking about, hey, you a mago. Like, dudes, y'all need to go look at my channel. I'm far from a mago. I go hard at these broads.
I'm not going to insult you like that.
No, I ain't talking about you guys. Like the chat, like they trying to really go hard at me. Like, nah, Negroes, y'all got me.
I'm just trying to.
Y'all got me fucked up.
I'm simply trying to find out the logic of how you think that they're not winning, and it not be like hope based.
No, but I was saying, like, I agree with the short term of the situation. The long term, no, they're not.
Okay.
Dude, would you stop telling me to cam up, bro? You can go look on my channel, man.
What does the long term matter?
Cam up, man. God damn, that's weird, man. Niggas asking me to cam up. Anyway.
They trolling you.
No, I'm just looking at it as long term.
Long term matter?
But I know, but Zero, I agree.
Yes. Okay. So then I'm just trying to figure out like your logic here. Like,
well, here's the thing:
if they're not winning, and it's because of long term, when long term doesn't matter, I don't see it.
Yeah, long term, man. Everybody could be dying alone. Everybody could be losing. I mean, that's something that can happen to anybody. It's not necessarily just women. I mean, it's a lot of dudes that broke from divorce are dying alone after being married for like 30, 40 years. So that can happen to anybody, but so nobody can talk like you trying to like think that far in the future. There's too many variables. Like you can't stop people from being stupid.
Hold on a second. I'm neglecting a guest. Let's get GC in here. So my bad, yo.
Game changer?
Yeah, I'm here. So yeah, don't worry about it because I wanted to go in a different direction. So y'all go ahead and clean up, finish up what y'all talking about.
Yeah, let me say this, but the argument is not about towards if we're saying like men on a long-term thing are winning. We're talking about hoes. So that's what I was addressing.
No, but hoes are legally empowered. That's the part you're forgetting. The entire legal system supports whoredom. Like they're extorting resources from men just from being hoes, and that's what they fought for. And so now, for a man to have a family, he has to put himself in a hostage situation legally. Whether you cohabitate, whether you get married or have a child, somehow the law is there to entrap you. And that's what they want, because that gives them a position of power over a man controlling his life.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I guess my final point on this too is the fact that when we talk about long term, that's all bullshit. Old bitches still marry simps.
No,
all day.
I totally agree with that shit. I don't disagree with that.
I don't see the L.
No, they marry no, here's the L. They don't marry who they want to marry. They don't have a choice.
That doesn't matter.
Dude, listen.
That doesn't matter. we gotta quit acting like that matters. Like they're not married who they want to marry. And so I'll put it this way: it would be very egotistical of me to say if a chick marries me, she didn't just came to fuck up and won. I can think that. I can be on my man macho shit and think that. But then I would be fucking hypocritical.
Yeah,
because like I said, like if old bitches can just get married and just go and get out the game after they done playing, they won. It don't matter if that nigga is not the one that they wanted. Because you know what's winning to them? Fucking the niggas that they want to. Because they can still do that.
Oh, no, but
all
you
the
think
way until they get married. All the way.
Really? So you feel like that phase will go away just because they got that simp?
No,
they not going to.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's no L there.
I don't know that. I disagree, but I.
But listen to this: the amount of men is going to be my age. The amount of men is going to be 40, childless, not ever getting married. It has nothing to do with my ability not to get women. It's just I'm not giving up legal authority for a family or a wife. That's just dumb to me. I don't know why people do it. I'm not doing it. But the majority of the world will do it. They're going to do it. They can't stop having raw sex. They can't stop procreating. They're going to do it. So since the majority of these dudes out here are going to continue to feed into this feminist system that's built for hoes, they're going to continue to win against those larger majority of dudes.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Good point. I agree.
And real quick, David Johnson, I see you. Okay, you got your comment up there like 50 times. Yes, their habitat does reflect that. Their habitat is the bag. Their habitat is whatever the fuck they want it to be. That's So their habitat reflects exactly what they want. They want the chaos.
I'm beginning to think
totally agree. I totally agree with that. Yeah, they want that.
I'm beginning to think a lot of dudes like this hostage situation legally. They like being held hostage and begging and being on the weak end of a woman to sit there and try to, I don't know, game your way into her good graces. That to me, that's stupid. If you don't have the law to support what you're doing, you have no authority. You're placating. You're just placating.
Y'all keep hoping for needles in the haystack. I hope it works out for you.
Wait, let me say this. Let me get something straight. Like, listen, I'm not for these hoes. I don't get what people come thinking that this is what I'm trying to allocate or this is what I'm speaking on. I just say I disagree that they're not winning. That don't mean that I want them to win or I support them. I don't do that shit. What the fuck is we talking about right now? So, this is like really.
we're saying the majority of the dudes, the majority of the men in the world are going to simp. That's just what it is. And
I agree. I said this spiritual. I said this on my own channel.
I'm just reiterating. No, I'm just reiterating. But see, it's getting worse because now it's like the fact that this whole begging them to come to a table. I don't even know what the table is. I don't know what this whole, Zero, you spoke of the negotiation and the compromising and all this other stuff. You're in such a weak position. And the women have the law on their side to make you beg and beg and beg eternally for something that they don't ever have to do. Now, are we going to call that out? All this begging? For the women don't have to do it. So if they don't have to do it and they're legally supported of not having to do it, then you're in a beggarly position. How is that not weak, and how is that not a loss for a man who want to engage with a woman on that level?
Right, and proof of that is, everybody's looking for needles in a haystack.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Good luck with that, because again, like I said earlier, if there's so many fucking not alls around this bitch, we wouldn't even have a manosphere. We wouldn't even be having a societal problem if there were so many not alls. I get it, and that's why I go so hard on the married niggas that come through with their perfect life situations. It's like, all right, nigga, I get it. Congratulations on finding the one. But for the majority of society, we're the not alls. And if there are so many not alls, then where's fucking proof?
I just go off the fact that growing up, I seen pretty much the vast majority of my family members get divorced. My uncle, been married since he was 17, divorced after 34 years. Dad, 17 years divorced. Mom, divorced. Brother, divorced. All of them. And all of them, except two of my uncles, ended up homeless for a period of like 2 years. The very fact of the matter that there's only 2 marriages in my family that actually have lasted since they were in high school was more than enough reason for me to believe that hoes were winning from the jump.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Personal anecdotes are great, but look.
That's why I was trying to not make it personal.
I mean, but is it really personal if what you experience in your life is common? Like for the vast majority of people, I'm just going off of what I've seen. Like,
no, it is common, but
even outside of my family.
It is common, but so if you present that and we talking about society-wide shit, then somebody else, they're gonna go with their personal shit that's anti, or who knows? Like the second you introduce personal shit, that's when everybody starts to have all of these, miracle situations. Just like
even if yours can be backed up by facts.
Just like last year,
even if it lines up with the facts.
Yeah, exactly. Just like last year when we was talking about the, when the game wars was going on.
Yeah.
Everybody was talking about Mouthpiece Midget, this magical nigga that everybody knew. That was like the ladies' man of the fucking decade. Like this nigga had all the hoes. He was 5'2", brolic and shit. He had all the mouthpiece ever, unattractive.
About the 5'2" Indian janitor.
This nigga was amazing. But we never saw Mouthpiece Midget. But everybody knows this nigga. Every time you talk to somebody, they knew Mouthpiece Midget. Every time.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of these dudes up in this space, man. I just be shaking my head like, why y'all listen to these motherfuckers, man?
Yeah, so
these game niggas.
So that's the problem with doing the personal shit, because the Mouthpiece Midget situation will pop up. Everybody will have their own extraordinary circumstance of that happened and shit. I saw a ghost. Smurfs are real. That type of shit.
So don't we see that all these dudes on the internet that are actually like trying to convince women to come to a situation does not prove who has the upper hand? At least if in between those type of dudes, not every dude, because I think people have a problem because there is a small minority of men who actually are disciplined enough to, for whatever reason, just understand the law and understand the situation objectively and just decide not to engage in it like that. But but those dudes on the internet and those women out there those dudes who are trying to convince these women to do something that the law gives them, either they don't have to do or they're empowered over a man in doing it, that just shows the woman has the upper hand. Like if you're trying to convince a woman why she should act a certain way, you're only convincing her because she doesn't have to. There's no structure or law that will make sure she either does that or she's eliminated. And that's what society is missing. There's no punishment for being a hoe.
Right.
On a legal level.
All right, so our GC trying to say something, so let's get it.
No, go ahead. No, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. I actually do know a Mouthpiece Midget in real life, but he got shit. he got a whole bunch of other shit, and I wouldn't compare him to anybody in the sphere at all. So, you know, and he's a millionaire now. But anyway, I wanted to talk to MOT, and basically because I missed half of it, I want to gauge. Y'all were saying that this whole hoes are winning thing is affecting the money of the game community. Could y'all elaborate on that?
Can you repeat that?
You were saying that you know, is digging into their pockets and shit like that.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah. So what we're doing is I'll answer that. You have to understand that most of these conversations happen in secret, and they're had in such a way to keep rehabbing the conversation. The way this conversation is being had right now in the wide open, you don't have the people who actually make money off couching the conversation a certain way who have the conversation in the wide open. Because if they gave you the solution, you would no longer listen to them. The solution is you have to make yourself better than their actual choices and options and not choose them. You have to do both of those things. But see, people only want to make themselves better or actually put themselves in a position to where they're better enough to be the choice, but don't exercise the discipline enough to stay the hell away from it. So they end up with the same actual circumstances that everybody else got. So rather than just knowing how this thing worked from beginning to end, abductive reasoning, they actually want to go from beginning to end in a way that doesn't work.
Okay, so how does the hoes are winning argument relate to that?
Okay, so the hoes are argument or winning relate to it with the following. There is no dating coach that's going to give you a pretty specific solution about how to get past this specific problem. That's why they have so much content, because they want you to keep you trying so many things, none of which actually works, because if there was one system that actually worked, there would be no reason to have these people around. So they are helping the hoes win by providing the actual quote unquote hoes more options. Because remember, they claim to have the magic sauce to get past all the actual consequences for women until you actually practice that shit and you realize that they don't have the actual ability to do anything.
Right, right.
Yeah. And in addition to that, they're actually gaming hoes up. That's really the biggest thing. Like, so when you have all these dating coaches, quote unquote, game niggas, you know, aspiring pimp motherfuckers, they giving chicks the playbook. They literally giving chicks the playbook on how to not only avoid that bullshit, but then take advantage of the niggas trying to run the bullshit.
So,
like, they perpetuating this shit.
So I mean,
they never tell you. Well,
isn't part of hoes winning is just kind of like sitting back and watch niggas like do whatever for their attention, knowing that they're always going to be on reserve because they value their pussy, because their game or their masculinity is determined by their pussy. So isn't that just kind of like an automatic win in that regard?
Yes.
Yeah. All day.
Now, okay, so I understand that part, but bringing it to the forefront don't really make them lose more, in my opinion. Bringing it to the forefront doesn't really make them lose more. It kind of just like keeps them
They're
on
selling marriage, but they're selling marriage though.
Yeah, but by having an honest conversation removes the plausible deniability from the people who's selling the magic sauce to get past the problem. Because like Zero said, what none of these people actually talk about is how many percentage of female listeners that they actually have. And those percentage of female listeners are not pretty bitches, they're ugly bitches. Because they're trying to figure out the system. Because if someone's gonna learn a new system, guess who is more likely to try it out more often than not? The lower tier of fucking women, because they just want access.
Well, I mean, as I understand it, and I haven't, you know, like Zero said, this is a last year conversation, but as I understand it, the game dudes that we're talking about primarily deal in lower tier women. Like that's their niche, so to speak. They're the only, I mean, they kind of brag about collecting low-hanging fruit. So, which is part of the compromise, which is really part of the victory, because if you're more handsome than she is pretty and you're working to achieve this, then she's already won.
Right. But okay, low tier, high tier, doesn't matter. So Brittany Renner is like, if we use her for an example, she's just like light skin number 768. Like there's millions of her. Like she not rare. She ain't even doing shit special. She running the same play that any chick can run that's attractive, or even average. So again, you know, she light skin number 1149. They can all do the same thing. Ugly bitch number 492. They can do the same thing. They can all run the same fucking play. Different degrees of the same play, but it's the same play. It's basically use pussy, get stuff.
Yeah,
That's
let me say
it.
this too.
That's the win. And like when we talk about like chicks being unhappy and shit, you take the average ugly chick that's running the same play. She could get with a dude that's more handsome than she is, pretty, and understand and know that and know her place. But that's not the goal. The goal isn't to fucking. The goal is to not be up under a nigga. That's the goal. The goal is to not be up under a nigga. I don't want to be under your foot. That's the goal. Everything else is bullshit. It's just I don't want to be up under your foot. I don't care. If I can achieve that, I win. And that's what's happening.
But let me say this too. Let me tell you this too. These dudes are trying to alpha their way over legally empowered women. By their terms of alpha, they're trying to alpha their way over legally empowered women, and that's going to mess up them trying to like sell how you can do that. They're trying to sell you how can you make a woman do something when we know that they can't make a woman do anything, but they're trying to sell that. And when you say hoes are women winning, that tells men that okay, there's that whole trying to use game or whatever. That's stupid. And so they won't want to use game because they realize it's a losing feat. But you can't let dudes believe that if you're selling them hope on something that is a lie. You know what I'm saying?
That's why the protection is of people who have a product to sell around people not getting it. Don't want this out there to be so. Because they have to keep you playing long enough that you get the consequences. So that way you laugh. So that way you lie about not having the consequences with everybody else who are receiving the consequences. Because ain't nobody, because these people are not turning you on to people with this information who don't have this cultural background. They're turning you on to the people who have the same exact cultural background, therefore same consequences when you mess with them. That's why they're there. And the only thing they're doing is that they're providing more options for the actual women who are winning under the guise that they're actually helping men.
Right. And then one of the main reasons like this conversation is even happening like for so long and so fucking fired up around here is because what you saw like last week or whenever that stream dropped is you saw, okay, so for almost a year, you saw a dude bringing on chick after chick after chick, you know, playing the interrupt filibuster cycle to a bunch of bum ass bitches and just cursing out, you know, standard Keisha number 5. And niggas was getting a red pill rage on, going, yeah, tell her bitch, tell her Kevin, like that shit. That shit was happening. However, his rhetoric got broken when you bring up a chick that shit does not apply to. Not only that, the subconscious part is she's not rare. That's the thing. She's not rare. She's an average light skin number 765. That was the crux of all of this shit. So before that happened and you said hoes be winning or hoes is winning, again, niggas would shrug it off. But then when you see the hoe say it and then prove it, that shit hit different. When you see that shit. And then you see it against the Jesus nigga who been telling y'all all of this other rhetoric about how things aren't what they look like. That is literally what happened. You know, nigga got his whole card pulled on his own interview, and everybody saw it.
Yep.
And once that happened, all that fucking rhetoric backfired. That's what happened.
Exactly.
And then
And if I-
the manosphere got set on fire. And the niggas that went against it the most is the niggas who agreed with him the most. Of course.
Yes.
All of the game niggas who are the same as the Hope niggas, who are the same as the fucking Hotep, all them same people. So that's why you saw your nigga, you saw Jesus get his whole car pulled on the stream. I mean, shit. If we want to read further into it, when we was talking about the stream, the body language can tell you everything. And this shit ain't like, and this ain't even like some shit that's like can be looked at subjectively. You can go watch the stream again.
Yeah.
That bitch looked taller than him because she was sitting up. She was leaning towards him. Like, so, and even if we remove, if we get away from that and just look at the rhetoric itself, she kept repeatedly saying, I do not need this shit. I do not need a relationship. I do not need this other shit. The only time that bitch got excited is when KS brought up the imaginary guy that negotiated the terms of you keep your freedom, I keep my freedom, let's have fun. That's when her ears perked up because the only thing that mattered was I keep my fucking freedom. He didn't say any. He didn't have to go no further than that. She said herself out of her own mouth, "Where's that motherfucker? You point me towards him. The nigga who gonna give me the nigga who gonna let me keep doing my thing, and we just be together." So, and you saw a hoe say that, who represents average bitches, because I'm gonna repeat. She's not rare. So
she's not. I agree.
You saw her basically give away. Because she gave away the game too. She gave away everything too. And all of the game niggas that's supposed to be watching and it's supposed to have so much fucking. They see the hoe say it, and still you see streams about hoes going renegade and shit, goofy shit, pimp logic. So. The bottom line is you saw a hoe pull a nigga hoe card, and now everybody in their feelings about it. That's pretty much all it is.
They're trying to justify the time that they wasted, man. That's it.
Yeah, and I'll add that the term hoes is winning is a affront to men who are trying to tell you how to win over hoes, even though that's not possible.
Correct.
That's what they're selling. They're selling you their version of game to win over hoes, even though the hoes have the legal advantage. So they're just feeding you into the system. But they don't want you to know that because they can profit off of you trying and believing.
So I see it as something different. I see it as they're trying to win with hoes as opposed to win over them.
Both.
So,
that too.
Both.
Yeah. I mean, they looked at it like hoes need sexual utilities and they want to be king. So they attempt to become it and teach others how to do it too. Yeah, that's more handsome than they are pretty thing comes in because that's what you're doing. You're their sexual utility, not the other way around. But you define that as a victory. Now, Zero, you said something interesting. You said the game and the Hope and the Hoteps are the same. In what way?
They all say the same thing. They all. So the first line of their logic is that they do needle in the haystack shit too. However, Hotep niggas and game niggas say this. They say the same things where it's like, if you apply enough. If you can game a bitch into submitting, you can game a bitch, you can talk sense into, you can talk someone out of power who has it. That's both of their logic. Game niggas talking about if you got enough mouthpiece, the bitch she'll bow down. Hotep niggas, if you exalt her to whatever degree, then she'll respect you and bow down. It's the same logic. Them niggas is them the same people. They trying the same strategy. and they both talk the same. They have the same fucking. They even use the same magic words. They even talk like bitches. They throw in a soft nigga voice. They do the whole, you know, they soften the language up. They change the words that they use to be more bitch friendly. They sound like bitches to talk to bitches, and they lose anyway. That's why.
And I also think that people conflating sexual access with this whole marriage and relationship and family aspect, because these dating coaches are like, well, a lot of these tools on the internet are catering to females who want to get a family, who want to get married, but they're kind of playing into the whole sexual access thing. Like, getting sex is not a problem, although, you know, that's what a lot of men are concerned about. But the legal part is that these people are selling to women, that their audience, their customers are the women. It seems like it's the men, but it's actually the women. And they're trying to tell these women that you can get these men, you know, and like nobody wants to talk about, like, okay, that's like a family marriage scenario that is going to push you right in the legal system that's going to give her the advantage. They're not just talking about sex. They're trying to conflate two different things.
So technically, spiritual, you just saying like these men are becoming like these hoes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty much.
They're being taught a hoe's logic and framework, so that way they can get what they want out of hoes, while actually not paying attention to the actual consequences of getting themselves within that legal framework. They want to go with the legal framework after the refractory period, after they quote unquote won.
Right.
That's the problem.
So,
Exactly.
real quick, I'm gonna address this comment real quick. Jessica, when I say Brittany's a pretty girl, but yes, she's light skin number 450,000. Like, there's lots of pretty girls, millions of them. That's why I'm saying she's not rare. Doesn't matter if she's above average, she's still not rare. She's common. There's a bunch of above average women running around the world, running around the United States even, but that doesn't matter. She's grand scheme of things, she's not rare. She is average. She's common. You know, she just decided to weaponize. You know, she even had like standard Keisha job, number one, fucking CNA.
Right.
Like, get the fuck.
And the issue is she's not afraid to openly be a hoe, which puts her, you know, in this limelight. If you celebrate being a hoe, that's gonna move you farther in the polarization of who you want to be, because, you know, the media pushes that, you know, the whole, you know, the culture pushes that. If you're a hoe, you're more, you know, if you're a bold hoe, you will get more attention than a quiet one.
Correct. And that's what it is. It's kind of like we didn't see the person who Kanye West was married to. Like, she didn't do that shit. Like, we didn't see a lot of women do this shit, where the bold, outspoken hoe gets paid for being that. We act like, Amber Rose. We act like we didn't see Amber Rose run this same entire experiment thing that got her a lot of money and fucking around in circles that she never would have if she kept being a quiet hoe. But she kept being an outspoken one with actions and accents. Yeah, Corinne. It's like we keep having these avatars of men who got it under control, but they provide no actual receipts of how they got it under control. The only thing they're doing is they're just providing people with plausible deniability, because they don't know how winning actually looks. That's how they end up in the hands of these people in the first place. They got a product to sell. I totally understand it from the product seller's point of view, but if you actually look at it from the actual outcome-based actions, there ain't no way that you're playing this game and winning. The only thing you can do is claim winning until she decides to lose her legal power over you.
Right. And that ain't gonna happen. You get them fuck. The only way you're gonna get the legal power back is two ways. You can do what niggas did to get their civil rights, which is hit them in the pockets. You got to boycott for that though, and niggas ain't boycotting pussy. Forget about it.
No.
So that option's off the table. The only other action you got is to weaponize the not alls and have the not alls weaponize the simps and get your fucking laws passed. Then you can actually get some votes going. Because right now, 30% of men vote with women. So the only way for you to win is to galvanize 30% of them not alls. Where them bitches at?
They not for us. That's for sure.
Yeah,
They that
we're in
the
fucking
quiet,
Fool with
the,
nine.
that Zero.
the quiet
You a fool
minority.
with that one.
No, I mean, but it's true because it's that
It
simple.
is true, but where you gonna find them? Like not all. Like
Look, apparently they exist. There's a bunch of
they,
not
All
all.
within silence.
they do, but I'm just saying,
The
they
biggest
ain't on
issue
here making videos though. You ain't gonna get that shit.
Why
Like,
there's
not?
no way you're going to there's no way you're going to convince these women to give up their legal power over in the system. They're not ever going to give that up. So, you know, basically society is at a crossroads right now of destruction, just like it was in every civilization. Once the women and start getting empowered in an alternative lifestyle, you know, which I call them the Gibbets, and all these people start running around legally empowered, that's usually the end of a society. And it's always been that way. So people want to act like that's not where we're going, but it's a reason why they're trying to get rid of gender completely. That's not in our favor as men.
No, it's not.
But a
I'm
lot
not
of
going that
people-
far. I'm just saying, where are the not alls? You show me them hoes and then galvanize those to get some laws on the books. Because I don't believe shit women say until they put some laws on the books. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm cool with women in this space, and I mean, at the end of the day, I know that they're gonna always go with their own self-interest. And then the easiest
I totally agree.
The easiest litmus test for that, you ain't gotta take my word for it. The easiest litmus test for that is just, ask them, are they willing to give up any privileges to make society better? They're gonna say fuck no.
Hell no.
Tell them get off their narrative what they speak on their channels. I agree with you on that, Zero. You're 100% right on that one. For real.
All they
Sisterhood
gonna
is
all they gonna-
undefeated.
All they're going to do is pretend like, well, we just need to do this. We just need to care about these dudes. They're going to feed
More lip
and
service.
pander. Yeah, they're going to give lip
Yep.
service. They're going to pander
Yep.
to these dudes. They're
Word
going to tell
salad.
these dudes. They're going to tell the dudes what they want to hear, just so they can get in that legal system. And then you're going to find out they never change. That's all that's going to happen.
Yeah, but you have to understand it this way too. A lot of people think that being around them and being the mouthpiece of them means that they're winning with them. We
Oh,
got to
yeah,
break that actual stranglehold too, because a lot of these people don't understand that you're just a usable guy that they don't have to screw number 300,000.
I don't think that would. That's not going to happen in MOT. That would never happen.
No, but see, this is what happens when you can have the conversation in the wide open and nobody's arguing and talking over each other. You
Right.
can actually come to a resolution. Now, the way it's practiced most places, you can't actually have the conversation in the wide open because everybody got their carved and stake points of view that they want to keep going for their own personal benefit.
Totally
Wait a
agree.
second. Shit. Y'all go ahead. I will be right back.
Yeah, and actually, the talk is from stopping you from taking proper action in the first place. People have to think that the proper thing that you have to do is become what she don't want you to become. It's a person who don't need her. Once you don't need her, you no longer become an option. And most people are like, but why did I do all this stuff? No, you did all this stuff to be disciplined so that way you can keep it, not so that way you can give it away the moment that you cross the finish line, which is most people's actually point of view of what they think a man is at this specific point in time. So
I agree. And I think that, like you said, let's just be honest with it. A lot of dudes are trying to profit off of this hope, selling hope that somehow you can force a woman to do something that she doesn't have to do. The law makes her unaccountable to do, but you're trying to sell to these dudes that you can somehow, you have the secret words. They're going to make a woman act right in an environment where you're a hostage. It's not going to work that way. In this legal framework, when men engage with women in this legal system, you are a hostage. All she has to do is nothing even has to be wrong. She can just make up something, and you're already trying to protect and preserve your assets and your resources. That's the situation they're trying to con you in. It's like the cheese with the rat. They're gonna put something out there, men are gonna go for it, but the legal system still isn't changing. And all I'm trying to say is that that's our biggest issue. We need to figure out a way to restructure society, if it's possible, where men
point.
That's a weakness that what's his name? Fresh displayed really. He was on that Pookie shit. He was looking for validation when he's like, look, if you see her and you go to what's that called? Not OnlyFans, but what's that site called? Seeking Arrangement.
Seeking arrangement. Yeah, okay.
It's like, listen, just be that dude. Just be like, I'm seeking an arrangement. I have an arrangement, so I'm gonna fuck her. He was looking for validation, and that's kind of like why it's a bad look on him now.
Well, let me ask you this, Game Changer. Do you think he hasn't been seeking, validation? I think like with them two guys, I'm not gonna go off Fresh, but just like the stories, I think that they're just trying to, to make a narrative like, hey, we giving game, and hey, we go show you that we got game, and this is what we doing to prove that we have it.
Well, I think that most dudes who look for game is looking for validation. They want to say that I have this thing, I have this quality, and I'm valid because I have this quality. That's just part of being a game dude, and that's why they're so anti-tricking, because these are people who are receiving sex without the validation, and they generally don't care, as I understand it. And I'll use Don Sterling as an example of that. He wasn't seeking that light-skinned chick, I guess she would be light-skinned chick number 12. He wasn't seeking her validation, he was seeking her sexual access.
Okay.
And, he was perfectly fine with that. That's really the difference. Which is why you see like a lot of people this stereotype of a guy making it rain in a strip club, but he's not tricking. It's because I don't know, he's looking at it like I'm getting validation or I'm paying for it in a club or something like that. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I want you to kind of want to chime in on that.
Oh yeah,
a lot of people get that confused.
Different things.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but sex and sexual validation is two completely different things. And to me, a guy who looks for sexual validation, you're really like at the mercy of a woman your entire life, or you're at the mercy of the plurality of women, so that's not a good position to be in.
I agree.
Totally agree. I guess we're back on we're back on live.
We're back. So to repeat our conversation when we was offline, I personally do not see a difference between I get Game Changer's explanation, which that's fair. But the only difference I don't see a difference between corporate niggas and rich pookie niggas, only because hoes run the same play on both of them. Like regardless of how they think about it, like for instance, the corporate nigga can see it as a transaction and it's just what it is. But for the whole, it's still they still running the same play no matter what. And then we just keep perpetuating the same shit. Now corporate niggas, I mean, they get validated. They also get validated even when because like they're paying for the sexual access, and there's validation too there. But the validation is more with the rich pookie. Like a rich pookie nigga, he defines his existence through that bitch.
But I think I still feel like they're the same. They're no different.
Oh no, that's a huge difference. And Zero, that also changes her approach to him. Because it's more practical. So say you have a chick that's a 5, and she could go to, a regular dude, and he's like, okay, I'm going to do this just to say that I get bitches. She can put it like this. She approached his ego. She approached the wealthy pookie dude's ego. However, she's approaching the corporate guy's sense of practical value. Like, listen, I look like this. You have this much money. If you want to put that in here, then put that in my purse. Like, it's a whole different approach. She has to step her game up because validation means nothing.
So let me ask you that. True that, but the validation comes from the fact. So if the corporate nigga is more physically discerning, that's still validation. Like you're not trying to fuck every bitch. Now, a rich pookie nigga, I mean, he on the same shit. He want to fuck a hot chick too. The
Right,
difference
but-
is the pookie, the rich pookie nigga is way more on the validation side. Like, so I mean, rich pookie nigga gonna give up more.
Right. So let me ask you this, Zero and Game Changer. What would be the difference between a Rick Ross and a corporate, you know, like let's say a Jeff Bezos?
Rick Ross defines himself through the pussy.
Okay, so there's two Rick Rosses. You're not.
Whoa. You don't think Jeff don't do the same thing?
So there's
differently.
two Rick Rosses. There's,
Okay.
There's Freeway Rick Ross, and then there's Rick Ross, the other one, the rapper. You're talking about the rapper, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm talking about the rapper.
I don't see him as a pookie from what I understand of him, but I just see him as a musician.
Okay. But I'm just saying, what's the difference though? But that's what he portrayed, though, Game Changer. So what's the difference?
Okay, so once again, in this, let's just take Rick Ross out of it, and let's take people like Jay-Z out of it,
Right. Well, I mean, I don't want to go with Jay-Z because he's married. So I'm going off like Rick Ross because he's single, and Jeff Bezos is single now too. He has a girlfriend, but you know how that goes. He's still not married, so he's single. So what would be the difference between them two?
Well, once again, just the stereotypical pookie versus the stereotypical businessman.
Okay.
One of them is looking for validation through sex, and the other one is just looking for sex. Like they look at sex as its own reward. Where the more pookie one, the trope of him is he's looking for he's looking to stunt with pussy.
Right. So now, okay, I can agree with that. However, when I say like the difference is like I almost can't even discern is because either situation, whole running the same play.
Okay.
It's the same
okay.
play.
Yeah. I disagree.
Whole running the same play. It's same play. Money for pussy.
I'm just
in Endgame. The approach to the man, and I don't know, I'm not a hoe, but I think that the approach
right
is completely different. Is completely different, and that's true. Even though I'm not a hoe, I do like women, and I approach women different based on whatever trope they want to put themselves in.
See, that's the thing. So, how are you changing the approach when? All right, so nigga got a car, put rims on it, all this, you do all of this fly shit. You do all of the fly shit just to attract the pussy. Now, when the pussy gets to you, you already know what time it is. You just not that you're not explicit about everything. Like you take some corporate nigga who's very explicit about it. He's like, this relationship is sugar baby, sugar daddy shit. Like they'll say that.
No, Zero.
Hold on, real quick.
Okay.
So
okay.
they'll lay out the terms like we sugar baby, sugar daddy. Now the rich pookie nigga, he not gonna explicitly say this is some sugar baby, sugar daddy shit. He's more like on some no, this bitch like me for real. No, she don't. This is a hoe. She running the same play that she running on the corporate nigga, except the corporate nigga is not under any illusions. He's like, okay, exactly. Sugar baby, sugar daddy. Yeah,
okay.
But again, it's the same play. The pookie nigga is like, no, she fuck with me for real.
Well, no, it's a different.
I'm just that nigga.
It's a different approach to the same end. Listen, a perfect example of that would be the movie Paid in Full, with I forget which Regina, but whatever, the hotter Regina, and that one dude that played Ace. So basically, they had the conversation like, he was like, oh, if I'm boring, then why are you with me? And he just threw a wad of money on the table. And she said, first of all, that don't mean anything to me. Second of all, I'm with you because I'm boring too. And then she took the money and did the whole play acting thing. But bitch, you are his best friend's little sister. You had all that time to fuck. You had all that time to fuck him, and you didn't until he became Ace. So let's be clear. She did play that dude, but it was this whole, you know, oh, I'm with you. I'm validating you because I'm with you, not because of the money, but because of other things. That was a whole different play. If she was with, you know, Blair Underwood from whatchamacallit, it's like, listen, you know, I want to fuck. Here's the money.
Right.
It's a completely different approach, is what I'm saying.
No,
And
yeah, I can get that.
I don't disagree with that, but at the end, it's still the same. It beats the same results, though. Game changer. At the end of the day,
no, I'm saying the approach is different. I don't agree with that. The result is the same.
that's all I was saying. Like, that's all I was saying.
Yeah. No, I'm just giving it to like the corporate trope dudes because they're not self-deluding.
Right, but I was disagreeing with what Zero was saying. I was just like, no, I mean, come on now, like, really? It's still be at the end of the day, it still be the same shit. Excuse my language.
What do you mean, like
the same results? Because it still turned out to be the same shit though.
I don't.
Right, I said that though. I said hoes run the same play on both sides. They don't care.
Okay, I didn't hear you. My bad.
No,
go ahead, Game Changer. My bad.
It's a you know, it's the same result. Granted, you know,
yeah.
She got her space field and she got her purse field. It's the same result from the host perspective. From the man's perspective, it's completely different. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. That's what I was saying.
Right. So I'm basically saying like rich pookie niggas and corporate niggas are they basically the same dude because they're getting the same play ran on them. They might be different aspects of the same play.
Hold on, Zero. Let me ask you this: who got the most access to these type of women, though?
They both do.
You really?
Like whichever one has the most money.
Yeah, exactly. You think corporate niggas don't have access to hot bitches?
No. But I think like usually who do they follow? More of them niggas, the pookie niggas, or these corporate niggas?
Whoever got the bag. Hoes don't care.
Both. Yeah, they go after both. Sometimes both at the same time.
Whoever got the bag, they don't care.
I just feel like they follow these rich pookie niggas more than they follow these corporate niggas. The corporate niggas come later on. They come later on.
Hold on. I think I know what's going on. This is a different breed of hoes. This ain't hoes from back in the day that care. This ain't the same group of hoes. These are hoes raised by hoes.
I totally agree.
You understand what I'm saying? Like you got chicks on like chicks that grew up during social media and shit. This is not the same hoes, man. They don't care. Like all that hoes. When you see game niggas talking about how much hoes love them and all that other shit, you know, like they love the streets and all that shit. They don't give a fuck. They don't care where that shit come from.
Stop going off the game, nigga. Zero. Stop going with the game. Them niggas whack.
I'm saying
stop, Joe.
What I'm saying is they don't care. They don't care where the money or the love come from.
Right.
They care about getting what they can get. Like all of that feeling shit. That's some back in the day shit. That whole like they love us more. They love thug niggas more. They don't care.
Right, I agree with that. I said this. I don't. Yeah, that's goofy. I hate when motherfuckers do that shit. Pookie, they don't care. But I'm just saying, like, usually who do they follow more? Like man, listen. And this once again, anecdotal. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. My bad. You got women that actually have degrees, that have careers, that follow these rappers, man. Like, I'm like, wow, washed up rappers. They follow them.
Well, like, entertainers are in a completely different category. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's why I wanted to do that. That's why I wanted to make that separation with Rick Ross earlier, because entertainers are in completely different. Yeah, that's a whole different type of sex appeal.
Oh Lord, hold on, y'all. My bad. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about from an economic standpoint. Like when you talk about like jawline dudes or entertainers, they're running on a completely different type of seduction. So yeah, I mean, they're gonna go after the rappers or really any entertainer. That's successful and of course handsome. Am I the only one here now? All right, I guess so. So, but yeah,
No,
basically,
I'm here. I think Zero went away.
okay. You got anything on that?
Uh, let me see, man. I kind of get what y'all saying, but when it comes to that, I think it kind of all the same. To be honest with you, in terms of like y'all talking about the Pookie or the corporate, like lay it out again, lay it out again.
No, so basically the way the argument goes was
Hmm.
Zero was stating that that rich pookies and wealthy corporate dudes are the same in the sense that how hoes approach them.
Hmm.
So, and my argument was they're actually vastly different because hoes approach them differently because the pookies they look for sexual validation where the corporate stereotype guys are just looking for sex.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be. Yeah, that sounds plausible. I mean, I think to some degree they might both be looking for some degree of validation, but maybe I think I see your point. I see your point.
Yeah. It reminds me of an episode that I seen years back of I don't know if it was American Pimp or Pimps Up Hoes Down, but one of those HBO specials on Pimp.
That's way
And
back.
they were saying that I don't know if somebody on the show said it or if a pimp I know in real life said it, but they were saying that Ice-T was not a pimp. And that's because he's wealthy and famous because he's an entertainer. So he not only did they say he's not one, they
Mhm.
said he can't be one
I kind
because
of believe that. I
any
think
girl that choose him at this stage in his life is doing so off of his fame, his celebrity.
right, right. I think so. I think
Yeah.
so. I think that's pretty much accurate because regardless, he never strike me as no kind of authentic pimp for whatever that word means. He's just somebody who I think is famous, like you say, and if you're
That's not
famous,
me saying it.
Hmm?
I was saying that's not me saying it. I don't, hey, if women are
No, no,
paying you,
right.
to hold for you, then you're a pimp. But I don't, I hold no judgment on that. But go ahead. My bad. I interrupted.
Yeah, I just don't. I never saw him that way. I guess sometimes you would expect that these people have a certain kind of like they don't need to be Hollywood type of deal with him, you know. But I think he need to be Hollywood, and I don't think that you could be so-called pimp and then make it into some kind of transitory thing like that. Your record will come out. I mean, I don't know. It just seemed like you wouldn't be able to transfer too much into common society if you were openly talking about you as a pimp or anything like that. I mean, I think it was like just a gimmick for him.
Yeah, I agree. But
Just be-
so, but that brings the question. Like, it does seem like there's a validation component that that's ignored. I don't want to say ignored, but it's hyper focused on from Black men. Like, we need that validation.
yeah, I
But
think
I mean, like, shouldn't you just focus on the end results, really?
well, I think men are not realizing that when you kind of just develop yourself on all levels, you kind of draw women into your world. You don't need to uh validate yourself by them. They begin to validate themselves by who you present yourself as. So I always thought it was like that. Like I never cared about um, seeking or making a big deal about what women think or how women see me because I'm more concerned about how I fit into the common of society and how I validate myself on my own principles. And I think women often value, they always value that in me, just speaking personally of who I built myself to be. Because I hold myself up to my own standards, they're higher than any woman or any person. My standards are pretty high for myself. So I think women will value that how you see yourself and how you represent yourself, you know, to your own principles or ideology. So it is too much validation. Too many dudes they say and speak and they pander to what women want to hear, and I think that's dumb. I see a lot of dudes, they're saying what they think women want to hear, and they think that's going to give them some favor with women, but all that does is show a woman how easily she can manipulate you. And I think once a woman manipulates you, she'll never respect you, and then she'll ultimately control you whether you know it or not. And a lot of dudes, they look in their lives in retrospect and they wonder, how did I end up like this? Is because you weren't present in your own life. You were just manipulated because you're too stupid to see when you know, you were too busy validating yourself through the woman that you didn't see what was actually going on. So I agree.
Yeah.
Especially around black men, because black people, they look to media too much. You know, the media is teaching them like what's cool, and you know, they're dressing based on the hip hop, you know, the rap people and all that. To me, that was always stupid. I never was a conformist. I was kind of like a person that wanted to stand on my, stand on my own. I didn't want to conform to nobody. I didn't want to emulate nobody, because everybody has their own life, and you know, I don't know, this whole conformity, you know, you ain't cool unless you look like everybody else, was kind of feminine to me, you know. And I think that a lot of dudes, they do things because women like them. They don't even like them. It's like dudes who wear pink, or dudes who do a whole bunch of stuff. Like, ain't no dude naturally wearing pink. He's doing that because a woman said that would look nice on you, and you turn that into like, I'm cool, but you're not even thinking for yourself. You know, you're doing whatever she wants, and she's dressing you up like a child, or some kind of project to be played with and toyed with. And these dudes turn that into like affection from women or something. It's weird.
Well, yeah,
So
I mean, because basically what you're doing is you're signaling that you're conforming to this for me, so she knows exactly how to approach you.
yeah, pretty
It's
much.
like, okay, he's doing these things because he wants this type of woman, or so yeah, now I got him. Or if he gets money, I got him, for that money, because he's doing all of this for me. Everything he does, there was one game dude who was talking about shoes, and you gotta have the shoes, you know. Um, I don't know, something, if you had a close to you get chose with your mouth closed, or some crap
Yeah,
like
I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
is
I
like,
mean,
go for it.
yeah, man. It's like, it's a basic kind of, women kind of like you when you're not focused on them. You know, regardless to who you are. It's almost like there is a basic element of masculinity that women need, but also they kind of like the guys they can't get. And I don't know why guys don't see more of this, but the more you kind of play into them, and you already show them that they can easily get you, or control you, a woman never respects a man like that. And I don't know why guys don't get that. Like, they're afraid to be themselves and be unique and be bold. Just don't, whoever you are, just be bold. Don't be timid, act like you're sure about yourself and all that. But this whole thing about you, I don't know how it is where you are, but guys up here, they all want to wear the same hairstyles. Like, they all want the same kind of braids, and they want to look alike, like they come off an assembly line, and it's stupid, and women are playing these dudes like fools, and they don't even see it, because they're too busy just being happy with women around them. They don't even realize they're being played and manipulated. And that's what I see a lot, is that dudes just want women around them. They don't even care if they're in a respectable position.
Well, it does put you at a position of weakness, on the approach when, women say, we like this. They know what's collectively out there. They know what, social media and the media in general is promoting as handsome, or
Right.
as attractive to women. They know that because they perpetuate it. So they'll see you coming a mile away if you are conforming to a trend that they set, but they automatically put you in a category of following their lead.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you ever
So okay, good point, game changer and spiritual. So is it safe to say that the black manosphere is doing that though? Are you promoting that shit?
elaborate? Give an example of
Not
how
all.
we do that.
Well, I'm just saying I mean, in general, what you were saying that, hey, that in media that, I mean, we got people that's promoting this shit towards with women, and the other goofy ass shit. But I want to go directly with you, Game Changer, towards with the Black Manosphere, because a lot of people that's looking on the outside and people that's looking on the inside, they're saying that we're doing the same fucking thing though. And I want you to take, if y'all want to elaborate.
Well, I'll speak on me because the Black Manosphere is so broad. So I don't promote any type of tricks or tactics or anything like that to seduce women, because that's really not my wheelhouse. So no, I wouldn't say that. I don't say become a nerd or get a beard or something like that. I mean, of course, a man should be in shape, but I don't really promote any of that as far as methods to attract women to get all the guys on the same page. That's not what I'm about.
How you feel about that, Spiritual?
Well, I think online I see a lot of guys kind of pandering to women, to what they think women want to hear. They'll say things they think is cool, because women laugh at stupid stuff. So a lot of dudes want to get women to giggle and laugh, and entertainment will draw women in, but it won't necessarily make them respect you. And a lot of dudes, like I said, they just like having a lot of women around them, but they don't really care if the women don't actually want them. Like I never wanted just to be around a bunch of women that I'm not actively sleeping with. You know what I'm saying? Or, just like the company of just, I'm pretty much an introvert. Like I have a lot of friends, but I just never sought a lot of friends. I'm a social person, but I'm also introverted because I'm always doing something, man. I got my music, I like to read, I like to do a lot of things. So, I don't relate to a lot of this kind of, buck dancing for females to get females to come around me. I don't understand that. But I get that, it is a lot of things like Game Changer said. It's a lot of different layers in online about, what people want to tell you to do to get women. But honestly, it's really about your basic masculinity and just your resolve, your stoic kind of behavior. Like, are you just easily movable? Because women like to be around. Sometimes women will do, if you want to be looked at as a girlfriend, like there's a lot of dudes that are like girlfriends to women. The women don't look at them sexually, but they like being around them because they feel comfortable. Like I don't tell women what they want to hear. Oftentimes I always say no. And I tell men, if you can't say no to a woman, then she don't respect you. And most dudes, they never say no. They're afraid to just speak their mind. Like they kind of tailor their conversation and speak passively, like they don't want to hurt a woman's feelings about the truth or something. I never cared about that kind of stuff. So
we doing that to each other now.
Yeah, that's
that's a no, I'm serious. Like that's become a problem where, I mean, it's one thing to try and speak to women, you reach people where they are and all that. But a big part of the problem is like men are doing the same thing to each other. Like we starting to do this thing where it's not what you say, it's how you say it to each other.
That's weird.
And that is going to be a problem because you cannot always you cannot always go in order to give niggas information, you got to add a beat. It can't always be that way. You can do that, of course. You'll reach people. That's fine. But if it has to be like that all the time, forever, always, then that's a big problem because you're not going to be able to have any type of effectiveness that way long term. Because once you start entertaining, you're always going to have to entertain.
Right, like you say, 2+2 is 4, regardless to if there's a beat behind it or not.
Right, and then when you start entertaining, you always have to do it. And once you start entertaining, it removes whether that's the intention or not. It removes the gravitas from whatever it is you're trying to. Whatever agenda that men have, you remove the seriousness of it when you start wrapping it around entertainment. When you start putting the entertainment wrapper around shit, you start dressing it up, you remove the effectiveness because you've turned it into a circus show. And then people start come looking. Then people are coming to look for the circus. That's why, like every time one of these streams fire up about the hoes winning shit over the last couple of weeks, all you saw was people looking for the world to burn, jumping in every chat. They ain't gonna fuck about what the content creators was talking about. They just wanted some drama. Like you mentioned something, like for instance, I'll say people's names and shit, but I'm pretty sure when I was mentioning people's names, niggas was running over to their emails and Zero said this about you. Zero said that about you. He said your name in the stream. He said that you be caping for bitches. Like that's what people want. They want the entertainment.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, once the entertainment starts, in order to try and get the message out, that's when the seriousness of the message goes away. And then when we start doing that to each other, that's when we really start losing shit. Because that's what's been happening. Like, and then we start doing shit where we like, let's just say a chick has a point. That's great. You should be able to argue the point. So if a woman actually has a valid point, we can't do the whole thing where we go, bitch, shut up, you're a woman, you don't know what I'm talking about. Like, that doesn't work, because then you remove the seriousness of the message there. But at the same time, we can't do the thing where if a chick has a point, and then we start going, I'm going to agree with everything, like almost everything
she's our leader. She's our leader
now she starts to become the more authoritative voice.
Right, right.
That's a problem too. But that's our problem. That's what's been happening.
Matter of fact, you brought up a good point. This whole thing about looking for a leader is weird. You know, everybody looking for some leader. Like we can't all think and reason and discuss. Like you know, if you're not on one side, where's the remote? You're the enemy, kind of thing. So.
Yeah, that's a good point, Spiritual, because like I said, like I don't understand like why people trying to put rank up in this shit. Whatever you saying is factual, it's factual. We don't need rank behind this shit, man.
But that's why they deflect. It's a way to deflect from the actual point being made, you know, to say, well, we don't like you because you're not in the clique.
Right.
You know, so something like that. I see that a lot. I don't care, you know, like
I don't either, but I hate that shit. I hate that. I think that's like the goofiest shit. Like I'm ranked and I'm part of this big three. I'm part of this. Like, dude, that don't got nothing to do with the talking points that we're talking about.
Yeah, you talking about the seniority thing?
Yeah, I hate that shit, Zero. I hate that shit.
Niggas who sat on the couch for a long time and think that means that their opinions or perspectives are like way more valid than yours. Yeah. We also got the fucking credential sphere. That's a problem. That is a
credential.
That is a big problem. The fucking credential sphere, because them niggas coming through with like very, very bad and disingenuous arguments. Like Tila.
Thank you.
The first time I talked to dudes, the first time he showed up on Bernard's stream, and I had a talk with him. And then the nigga tried to pretend like he didn't know what the fuck feminism was when he worked in a job that literally is based around it.
It's like
and, you know, and the whole time he had the fucking serial killer smile on, pretending not to know what I was saying. So I stopped talking to that nigga altogether. Because Bernard was trying to set it up where me and him talk about feminism, but he pretended to not even know about it. So I was like, oh, I can't talk to this nigga then.
Right.
And then I watched him blow up.
Yeah, man. Yo, like these niggas, man. Your subscription don't make you right, nigga. Because you got 100K subscribers, nigga. Get the fuck.
But not just that. You can't talk about law
off of credential alone. I watched that nigga blow up over, and I watched them be completely ass wrong about shit, and niggas just walked right over it. I think Game Changer got on his head one time about, I forget what it was about. It was like one of them fucking divorce cases and shit that he was completely wrong about.
It was Cosby. It was Cosby.
Okay, it was Cosby. Yeah. And he was also wrong about the whole prenup shit. Remember the fucking prenup gate where everybody was arguing about prenups last year?
Yeah, I remember that.
And prenup gate blew up, and then when his ass was
airtight prenup.
Exactly, and even with all of the precautions that he was saying, you need to take all of these precautions, and then it'll be aired. He was like, you need to do this. He went to the all you gotta do is bullshit. So he did the all you got to do is, and all you and Dr. Dre had one of those. All you got to do is prenups. He had one of those. We did it a long time ago. We did it beforehand. We got lawyers involved before we even signed the fucking marriage contract. We did everything the right way, and that nigga still lost. So
the thing about it is, it won't be valid in the first place unless there's a way for her to hustle it. You know, like
exactly.
Like Chris Rock's wife, you know, it's like after 20 years, you know, the prenup doesn't count. So she just waited 20 years. Like, I mean, why would you even put in a 20-year, you know, escape hatch when you're supposed to be married for life? Like, what's the whole point? So they have to have like an eject button. That's the thing in the prenup.
And the crazy part, I wouldn't argue that shit. That's like me being a lawyer arguing about that shit with Janet Jackson. I wouldn't say shit.
There's an escape hatch. Like,
right.
Why do these things always have escape hatches? Like, why do prenups always have like 5 years? Like, what the fuck? Like, why?
Right. You have to. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's oppressive. It's oppressive.
You have to have an escape hatch.
Man.
Yeah, they'll probably feminism will say it's oppressive if the woman doesn't have a recourse to get out of it.
Right. You have to have an escape hatch. And then like a lot of the manosphere doesn't pay attention to what happens in the world as well. So there's a country called New Zealand, and they had like prenups that lasted 20 fucking years. 20 years. They also have a quasi-Western society where some of their shit's westernized, some of it's not. They have a form of legalized prostitution. It's not legalized. It's they have the Nordic model where women can sell it, but men can't buy it. It's fucking stupid. But so they had in 2019 around the summer of 2019. Their court system, their national court system, decided that they were going to put a cap on the amount of alimony you could get. So the alimony was, instead of being 20 years, it was 5. As soon as they announced that, they went through the whole court shit. Around October of 2019, the courts decided that it was going to be 5 years tops for alimony. In the month of December of 2019, New Zealand had a historical record number of divorce filings.
Wow.
Bitches were bailing out of their marriages because they wanted to cash in on the 20-year alimony.
Yep.
Not because it was a bad marriage. If you look at a chart, it was stable marriages with, you know, average number of divorces being the same every year. Courts announced that alimony was going from 20 years to 5. The line went sky fucking high. Does that sound like people care about marriage? Does that sound like bitches care about marriage to you?
If you took away the benefit, no woman would get married. That's why women actually the marriage rates among women is going down as they start to level the playing field slowly. Less women are interested.
Now in America, we'll look at that and then niggas say, that's New Zealand. Now, what do you think would happen in America, in a fully westernized society where they take alimony away from a marriage, and then they put a time, they say, okay, January 20, because that's what happened in New Zealand. They were like, in January 2020, this law goes into effect, and if you file for divorce in January, you only get 5 years.
Wow, so you gonna bring up New Zealand. New Zealand went broke because of that. Oh wow.
So now imagine in America if they were like January 2022 or 2023, this law is going to go into effect. No more alimony. What do you think our divorce rate would be? Because we already have 50. Because think about it. Even without that, even with alimony, we at 50%.
Probably 85 or 90.
Fuck you think divorce would be at it if they just go no more alimony? You get a divorce after January 1st, 2023. What do you think the fucking divorce rate would be at?
All hell gonna break loose, man.
Do you
There
think
really
they'd
is no
all?
argument.
Do you think they'd all be bad marriages? All of a sudden, these niggas didn't vet right.
Nah, all hell will break loose, Zero.
A lot
All
of
of a
niggas can't
sudden,
handle the fact they can't handle
all
the
of a
fact
sudden
that
they
it's about
picked the
control.
wrong one.
Yeah, it's about control. Like that's what the egalitarian model is that women are equal to you and they want to be superior to you because they want to control you. They want to hold you hostage. And it's a reason why like women will take in a bum sometimes. It's not because she really liked that nigga. She can control him. You know, he can't easily leave. And it's like dudes don't understand that. Like either way you look at it, whether you got a lot of money or you got no money, control is the factor. And if you the type of dude that's willing to give a woman control over you, then you get what you deserve. Because that's not
Right.
logical.
Right. So I'm just saying, like,
Whoa,
where
whoa,
do you think
whoa,
that
whoa,
fucking
whoa,
divorce
whoa,
rate
whoa,
would be?
whoa. Come on. All right, Zero and spiritual. Do you think men is just going to allow that? I think
What you talking
if we really think about it, I think men gonna become savages. They're gonna start reacting off that.
I would love for you to be right. No, I would
Unfortunately,
love for you to be right.
the evidence shows that men are getting weaker. They're just more beggarly, and they just want to complain from a position of weakness.
I disagree. Well, some. So I lived through the stepdaddy era, and I would say that the resolve is a lot different. That men aren't really, as simpish as they were during the stepdaddy era.
Right. Now, they are simpish in a stepdaddy way, but they still like hella extra simp. I mean, just because you're not, participating in stepdaddyism anymore doesn't mean you're not helping her with her life. I mean,
yeah, I think OnlyFans and all this other media.
Put it like this: stepdaddyism represents the ultimate sacrifice I think a man could do in exchange for in-house pussy.
Right.
Now, men are willing to sacrifice for in-house pussy, just not that much.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the men are making that decision. I actually don't. I do not think the men are the ones saying that they don't want to be stepdaddy. I really don't. I just think bitches are rejecting them, honestly, because they can do better without your stepdaddy. They can do better without a stepdaddy in the house. Because I mean, it would be entirely hypocritical of me to take that position of niggas is just rejecting stepdaddyism when we have all the evidence of fucking, simpopolis and niggas willing to just give up everything to just have pussy in the house. It's women that are going, I don't want you to be a stepdaddy. I'm all good.
Well, they're rejecting them on the sex phase of the relationships, absolutely. Meaning that a woman who is a single mother, she has a bunch of suitors that she's rejecting. Many of them who are potential stepdaddies, she's rejecting them on that phase of the relationship. However, these women, do get fucked by men that they want to be their stepdaddies.
Good point.
Right.
So,
right. No, I don't disagree with that.
She's always going to have a group of men that she's rejecting on that level. Like, I don't even want to fuck these guys, but there are the ones that are fucking and that they want to establish relationships with. That is just not happening.
Right. Now, I'm not ever going to disagree with that.
Yeah,
that's true. What I'm saying is, I don't think the dudes are rejecting stepdaddyism. I guess that's my main point. I don't think dudes are rejecting that. I mean, as we've seen, and then we keep talking about this shit year after year. It's the chicks that are making all of these decisions because they're the ones fighting for the laws. They're the ones fighting for these privileges. They're the ones fighting for all of the social change to be able to make these decisions, and they're the ones making those decisions. I mean, we've seen how thirsty niggas is. The whole thing about them wanting in-house pussy, that's real. So I actually think dudes would gladly be stepdaddies. They're just not being allowed to.
I disagree, Zero, because you seeing it, man. Like these like you look in social media, man. these dudes actually are fighting these broads, man. You see it on these platforms, man. Seriously, probably did at first, man. But as you constantly keep looking, no.
But a lot of what's going on in the net is not really what's going on in their real life. A lot of these dudes.
Bullshit.
Thank you. No, that's bullshit, spiritual. Thank you.
No, I'm talking about. I mean, in terms of like you thinking that dudes fighting on some of these dudes is fighting, talking what they talking now. They actually are married and live with a woman.
My bad.
Like some dudes be talking a good game, but they actually married, living with a woman, being held hostage. You know.
I don't disagree with that, but what I'm saying is that still though, these dudes are still stepping up, is fighting against that shit. These niggas are like in a fucked up situation. Seriously, spiritual, you see it. They fighting these women. They're not even fighting them no more. They're killing them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but that's the weirdest thing that dudes, you know, granted, I get it that, you know, dudes can't walk away. They just rather fight, and some dudes would walk away with a loss. But at some point, you know, if they're fighting like this, why are more dudes still engaging in these kind of situations where they're living with women like this?
Because they program those spiritual. They program, like I was saying earlier. I can't disagree with y'all was saying. They're programmed.
Let me ask y'all a question. Well, first of all, is there a such thing on this planet Earth of a man winning?
What?
Yeah,
Is there a such thing as a man? Is there a man on this planet Earth that is winning?
I mean, I don't really. The whole winning.
Technically, one that's not in the system under
I
a
asked
woman.
a question. I don't need
I get it.
I don't need like, you know what I'm saying? I just want, can someone answer the question?
Yes, I can answer your question.
Yes.
Yeah, he's winning because he's going off his own means, man. He makes his own way, man. He don't let society dictate what he wants to do. He turn around and he makes his own way, and that's how he sit there and perpetrate that shit. So what we talking about right now?
Okay, so why are you triggered at me asking that question? You huffed and puffed, you kind of said it with your chest. Why are you triggered?
No, nobody was triggered. I think he was just.
Who's triggered? I'm triggered.
Yeah,
who, me?
You huffed, you kind of saying it with your chest, bro. I mean, it's not an attack, but you know, it wasn't like, oh yeah, men are winning and this and that. It was like, yo, you know, it was kind of, come on, bro, let's be real. You know, you was a little elevated.
No, I didn't understand what you were saying.
I'm not
talking to you, spiritual.
He's
I'm
talking to me.
The man who answered my question. Why would I be speaking to you when you weren't the one who answered my question?
He's talking to me. But bro, yes, they are winning, man. When you dictate your own success, man, you want to live a life how you want to live, and you don't let society dictate what you should do, you're winning. So what are we talking about, sir?
Okay, good. So I mean, I wanted to get that part out of the way. Because I think, you know, and I heard you earlier, Zero, I heard you talking about, you know, I've been working a lot. I don't know what all happened. I heard that there was a Brittany Renner interview. I checked out
that's
all
minutes. That's been talked about this last, like, almost 2 weeks now. I know there's no way you missed this.
If I could finish what I was saying.
I'm going to shut the fuck up. I'm going to mute. Anyway.
Yeah, because it's childish be laughing while we're trying to talk. So yeah, no. So the thing is
anyway, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I hope I answered the question with me and you.
If I can finish my statement, I was talking to Zero. My thing is like I came back into the space and I heard all this Brittany Renner. I just recently watched like the first 5 minutes of it. It was awkward as fuck. I get all this body language stuff. You know, I think what I was surprised by is all this 304s winning.
Okay.
And when I just tuned into this live stream today, it sounded to me, and I may be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, Zero, but it sounded to me like you were saying that it's a misunderstanding, that phrase is really intimating something else. And the space has run off with it as if the men saying it are like defeatists or something. Is that
part
true?
of it?
Like,
is that
yeah?
Part of it is that where, you know, there's some of that whole, you know, y'all being defeaters, but most of it is really niggas playing like they're ignorant. They're trying to act like they don't know what that means. They're trying to act like they don't know what the phrase "hoes" is when it means. Try to act like they don't know that bitches are out here getting the bag and not giving a fuck about family and relationships. They like it's this whole like, you know, women actually care about family and relationships when they're proving to you every day that they don't. And then even when you look at older women, like we have older women now, like we have what's called silver divorces in America. You know, so
crazy.
Like women don't care about what men think they care about. I think men do a lot of projection and try to give women and try to assign attributes to chicks, saying like, oh, they care about the same thing we care about. It's just like, and then on top of that, we keep women in women in a no problem. We
Put on
keep
your
women
headphones. Sorry, that's it. Last time.
We keep women in a victim box. So like if a woman doesn't care about something, then we project that she does because she doesn't quote unquote know any better. That's putting her in a victim box, and then you giving her like childlike qualities, like she just simply can't comprehend the gravity of what she's doing. That type of shit. Even though she's literally running war strategy on you. The same strategy that these niggas talk about they read in The Art of War. You know, the same strategies that they say they read in 48 Laws of Power. The same manipulation that they say that they know how to run on chicks is being run on them. The whole, you know, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. They do that. You know, the whole, like, for instance, when they feign, not innocence, but when they feign submission, you know, it's the whole, you know, never outshine the master.
Oh, they feign ignorance, like they didn't know. Yeah.
All of that shit. So they're basically running war strategy on you. And then at the same time, so a lot of things like when men do this whole thing where they misconstrue the black pill. So, and again, it's just a descriptor. You don't have to co-sign the pills or anything. I'm just using it as a descriptor. It's slang. It's slang. That's all it is. So you have like black pill thinking where you basically accepting reality as it is. It doesn't mean you're nihilistic. And this is where we have the problem. Niggas keep saying black pill is nihilism. No, it's not. It's not nihilism. Nihilism is when you actually go, nothing means anything. That's nihilism. You know, for people that act like they know what it means.
About. Yeah.
So, but black pill shit just means that you understand how the world works and you just move forward accordingly. It doesn't mean become nihilistic. It means that now you know what your options are. Exercise the best ones. This will help you negotiate your relationship. This will actually help you negotiate a relationship, just like one of them rich ass niggas. It'll help you be able to do that. But you can't do that if you're too busy pretending like the shit's not happening. Can't do it if you're busy pretending like things aren't what they are.
How's that different?
I'm sorry?
How's that different than red pill?
Red pill is not a decision. Red pill is like walking in on your parents and finding out they have sex. You didn't make a decision to see that. You didn't make a decision.
Well, I mean, they're both information, and it leaves, you know, the individual to determine what to do with that information.
Right, but the difference between red pill and black pill is that red pill is just realizing some shit. Anybody can realize anything, but you ain't got to make a decision. That's where the rage come from. You didn't make a decision to find this out. You found out the hard way, and now you're mad. Black pill is acceptance. You go, okay, that's how this works. Cool. I'll just move on accordingly from here. That's not, red pill is not the same thing. Red pill is not black. Red pill is like, oh shit, this is I can't believe it. Like that's what red pill is.
It's just like a awakeness or awareness of reality or something like
that.
Yeah,
you found out.
Rage as red pill though. I mean,
say what?
You're describing red pill rage as red pill. Like, I mean, red pill is the information, and what you choose to do with it is. And this is how I understand it. Trust me, I don't really identify with the whole pill thing, but this is how I understand it. Red pill is just the information, and with that information, people go in all sorts of directions, including rage, and including
right. But the rage comes from you didn't make a decision to notice. You found out typically the hard way. You found out the hard way, and now you can't unsee what you saw. Again,
yeah, like, but hold on, Zero. No, hold on. This is where you go wrong at. but because that's the problem. Because you got certain individuals that was programmed to not understand that. It wasn't raised in them households.
That's not what I'm talking about. So it doesn't matter what household you. None of that matters. What it is you found out. That's red pill. You congratulations. You found out how this works. Now,
you don't think the households pay a? Oh, okay. So go ahead.
No. Okay, it's irrelevant to what the red pill means. Like, red pill just means you found out.
Yeah, think about the Matrix.
That's it. You found out.
But if you're programmed, maybe that's something that you couldn't understand, and you will feel some type of way.
Okay. If you don't understand, then you haven't found out anything. So again, you found out the hard way how something works, regardless of your programming. So if you're programmed to just not, if you're programmed to be a retard and you can't comprehend it, then no, then you're just fucking retarded. You're gonna you have to understand it in order to realize what happened.
Right.
So again, you found out how this works. You found out how things work. That did not require a decision. You didn't decide to do that. You just found out that it worked, that it works this way. That's red pill. Awareness. You just became aware of this shit. And again, usually you become aware because something happened to you. You found out the hard way. Now you go, fuck. That's where rage comes from, because the information is basically forced on you. Whether you want to accept it or not, that's irrelevant. The information was forced on you, and typically the reaction is to be mad about it because you didn't want to know this. You didn't want to know that. You didn't want to know that your parents fucking. You didn't want to know that, but now you know. You saw your dad's ass in the air. You didn't want to see that, but now you know. You know what your dad's balls look like. You didn't want to know that. You know what the bottom of your mom's feet look like. You didn't want to know that, but now you do. So black pill is basically going, I accept that this is true because I saw it and I see how this works now. Now I can move on. Now I can start now I can start the real negotiations. It's just like when dudes, they always want to include love into things, like, like if I were to say something wild, like, bitches can't love you, because they're not programmed to love you. Niggas reject that outright until they found out the hard way. And usually they don't find out the hard way until they get older. They don't love you. But that's hard for, let's just say,
bro, you trying to say there is a woman
average
has
nigga
never loved a man?
Right now, see, this is what I'm talking about. Exactly, like Rod. Rod does not agree with that.
I'm literally asking you a question. Are you saying that there no woman has ever loved a man in all of human existence? It's a question.
Okay. Yes, but
okay.
Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
All right. So what evidence, like what are you basing this assumption on?
Okay.
Lord.
I'm basing my assumption on I'm basing my assumption on what love is. Now I understand. Now I understand that there's a much more fleshed out version of love, which is, there's eros, which is erotic love.
Lord.
You have other loves, like love for your children, and those are all different. So I understand that, but hold on. But we're gonna simplify. We're gonna simplify and go with what I think you're talking about, which is just love between a man and a woman. The reason why. The reason why I say, or not me, I'm just going by like the definition that we use as far as how love works between men and women. I love you based on these characteristics that make you you. Okay? How does that start?
My bad.
Nobody?
I need you to break it down to me, bro. Okay. I'm trying to learn something. I'm trying to understand.
That's why I asked you the question. How does that start? How does that love start? That traditional love that you're talking about, how does that start?
It's not a love that I'm talking about. You made the statement. I'm not asking you
I
to
did.
defend the statement.
Okay, so I'm gonna repeat myself.
No,
I
you
made
said
the
a whole bunch of eros and all this other stuff. You ain't telling
I
me
said
like,
we're. I
what do
said
you
we're
mean? Like
simplifying.
define love.
I said we're gonna simplify that and remove. We're taking that out. I said that as well. I said we're not even gonna go there. I'm just letting you know that I understand that there's more definitions and shit. Just in case somebody brings in the whole Greek and Roman definitions and shit. But if we're going by the traditional, simplified, man loves a woman, woman loves a man shit, all I'm saying is, in order for me to flesh that out, I'm saying, how does that love start?
Again, I'm not answering the questions here. I need you to explain to me what you meant by it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, fuck it. So typically, that love that I think you're talking about, matter of fact, are you talking about love between a man and a woman, like we're together, we're gonna be together? Before I even go?
No, I'm not talking about any type of love. I'm not talking about any type of love. You made the statement, and now I'm just probing you to find out what did you mean by that statement.
All right, we doing that shit. No, then I can't answer your question. You don't even.
No, you can. You can just tell me like what you meant.
You're asking me to define something that you can't even define yourself. So if you're objecting to what I'm saying, and you don't even have a definition of it yourself, then how can I even answer your question in the first place? Because we both got to be on the same page about what love is, or what type of love we're talking about. You can't do this shit where you asking me to define some shit, and then I go ahead and do it. And you say, well, that's not what I'm talking about. You always have the option to say you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No,
so
that's
what
not what I'm
talking
gonna say.
about?
I'm literally trying to find out when you said love,
what are we talking about?
You meant. So I'm not gonna come back after
I mean the love between a man and a woman. Then I mean the love between a man and a woman. Then how can you object? Then what was you objecting about?
I asked you a question.
While
I said,
was talking,
yo, you made the statement.
Right. And then you objected to it. You butted in and said, wait a minute, Zero. I don't know. That's what you did.
I didn't say I don't know. I said, wait, are you saying that a woman has never loved a man? You said yes. I said, explain that. Like, what do you mean by that?
So what? Right, exactly. So you saying, when you asked me, wait, so a woman never loved a man, what are we talking about? Because I'm talking about the love between a man and a woman. And you're saying, oh, no, your definition. No, we got to be on the same page with this shit.
So put me on the page with you. Like when you say the man between...
You interrupted me to put me on the page. So are we talking about the love between a man and a woman?
Fellas, I think the answer to Zero's question is the love between a man and a woman, because...
Right.
Yeah, so...
But he playing dumb right now.
That's what Rod is talking about, because he's saying... whatever you were talking about, and you just said that you were talking about the love between.
Yeah. I'm trying to get him to stop playing dumb right now.
I get that, but transitive. Like he said that indirectly because he's saying the same thing that you're saying and you were saying.
Yep, and he needs to say that because he needs to stop playing dumb right now. Like he can't do this thing where
I'm really not playing dumb.
I don't know what to say some shit like that. No, because you interrupt to say some shit, and then you let me give you an example.
Let me give you an example.
And then GC jumped in to translate, and when you could have just said yeah, when you could have just said no, I'm not. When you could have just said yeah, the love between a man and a woman.
GC is trying to save you from tap dancing. Let me give you an example. I could say this: anybody who don't believe in Jesus gonna burn in hell. And if you were to say, wait, whoa. Anybody who don't believe in Jesus is gonna burn in hell. What you mean by that? I would say Jesus is the Son of God. He died for your sins. You're a sinner. If you don't get his blood to cover you, you're gonna burn in hell. There would be no, well, wait, hold on now, because Jesus, but it depends on what you mean by burn in hell. I'm just gonna tell you what I meant by what I said.
No, if you're gonna say that, man, you gotta bring proof, bro. You can't sit there and say I'm gonna burn in hell, and you ain't bringing no proof, nigga.
We just talking.
Listen,
what do you mean proof?
When you say burn in hell, I understand what you mean, because burning in hell means that I'm gonna be in a lit ass party. That's what that means. The party is lit. It's burning down there.
Fool.
So I'm gonna be fucking kicking it.
Deflecting.
That's what that means. That's what that means to me. So anyway, let's start from here. How does that love start between a man and a woman? How does that start?
No, you again. You define you defend your own position. You don't have me defend your position or explain or expound on your position. You made the statement. That's why I gave you the example of Jesus. Because what I say, I stand by, and I don't backpedal and pussy pop. I say what the fuck I mean, and I can back it up. So defend it. You can't turn it on me to elaborate on your statement.
I'm not turning it on you to. I'm asking you, how does that love start? That's not asking you to like define my position. I don't
even know what the hell you talking about. That's why I asked you the question.
Okay, all right then. So more playing dumb.
It's not. You think that you're a better communicator than you are.
You're right. Love between a man and a woman is gonna start between them being physically attracted to each other in some capacity. Because you don't know what someone thinks when you first meet them. You have no fucking idea. You have no idea who they are as a person. There's always a starting point. Always a starting point. Two people just don't, they're just not in love. There's no such thing as like strangers that don't know each other that are in love. That don't even make sense. There's always a starting point. And that starting point is typically physical. So with that being said, as far as like love is concerned, when people start bringing in attributes like personality, intellect, and all the other shit, that's ancillary to the first mode, the first mode of meeting people, which is being attracted to them. Now you can get to know people over time that you're not attracted to, and then become attracted to like their personality. But that takes for you to even meet them in the first place. And it takes a general level of attraction to even become friends with people. Because if there's none there, you end up with situations where, you know, oh, this person is a good person. I'm gonna set you up with, why aren't you with this good person? Oh, this person is just a friend of mine. That's how you end up with that shit. Because the love that people typically talk about between men and women is predicated on very superficial shit. Very superficial shit. So when you talk about love, you're talking about some shit that doesn't really exist in the way that people are saying it does. It doesn't exist. You become attracted to somebody, you get to know them, and you move on from there. If love was what people say it is, you wouldn't have all of the shit we have now. You wouldn't be here talking to me. You just wouldn't have this. You wouldn't have any of this shit.
No, I mean, this is the thing. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. I'm here with my son too, man. Hey, Black Dash, you know what I'm saying? That's another thing. One more quick point. You know, it's like these men who don't have kids, man, when it comes to kids and marriage, have a nice slice of shut the fuck up. Okay? Like, we fathers who done been through it, we are the authorities on that topic. If nothing ever came from you, you never bore any seed. When you die, your line ends, you fucking evaporate. Your line evaporates off the face of the earth. You can't tell the father about his kids or what he needs to do or what he should or should not have done. Stay out of it, all right? But this is the final point I wanted to make. It's just that, again, Zero, you know, whenever I come on your platform, I'm always coming at it trying to explain, like, yo, people who are new to the space, because I'm new to the space. I found the space after the Average at Best video, right? And the thing is like, this is all I'm ever trying to get people in this space to realize is new people to the space. If you are your brother's keeper, if this really is about putting this information out here for Black men, for Black men's benefits, then try to be cognizant of the fucking optics. And when you come in this space and you seeing niggas talking about hoes winning, they put these ugly ass hoes up on their live stream talking about, look, this hoe winning. It's like, bro, it's fucking mind blown minds. That's the only reason why I came up, to try to get some clarification. I think I got it, which is that there are men who win. I got you to establish that and capitulate to that immediately. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, I had you on the ropes on that whole love question. But we'll finish it up another time, man. Thank you so much for bringing me up on your platform, bro. Yeah, I have a good night.
Rod, you live in a bubble, and I think it's great.
Well, it sounds to me
Yeah,
like
he had you on the ropes, bro. He had you on the
Apparently,
ropes, man.
apparently,
Zero. It sounds to me like you got one over on you.
right.
God damn it, man. God damn it.
Okay.
Boy, you
Anyway,
bastard ass Negroes, man.
I wish that
I was
conversation
totally
we had.
lost.
I wish that conversation we had off air was on air because we talked about that too. I'm not taking the position of niggas who ain't never shot a kid out their nuts, don't have an opinion. That's fucking
I
crazy.
don't agree with that.
As far as like people's lineage and legacy and shit, if the conversation we had off air was if people cared about that shit, they would care about society. So I'll just repeat what I said earlier. Like not to pick on SKC and Rod, but like those are two guys that are all about like they do the whole family, me, my family shit, the whole personal shit. Okay, great. Problem with that is when you start talking about your family and shit like that, you have to care about society. You cannot be a nigga that cares about your kids and only care about yourself. Your kids is gonna be running society in the future. You don't have a fucking choice but to care about society. So that whole line of thinking is bullshit. If you don't care about the society your kids grow up in, you don't give a fuck about your kids. You don't give a fuck about your lineage. You don't give a fuck about your legacy. Legacy is what you leave behind. What the fuck are you gonna leave your kids behind if your society's falling down and you don't give a fuck about that? All you care about is yourself and the shit that's going on with you. That's bullshit. What the evidence really points to is niggas just want that pussy in the house so they can fuck it when they get horny. That's it. You want in-house, that's it. Like when Rob was asking me about love and shit, that's indicative of what I'm talking about right now. My wife that's impossible. She has to love me. She had my kid. No, nigga, you care about that pussy being in the next room.
What's up with it, bro?
All. What up, man?
Bro, I see they came back, man. I had to take a nap, man. I came back. I listening to Coach Greg Adams. He said that we was attacking his platform.
I don't know why y'all was talking about that retarded ass dude. Y'all know he's slow.
I was like, man, I thought it was gonna be something, but he started showing Marilyn Monroe doing exactly what I said the issue was. Like, bro, these are old bitches. Like, nobody wanted to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? Elvira and shit, but come on, man.
I know.
Like, who cares if that bitch hit the wall?
Y'all kind of punching down though on dude.
Well, the thing is, it's like, who's left?
True. True. Anyway, man, to finish what I'm saying, Rod and people like him that do this whole, like for instance, excluding niggas from the conversation that haven't shot, kids out of their nuts, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Like them niggas, like people who ain't got kids yet, they probably ain't got kids yet because they want to make sure that their kids is not being raised by a hoe.
Yeah, that's some wild shit. Like, having a kid is very easy, bro. You know
crazy.
What I'm saying?
Look, man, I understand the need to want to have that in. You know how, bro? You know how hard I struggle with not going to just grab my son's mom and just put her back in the crib. No, I struggle with that shit because she's hot as fuck. I would love to put her back in the house and just have it on standby. But I got way more self-respect than that. Like that's fucking crazy. Like if I care anything about my kids, I would not do that. Like they can't see me fail that way. Because your kids pay attention to that, right?
Yeah.
Like no matter what you think, they pay attention to that.
Yeah.
They can see you fail.
Yeah, especially if you got a son and he see his mom disrespect you, fam. Like that shit,
right?
And all for the sake of having a complete family, you just put up with the shit, bro. Like you create more of a problem.
Your kid can see you, dude. Your kid can see you fail in that way. My daughter can see me fail in that way. My daughter has told her mom, like, you fucked up. So no, I would never want to. I would never want my kids to see me fail like that. So that argument is fucking crazy to say because niggas ain't, spermed a bitch that they don't.
Wait.
Who
Who made that argument?
Rod, before he left, right before he jumped down.
I don't know who that is.
He basically like, if you niggas ain't had no kids, shut the fuck up. That's a BGS argument.
Well, that's validating yourself through a fucking baby mama, dog.
That's validating through pussy.
Yeah, who like? Oh my god, man. I gotta go. I'm going, bro. Like for real, bro. Like this shit, it's bro. The argument is getting worse and worse. I get y'all.
Yeah,
niggas
they ignore logic, man. No logic.
That's where we at, man.
Where your baby mama at?
Yeah, where your motherfucking where your anchor?
Yeah,
can't talk about the law or nothing, man. Can't talk about reality. Scary, man.
I got a pussy bill. I'm an adult. Fuck out of here.
Nobody wanted to take advantage of you. That's why you mad. Shit crazy, man.
The fuck?
Yeah, shit wild, man. Imagine using Marilyn Monroe's gravesite as a rebuttal film.
That's crazy.
Yo, Coach Greg over there.
No, but listen though, here's my thing, man.
I hate to laugh at that shit, but it's dark energy vibes. Fuck it.
Didn't he start with his message based on his court battles?
Yes, bro. He had the World Series of Divorce, bro. I love that video series.
That's
where he literally
talks
about, he ranks the divorce settlements, bro. And that's how I found this channel, bro. He had like 20,000 subscribers when I found his channel. That's what he was on. Literally showing guys like, nigga, this is not a game. That's what he was on.
Well, we know a lot of people are changing their tune. I guess it's the KS effect. They try to change their tune to see if they can make the algorithm pop or something. I don't know. But
I ain't even gonna front. In all fairness, right? Coach Greg had a situation where somebody went off on like a killing spree or some shit. They had his shirt on when they was doing it. So they labeled him like some kind of hate channel or something. He got real heat on his shit. He not trying to appease some, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. It's just wild.
But I'm just saying, like, why we can't talk about like the legal implications? I mean, here's the thing, and I said this earlier, but I think the stream got cut off. Is that the dudes put themselves in a position where they're begging, like, and they're trying to convince females to do something.
Well, Hulk, I could tell you, Hulk, how do you include women in that discussion about the legal?
You don't.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, how do you, you know what I'm saying? Like, you think they're gonna assist?
Exactly. They're not. First,
I don't care how much allied they are with men. It's like that is where the rubber's gonna meet the road right there.
Yeah, they're gonna play dumb every time. They're gonna play dumb, and dudes don't realize that. Like, a woman's not gonna give away her trump card. She's not gonna do it, and she's gonna continue to pretend like she's in distress and she's sad. That's why men are not supposed to really care about the feelings of women. We're supposed to care about the structure of society, not pandering to what women feel, which is manipulation. Really, that's all it can be. And if you'd be surprised how many people are afraid to talk about the legal aspect of feminism and the fact that men are being held hostage. Any interaction with a woman, cohabitation, marriage, children, even having women lied on you, we're being held hostage by any interaction with a female. So it's best for men to avoid any kind of litigation, any legal leverage that a woman can have over him or his resources. You tell men that, they'll be like, no, we just better just to try to convince the women to do something. I'm like, no, it has to be on you. You're the one that has to make the move. You have to move right. You're the one that has to acknowledge reality.
Well, Hulk, they be arguing with women and women be like, well, why you just don't go to court?
Crazy. I told you. I heard one time OG was on there. Y'all know how he get, right? He said,
y'all just need to go fight like I did. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
why not tell dudes not to fight at all?
Oh,
Like-
well, I tell dudes to jump the gun, be on offense, not defense. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah. I mean,
that's
but
like the
I mean,
real
that's once
shit.
you in it. That's once you in it. I'm just talking about for dudes who ain't in it. He's like, this was a conversation where he was telling dudes who don't have kids, go ahead and get married, have kids, so you can fight for them. I was like, what?
Yeah,
I'm like,
I blocked the chick out of my chat box the other day. She said, "Why don't you just fight for the kids?" It's like, why do you have to fight for your own kids? Like, bitch, don't you even understand how like dumb you sound? Like,
Yeah,
what
that's
does
one
that
of the
say
craziest
about you?
fucking positions to take. Like if you really think about that position, why don't you just fight for your kids when it should be, you know, default
Right.
joint
Right.
by
yeah,
default.
exactly. But they know that the court favors them, and you have to fight for what they get freely. They know
Well,
that.
that's Hulk. It's a gaslight every time they talk, bro. I promise you, fam.
Yeah, I know that.
swear, dog. I'm almost positive 100% of the time it's a gaslight, dog. As
That's
soon as they
why-
open their mouth on, especially in public spaces and shit, bro. Like, man, it's no genuine like, you know, conversation coming out of these
Nah.
bras, fam. It's a
Nah.
gaslight. They all know what they all do, dog. Like, and we just sit here and play dumb, like.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. They're more calculated than the men. The men are supposed to be the logical ones, calculating the risk, cost, benefit analysis, and all that. But it's the women doing that. They planning, you know, with how they learning the law. Women know the law better than the men. They know exactly what year in their state that they can get half, default when they stay married a certain amount of years. They know, they know the law more than the dudes.
Yeah, I don't believe that whole men are the most logical thinkers shit. That's more that no, I'm serious. That's more that fucking that self-aggrandizement.
No, I get it.
Man,
A0.
That man shit.
Yo, and that's why I said like the next stage of this, even for me, is that if dudes still getting ran through the ringer, even like 5 to 10 years, I'm just gonna have to come out and say, man, these bitches may be smarter than niggas, bro. Like, and like just saying it with no shame, bro, because y'all know my stance is we are in the information age. Everybody's seen everything go down, bro. With it from the micro to the macro, dog. Like there's not no secret. You don't have to go into the deep dark web to see what these women are doing. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I said, like, yo, if you know, why don't you just do it? Otherwise, again, you're gonna have to say, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to start saying it. And that's what I said that maybe like a few months ago. I was saying that, like, I'm not willing to say they smarter than me. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy, man. Like they definitely, and this is without a fact, they're definitely winning against the dudes who are begging for their cooperation. That is a fact. Because if you're begging for their cooperation when they don't have to do anything, and you're the one that's being held hostage in their system, in the system that favors them, the man is losing in that situation. Now, men who avoid that and who understand how to move around that, we're not taking no losses, but women are winning in the system. That is without debate. And it's like people don't want to even acknowledge the legal implications of how women are winning in the system. That's the scary part. Forget all the other stuff, the cultural and societal stuff, the legal aspect, to which drives the culture in the society. We can't even acknowledge that it's a bad deal to lose legal authority over your own life with a woman around you. It's a bad deal. Like cohabitation, I get it. Everybody want in-house sex. They want women. They want children. Those are nice thoughts. But what is the cost? That you lose legal authority to control your resources, and you have to now be put on the fight, on the defense, to defend your stuff. And that's like, why dudes can't realize that's something's wrong with that
It's
whole.
just, again, adapt, fam. That's it. It's adapt. Like, it really do take 3 to 5 years to even like take a chick serious, bro. Like, it's that serious. Like, it's that serious. Like, no joking, no bullshit, bro. It is that serious, dog.
that's why I understand. Like I tell dudes, I had a very interesting life. So my life was busy. I had to take care of my grandparents. I had a lot of stuff going on in my 20s and my 30s. So I tell people it's a reason why I always was thinking I was careful, but I don't think I'm above reproach. I could have had a child. I was being, I had a little reckless phase like most people. I played, around with these women a little bit. So I'm not going to say I'm that much more special or different. So that's why when I know dudes who did end up having children, I know how, the legal system, it can get you caught up. Sometimes it's just what it happens.
Right.
But we have to acknowledge that once it happens, we immediately know who's winning and who's losing in that situation. There's not a debate. Like once you have to fight for your children, once you try to speak up in a marriage and your wife is about to leave you and take half your stuff, you know who won and who lost. Where's the debate?
Well, see, again, I'm gonna add on to that because Zero said that about that self-aggrandizing shit. Dude, when dog, I hate to say this, but it's true as hell, man. When shit hit the fan, dog, dudes be so emotionally distraught while these bitches doing paperwork. They meet up with lawyers behind your back. They putting it together with, you know what I'm saying? They get it in, and then by the time you fucking snap out of it, nigga, you are knee deep in shit.
I'm telling you, crazy, man. And it's scary because if you just speak against that, I know we talked about this earlier, why people are triggered by the hoes is winning slogan, because if you're trying to sell that men can win against legally empowered hoes, those two messages are antithetical. You can't say hoes are winning and you being a dating coach teaching men how to win against legally empowered hoes. Somebody got it, because that's bad for business. You trying to tell these dudes how to how they can control the situation where they have no legal control. And it's all about you speaking a certain way, acting a certain way, or whatever, even though we don't see that in society. We don't see the stats reflecting that. We don't see objective reality reflecting that. But you got to tell, because there are millions of dudes out here, especially these young dudes, telling, hey, how can I get this woman to act right? Tell me what I need to do. I'm like, bro, just... That's crazy. Like, and they'll never tell you, just, hey, look, bro, don't get legally contracted with that female, man. Don't look, if you want to have kids, bro, you gotta really know what you putting at risk. You gotta really know what's at risk, the cost, the legal implications. You gotta know that, man. Just don't react. Don't think that somebody can tell you it's just your game or your clothes or something stupid like that. It's gonna make a woman, who's legally empowered to control your life once you marry her or have a child with her or cohabitate with her, bro. You can't listen to that.
Hey, Zero, thanks for having me, fam.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming.
IGC.
All right, peace.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I think dudes are conflating their money and their need to talk to women with reality. And it's not, it's like it's creating this rift where it's like, I don't know. I think dudes, I don't know what it is. It's weird to explain something so obvious.
No.
Dumb.
I think so. I've been trying to get dudes to understand like maybe a couple of things, right? So the self-aggrandizement gotta go. We gotta get rid of that, because niggas will be like, women don't know this, women don't know, like the kids and all this other shit. Was like you getting outmaneuvered by a dumb motherfucker. So what does that make you? At the same time, if they so emotional, why the fuck is it that they killing the game in society right now? The score is lopsided as shit. Yo, and they not slowing down, but they're the emotional dumb motherfuckers. When every time some shit about pussy comes up, who becomes the most emotional motherfucker? The dude. Like they'll lose their mind. I get pussy.
Zero. Let me bring that down for you. Think about this. You got guys saying, how is welfare winning?
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a political angle to that. There's the economic angle to that. Like that. Like,
they're winning because they do.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, do you know what it took for that welfare state to get there? That shit was more than you're willing to do.
Men are replaced by government.
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's
saying.
a-
That's that pride shit. Where it's like, you know,
where
it's
men are
like,
no longer head of their household.
The thing is, because remember, this happened during the golden age of niggas. Like this happened during the black. No, I'm serious.
let's
Like
go.
the Black Panther motherfuckers, the niggas who had like jobs, factory jobs, working at the car factories and shit like this, especially Detroit. Remember, like that was like nigga job central in Michigan, where it was a bunch of niggas with jobs. So, but when they gave hoes welfare, even the niggas that had jobs lost their hoes. So it wasn't that like welfare removed the bum niggas from the household that wasn't working or didn't have nothing going on. It was everybody.
Yo,
And it wasn't even just niggas, it was white people too.
Hey,
Like
Zero,
when,
you said
when,
it
when the
best.
government was like welfare, get rid of nigga, that went for, that's why you got a bunch of trailer park motherfuckers. That's why you got a bunch of, like, it's not a black thing, I'm put that way, but since we talking about black shit, fuck it. It wasn't just bum niggas. It wasn't just Pookie getting kicked out the house. It was all of you motherfuckers. It was the corporate niggas. It was everybody.
Yep.
That
Hey, Zero.
independence piece is a large
Yeah, you
part of
said it.
that
They wanted to be
pride
controlled.
part.
They
That
wanted the
free.
control
You
of their
need me.
life. They
you
wanted to be
need
free.
me. You need me. Stop playing. You know you need me. You're not really winning without me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
And
they
then that
don't
welfare
understand.
came down, them bitches started laughing. All you saw her was a fucking cackle. Just a worldwide cackle.
But that's the thing though, with that pride shit, man. I'm telling you, these bitches will work minimum wage to fucking do what the fuck they want. It's a weird thing, but it's hard to. I get why some guys ain't understanding what we saying, dog, because you can't see the world through these hoes' eyes and shit, man. Like these bitches, they love that shit. These bitches will live horribly for years just to not fucking like.
They got a infinite cleanup system and with infinite cleanup men, and you think they're not winning.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Like they got infinite number of simps, and then they got the government as a permanent safety net.
Yeah, that's why it sounds silly. How are they winning if they're below poverty?
Because they made a choice to rather be broke than to be under a man.
Yeah, that's what
how.
I'm saying. But the pride part, man, that pride part is a big piece of this, man. Niggas want to be the biggest piece in a bitch puzzle.
Yeah, and the funny part was that whole like in the future shit. 30 years, like I think y'all was picking on CGA with 30 years in the future.
Yeah, he's still doing it. He fired up a whole live stream about this shit.
Even 30 years in the future, they can still, well, no, they do cash out with a nigga. This shit is easy. Easy work. Easy work. There's no dialogue. There's no winter coming. I mean, we was talking about this off stream, but here the bottom line to this shit is niggas saw K's rhetoric. They saw his rhetoric fall apart. They saw him get his whole card pulled. That's pretty much all it is. We went up against a bitch they had nothing for, and he lost.
Bro, that's what I've been trying to tell people, dog. I didn't do this. I've been saying the same thing for 2 years.
That was just it was the wrong. That was the wrong interview, and I get it. If you're doing it for the money, I do understand that. But at some point, if you are doing it for money and you are doing it for a brand, you gotta be smarter than that. You have to be smarter than that. You cannot have a real hoe on your show trying to tell her. And again, here's the thing: if y'all go for everybody in the chat, because we talked about this in the back chat when I was getting my kid. If y'all watch that video, when she was talking to him, she wasn't upset, she wasn't spazzing, she wasn't erratic, irrational, any of that. She kept asking this nigga over and over again, just like he kept asking her. He kept asking her. He was bringing her the emotional appeal. What about the man? Over and over, he kept saying, what about the man, in different ways. He was doing how like you get an interview by the detectives and shit, and they'll keep asking you the same question and rephrasing it. He did that to her. Now she did it to him, but hers was, can you give me a better lottery ticket?
Yeah.
She kept asking him, do you have a better lottery ticket? And she was paying attention. Every time that nigga started talking, she was at full attention. She didn't do the whole neck back, I'm not listening to this nigga. She didn't do none of that. She was listening to him and trying to find out if he had a better lottery ticket. And she kept asking him, do you have a better lottery ticket? And that nigga had no answer. He couldn't get, and he kept saying, well, the man, that's my lottery ticket. And she was like, that's not gonna work. Can we try this again? And he would explain some more shit. What about the man? And she was like, that's not gonna work. Can you try this again? And he kept doing it.
Man, listen, Zero, I did a live stream like 2 days before the interview saying why he should not do it, bro. People are saying that it was because of the interview with Brittany Renner. It's like, bro, like everybody knew that how this shit was gonna go, fam. The live stream's still there. It says why Kevin should not do an interview with Brittany Renner.
Well, at the end of the day, that nigga not gonna lose either, because I mean his audience is gonna change, his content is gonna change. Near future, that nigga ain't even think about y'all. He'll be on some completely other shit, and that's fine. That's all well and good, because that was never the point. But as far as like real hoes, I know a lot of you niggas watch Fresh and Fit. I know you're going. It's the same thing. Them was the first niggas to show the same thing that happened. What happened to KS that's not even rare.
Bro, Zero. How long have we been talking about Fresh and Fit?
Yeah, that's been happening to them for a year now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this ain't even nothing new. It's just Kevin turned to, you know what I'm saying?
He was just bigger.
Yeah.
He got more eyeballs on him. But the Fresh and Fit, that shit been happening to them for a year. Them niggas been getting their whole card pulled for a year.
Yeah, they just started kicking bitches out. Let's keep it a buck. They wasn't kicking bitches out
not at first. In fact, they cornered a white bitch like last summer, and they kept pushing her in the corner, talking about, you're just abusing your power. You're just abusing your power. And then bitch finally said, first she was like, no, you know, these men, they like me. And no, tell the truth. And bitch finally, she just snapped and was like, yeah, and then the nigga shut up, and then they have to move on. Because where do you go from there?
You got nothing, fam.
Where do you go from there when bitch go, yes, I am, now what? They pushed her into the corner, and she had no way out. And she said, fuck it. Yes, I have all the power. Yeah, I'm finessing the shit out these niggas. And that's why y'all sitting in this motherfucking room talking to us, because I do that. And them niggas had nothing. And that kept happening over and over and over again. And I tried to get niggas to see that. Ty City was trying to get niggas to see that. This was last year.
Yeah,
niggas like, man, y'all just hating. Right.
Oh, man.
Niggas just hating.
Again, man, they're like dealing with these women out here, nigga, that shit is not entertainment, bro. That is not entertainment, bro. When you get out here and start interacting with these women, dog, nigga, that shit is not entertainment.
No, it's not. It's not entertainment here anyway, because for this shit to be entertainment, you consume entertainment and then you get out. You get in and you get out. It's just like watching the TV show.
All right.
You get in and you get out. This shit ain't entertainment. Motherfuckers come here every day, listening to the same bullshit.
Bro, that reset button shit is real, bro. I credit it to you because you the first person I seen saying reset, but that shit is real, bro. I seen every reset attempt so far, bro.
Yeah, getting that hopium dosage, letting bitches put you to sleep.
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro. I started seeing that shit. I was like, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that either. Nice try, man. Nice try. We done seen that shit.
Yeah, the hopium dosage has been so. Like even right now, niggas is going back. So you got the game niggas coming in with the cape. I ain't see that coming. I really didn't see that coming. The fake pimps, nigga. Them niggas coming through, capes flapping like a motherfucker. Niggas got full length trench coats going to the ground. You know,
bruh, bro. With that, think about this. You got a pimp like Sharp. Sharp has been in the game for a long time, man. For a bitch to sit there and tell him like, I got this shit under control. I got this shit under control. And this nigga talking about something, but how he ain't gave you a business yet. It's like, he gave me a house I used for Airbnb.
Yeah, but you could have got a bigger bag.
Yeah, it's like, it's almost like even the bitch smart enough not to fucking go too fucking far and keep the shit going. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was sitting there, that shit was sad, bro.
No, that goofy ass nigga was trying to sell it. First, he tried to recruit the bitch. Then he ended up trying to get her to recruit him. I was like, this is a sad day. God damn. You see a fucking pimp. You see a pimp going from trying to recruit a bitch to just, the nigga gave up and was like, okay, well, how about you recruit me then? How about that?
The gold said niggas got jetpacks under their capes. Yeah, man. That nigga didn't know what he was trying to say the bitch was lost without him. Then even Adam had to come in and say, but wait, if she getting $1,000 a car and a pad, like, I would say she's winning.
That nigga.
Where's the business? So you don't know how to really do this. You gotta get somebody to give you a business. Like, man, that bitch ain't interested in running no fucking business. Like, dudes gotta stop doing that, bro. They always impose your outlook on life on a bitch. Like they don't even think like that. When you said run a business, nigga, you that equals job to that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And these are niggas that be talking about hoes is their business. And then that hoe said, no, men are my business.
Yeah. Straight to a stone cold pimp, my nigga.
That nigga, that was for all you motherfuckers who look up to the game, there you go. there you go.
Nigga had nothing.
How come Red Supreme didn't do a stream on that?
Nah, they're not gonna touch that shit, man. They're not gonna touch that kind of shit, man. The peas, again, man, it's been a rough last, well, shit, ever since they signed the Homeland Security Act, it's been rough on pimps.
It's been a rough decade for them niggas.
Yeah,
that shit
man.
Over with.
They online, like a pimp online. Bro, I seen a pimp, right? It's a pimp named G Gov. Bro, I'm familiar with him. I wake up and see him on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing on Soft White Underbelly? Like, you a whole pimp, like a real pimp. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the thing though. So I've been trying to do that as well. I've been trying to demystify that whole shit, like the whole pimp shit. Because like I said, I grew up with the niggas, and that shit is not what motherfuckers think it is. Niggas got this whole like fantasy cartoon versions of how them niggas run their life, and they don't realize niggas just like you. You know, they just like you. I mean, you niggas think they the pinnacle of the whole food chain, and they not. Just like you. In fact, even more simple, because they need bitches. They need bitches. Like, unlike you, maybe not unlike you. They need bitches.
Yeah.
Like, completely need them. Can't live without them, nigga. Like, literally can't.
Again, men can win by not focusing on trying to blame, shame, and explain to them, but adapt. Simple. Practice prevention. Again, that's the answer. That is the solution. Niggas don't want to hear it, but it is what it is, fam. Like, move accordingly, dog. You know?
Oh, okay. Well, all right, Jessica. All right. How can men win?
Look at Rocco. Yo, Rocco, I'm telling you, man. Don't fall for 0. You're going in, bro. Don't do it. 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 Don't do it.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, man. Fuck it. I ain't even gonna go there. Yeah, I would say just don't get involved with a hoe.
Bro, 98% of the population of women, nigga.
Don't put yourself in a position to get taken advantage of, that type of shit. I mean, you can pretty much do whatever you can. Do whatever you can to not position yourself for the fuck. You know, that's pretty much all there is to it. But I mean, easier said than done. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. Easier said than done.
Yeah, man, but I'm glad you back, man, so you can take some of this smoke.
I ain't back.
Nah, fuck that shit, man. Listen, yo, people leaving comments. Oh, where's Zero's channel? What's the link to Zero's channel?
No, I was tripping because niggas keep acting like they don't. So that's the biggest thing. Niggas keep acting like they don't know what the phrase means. That's weird. That's super weird. You don't know what hoes is winning mean. You don't know what that means, really. You don't.
Yeah, but that's the crazy part. Zero dudes is going against their whole shit, trying to prove that hoes is not winning.
Yeah. They got the capes out, laying their fucking jacket in the puddle. Talking about they're not winning. See, I'm gonna help her across the street. She's not winning.
What do you mean? What do you mean they winning? I only been talking about how they did ramshacking everything for the you know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? We only bring up studies, research, stats, data. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, take my hardhead bitch management course for $3,000 a month. Looking ass. Yeah, but they're not winning. Fuck out of here. You niggas trying to. Niggas be trying to eat on the possibility of a whole finesse of the nigga talking about they not win. When you can eat off the possibility of a whole finesse of the nigga, come on, man.
Yeah, man.
At some point, motherfuckers gotta chill out.
Nah, bro. They gotta keep going in, bro. They gotta keep going in. I'm telling you, the arguments get worse and worse. Niggas is going to AARP websites, bro.
Whole apologists. It's the whole apologists.
Nigga, AARP websites to like show what what boomer women are. Niggas are using boomer women as the example.
Yeah.
Yo, it's like you know, remember that show Tales from the Crypt where they have that skeleton?
Yeah, I remember that.
There she is. All right, I told you. I told you to take L's. Just wait, fellas.
Yeah, bitch in the ground.
Yeah. That fucking showing. Here lies Jezebel. She was a harlot. I told you she was gonna die alone. Here she is alone.
That bitch alone in her casket.
Yeah, man. Niggas going stupid, man. Like, bro, chill, fam. This what you trying to do, dog?
Graveyard full of niggas with unmarked tombstones that gave her the bag.
Yeah.
Ran out of money giving her the bag.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't even read. Them niggas ain't even got like words on their headstones.
Just bags.
It's just
empty bags.
It say a nigga is buried here.
Yeah, that shit crazy. Again, yeah, dudes going totally against what they've been saying for years to try to prove that hoes ain't winning. That shit is insane. Sometimes I think like, do they really understand what they doing?
Yes.
I hate when you answer like that, bro. Yo, do they know like what the hell is going on, man? The thing about Coach Greg is he literally did the World Series of Divorce, bro. Where he
Coach Greg a hope nigga though. Yeah, he a hope nigga. I mean, you can see it in a lot of his content because he'll talk a lot of shit. Like he used to do the whole mix house shit, but at the end of the day, he always like every once in a while I ain't watched the shit in like almost 2 years now, but I remember back when I watched a few of his streams to see what he was all about. He would still always include that whole like, you know, find the right one shit. He on the hope shit too. The whole like needle in the haystack shit. Most of these niggas on needle in the haystack shit. The game niggas, You know, the religion people, the Hotep niggas, almost everybody is on needle in the haystack. They want to find the one.
Well, again, look at what's going on, right? Because you have the general population, bro. You see what I'm saying? That is what dudes don't understand. They are against that shit. Nigga, this shit is like 0.1% of guys who are even willing to talk about the shit like this.
Right, but okay, why can't it be normal for niggas to get the information and then use it versus hoe culture being normal? Hoe culture is normal.
Normal
like,
as hell.
Not this ain't far like this ain't a reach. It's not some shit where only a few bitches do this or only a select number of bitches. No, every bitch in America can run the same play, even the ugly hoes. So why is it that it's so hard for motherfuckers to, because at the root of it, I don't give a fuck what a woman says. I don't think they have the type of hope they say they do. I don't believe that shit for a second. I don't give a fuck. Because
I can honestly come out and say I think that I know I am a needle in the haystack because I'm one of those guys, but I'm honest about this shit. I tell you, it's going to take 3 years before you even take a bitch serious. Before you even begin to start to take her serious, it's going to be 3 years before you do that shit. Like the level of precaution that you have to take, fam, to even if you consider this a needle in the haystack situation, man, understand, dog, like you still not fully in the driver's seat.
You're never in the driver's seat. Yeah, because you ain't got the laws behind you. Yeah,
right,
that's understood. Like as long as the laws are what they are.
But I gotta say this because
you can fucking forget about it.
I've never told anybody not to have children. I'm one of the few guys who never said not even to get married or no shit. I never said none of that shit. I always said have the information and move accordingly, fam.
Yeah, I'm on the page of like, if you're gonna get married, don't sign that contract. That's it. No, I'm serious.
No, real shit.
If you're gonna get married, don't sign a contract. Get married. If that's your thing, fine, but
right,
don't sign that contract.
My thing is have the information, fam. You know, because it's a lot of people. Like, I know we all guys, we supposed to have a level of empathy for each other, but I mean, goddamn, it's 2021. Like, how bad can you feel for a guy who's like, yeah, I got married and she ran me through the system? It's like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's almost to the point where you forced to play dumb with niggas.
Right.
It's like when, like, like at my job, right? Once, maybe like twice a year, one of the guys, either a driver or somebody off the dock or one of the technicians say, yeah, I'm getting married. And you have to like pretend to be happy and shit. And you just wait, bro. And just like 5 years later, bro, it's like womp womp. You know what I'm saying? Womp womp.
Yeah.
And
I don't know, man.
The thing that kills me is I can't never say I told you so because I pretended to be happy.
I do the same shit, like, you know, family members and stuff like that. You know, you gotta go full like fucking double life and shit in real life where you can't, you know, you can't let motherfuckers know that you even think this way and shit. But you know, so you play the whole regular nigga game. But yeah, you hate to see like people you know getting the stick put up their ass. Like you hate to see it. I mean, you hate to see it, but what can you do? You know, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And even if you did tell them, nigga gonna reject it anyway.
Right.
What happened here?
Right. Real shit. No bullshit. It don't even. You're right, bro. You'll create a hostile situation with that shit, man.
Yeah. So you just don't say shit. There's no point. So you gotta let niggas crash and burn just out of spite. Like look at okay, the funniest shit to me is the niggas that's so so woman expert niggas.
Uh-oh. I know we going, fam.
You know what sphere I'm talking about.
I know we going, fam.
The bitch experts.
I know where you going, fam.
Are the main ones giving bitches a written play-by-play of how to run it, even on them. Even on them, like not just even on them. The so-called most whole knowledgeable niggas. The most whole knowledgeable niggas, the main ones giving away the motherfucking store. Those niggas.
Man, I think you're gonna get, oh my God, man.
I
can't remember. Somebody in the space was doing content on, I think they was calling it level 2 femininity or second stage femininity or hidden femininity or some shit like that.
You talking about GC, level 2 O's?
Level 2, yeah. I think that's gonna be like the next wave that, like the level 2 is gonna be sick. You know what I'm saying? Where you won't even like, and dude's gonna be like, damn, this bitch saying everything I want her to say, doing everything. She believe in everything I believe in. You know what I'm saying? I think that this whatever the fuck they cultivating, you know what I'm saying? Again, whenever I hear high value, man, that translates to soft target. That's what that means to me, soft target.
Or bag.
Well, yeah, not only that, but I mean, you getting softened up for that bag.
Yeah. KS giving away the playbook. The whole fucking gamersphere giving away the playbook. The hotel niggas giving away the playbook. Them like them niggas that actually are the perpetuators. Them the motherfuckers that keep this shit alive and keep this shit going. And we supposed to be on some like game recognized game, but they don't. Like that. And that's why I go so hard on them niggas, because like for all the shit that they be talking, they the main ones cause it. Like they're like the biggest motherfucking causes of what's going on, the biggest targets. Because most of the niggas that follow them are regular ass helmet ass niggas looking for a fucking shortcut. They're looking for an easy button. You ain't gonna find it fucking with them niggas, but good luck. And it's just the same shit over and over and over again. But let them tell it. They the most fucking whole knowledgeable. They the most gamed up. They the most.
Man, listen, man. All of these.
I got the secret.
All the relationship guys got to start showing their relationship, man. I hate to be like that or try to, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, dudes out here on this relationship guru shit or how women should be acting or behaving or what you need to do, bruh. I'm gonna ask you again, Zero. Do you get another 10 years of not being in a relationship, fam?
Yes.
I need to go.
Because the hope. Because the hope. You can go 20 years and niggas still gonna be like, she out there. She out there. Where, nigga? Where? Where's your fucking not alls?
Yes, bro. Again, I brought that up about Lil Big Nate. He said he trying to reach the ones that haven't been. I said, bruh. All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Like,
that nigga the police.
Yo, chill, man.
I don't give a fuck. Somebody gonna have to prove it. He not the police. That nigga the fucking police. I don't give a fuck. At that meetup, somebody better ask that nigga, is he a police? He can't lie about it, or else it's illegal. It's entrapment. That nigga can get arrested. That nigga's the fucking police. Somebody asked him if he's the police at the meetup.
Oh man, yo, you gotta chill, fam. Bro, I already got enough heat already, bro. Trust me, bro. It is hot for me out here in these YouTube streets.
Fuck about any of them dumbass niggas.
A little bit. Look, man.
They all welcome to come over here. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them dumbass niggas.
Listen, man. Lil Big Nate is again, man. I think that he a character. I be forgetting about him. It's like him, Big J Triple X. I got to put him on that list too because he entertaining as fuck. I just be in the clouds rolling like a motherfucker.
Big J not the police. He escaped from a hospital.
Yeah,
yeah. Big J, that nigga is a fucking, he's a mental patient. He's an escapee. That nigga, somehow he got that straight jacket off and he went out a window, never to be seen again. He probably lived with a fat bitch, with an okay apartment, and he just get to hop on YouTube and talk shit. It's cool. But Big J, he is not. That nigga ain't the police. He's just crazy. That nigga is crazy. But Lil Big Nate, that nigga is the police.
Yeah,
so,
man.
I really believe that.
Oh my God, man. These niggas sensitive in my comments, man. Coach Greg Adam looks like he was arguing in good faith, to be honest. I think he's really trying to help men that feel like they are.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You got mainstream helmets now. Yeah, good luck with that, man.
Bruh, I'm not even gonna respond to that shit, bro, because again, like, I know that shit hurt. Cause yesterday he acted like it was a done deal. Then he came and went live again, bro. I already know, bro. He felt some type of way about this, but it's the truth, man.
Oh yeah, by the way, now that you're over here, please do not get these niggas my fucking channel again. Like,
I did it one time, bro.
I don't need that shit.
I did it one time, bro. I did it one time.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I did it one time. And that was because I thought that, the guys were genuinely interested. I just slipped it out there.
Fuck, they don't care.
Yo, you know what's wild, bro? Like, again, dog, like right now, bro, like people are upset, bro. It reminds me of Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown, Kevin, like, bro, some of these people, man, oh my God, like, you don't want that. When they get in your comment section, it's just the dumbest shit.
Yeah,
I'm glad too, because I think YouTube delete a lot of these comments. I can't even read them anyways. They get YouTube snatch them. There'd be whole paragraphs too. I'd be like, damn.
Yeah, I do not want the mainstream niggas over here. I don't want none of fucking KS people. I don't want none of the mill motherfuckers over here. And like, I can't do it. Like, it's bad enough Rod found his fucking way over here, and some of fucking Bernard people. So, fuck that. I would rather stay the fuck, like, y'all, you and Ramil, y'all got it, man. Y'all shit. Can't nobody stop it. Can't nobody stop it.
You can't get out now, bro. You in too deep.
Well,
bro.
here's the thing. My generation is probably like the biggest perpetuators of the shit that's happening. So, like, niggas my age, they the ones pushing all of the bullshit. They the ones that they stay in the younger niggas' heads talking about, yeah, you gotta do it this way. Yeah, you gotta do it that way. Yeah. This is what I'm doing. And then some of the ones that's actually successful, because there's a lot of successful Xers, and that helps. Like, that fucking, I hate that shit, because it's a lot of successful Xers that'll make it seem like what they doing is the right thing, and then that pushes the fucking millennials into the same shit. Then the Z's, it pushed them in the same shit, and a lot of the Z's are children of my generation. So, like, I don't even want niggas to listen to me. I fuck that. When y'all started hitting niggas over the head, I was like, yeah, that's what's supposed to happen, right there. Because at the end of the day, they ain't gonna listen to me, not long term. Especially when I start sounding like platinum and shit. Get when the old nigga voice kick in.
Nah, bro, because on the cool people like, yo, where is Zero? You got a link to the other dude channel. Who the other dude on the panel? The same thing with King Sigma. Yo, that took me by surprise. Yo, people was like, who is King Sigma? Where's he? I was like, damn.
That's because you got your audience a little bit different. They don't know who the fuck he is. Because he had the bottom shelf Brad video that took off.
Yeah.
But it was the only people that went over there was people that was interested in, seeing that seeing that whole shit shake out, and then they just
Well,
took
he
off.
got
You know,
he got excellent content. If we want to talk about prevention and vetting and shit like that, like he went through the parents of all the successful people in one of those live streams. That shit,
right?
classic.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that shit is a classic. I'm gonna go listen to that one again.
Yeah, I sure remember that. But I mean, a lot of his audience, man. I don't think y'all share like a lot of the same people. So it's
Yeah,
just
that's
a
what I'm
little bit
starting to
different.
learn. I'm starting to realize that we're not even talking to the same people, though. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people got like opinions and shit about what's going on, but they don't even understand. Like it's not. That's why I want to stop saying people names in my chat, really, because man, Edward, bro, I had to tell people to stop trolling Edward, dog. Edward be going ham. Edward be going
bro,
ham.
It's hard for me to listen to that nigga nowadays because
oh my god, see what I'm saying? This the bullshit, man.
It's like listening to an imitation bitch, and his perspective is all fucked up.
Yo,
I mean, this
nigga
saying? Got the full length cape too. When I heard him and BGS over there going at GMB, it's just like first of all, GMB the wrong nigga to go up there.
I can't stay out of shit, man.
Well, this ain't got nothing to do with you. This is my
no, I just been trying to, you know what I'm saying? Because what happens is, man, you don't understand. Instead of attacking the points, these dudes will just start making personal attacks and shit. I'm trying to get away, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want dudes scapegoating away from the points that's being made.
Yeah, exactly. So that was hard to listen to. I listened to about half an hour of that shit, then I took off. I listened to you and King Sigma. I listened to a couple other streams you did. Ramil shit, I was listening to his. Jessica X, I saw her stream. Saw a breakdown stream when they had Ism on there with his dumbass. Then they had.
Let's talk
now
about
watch
breakdown real quick, man. Did they go full Keisha yet? They acted a damn fool over there, man.
Sister George don't give a fuck no more. She married. It's not really her. It's not really her running the streams anymore. It's her fucking ring. You know, she ain't even really doing the shit. The ring be talking to her and shit. So that ain't even her. Like the ring power up and tell her, you start the motherfucking stream, and then she just do it. You know.
Oh,
that's all that is. You know, yeah, Sister George ain't even in control no more. That's her ring doing that shit. She feeling herself.
Don't pull Sister George out the clouds.
Yeah, she know I'm right. Yeah, this ain't nothing that I ain't said to her. That fucking ring be powering up, and it don't even be her. But yeah, they breakdown. They didn't went full Keisha out this motherfucker, and that's cool.
Yeah, they acting a fool, man.
Well, yeah, why not at this point? They know. I mean, they know that they got Team Pimpin'. They got an ultimate weapon on their side. They got Team Pimpin' and all the bitch ass niggas that follow them.
Oh
so
God,
it just is what it is.
Nigga killing me, bro.
It's true.
I turned a new leaf, Zero. I'm trying to be a better person, man.
It's true.
I'm trying to be. Nah, real shit. I was.
It's just like Jerome. So Jerome got Team Keisha. So the nigga in a good position. So conversely, the breakdown got Team Pimpin'. That puts them in a good position. It's the same type of shit. Sometimes you need to get them allies together that can reinforce that bullshit. And there you go. It's awesome.
Well, yeah, Keith, I'm turning a new leaf, man. I'm evolving, man. I'm changing to my new self. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any more smoke. I don't want any more smoke.
Look, you and Ramil can go for the throne. Y'all can go for niggas jugglers because we don't need no more O'Shea's out this motherfucker. That shit over.
Man, you killing me, dog. God damn. Bro, Coach Greg said that we try to tear down his platform. I was like, man, that's the route you want to take. Oh my God, man.
Right. If something like this can tear down his platform, he never had one. That's that nigga beard talking. That's not. No, fuck out of here.
Did he make a
this,
stream after the one that you did?
Yeah, he live right now probably.
He made another one?
Okay.
Yeah, he's showing niggas old bit. I told you he
is
pulled
his
up
numbers slowing down?
He pulled up Marilyn Monroe grave site.
Is his numbers slowing down?
I don't know, to be honest. I know he got his main channel where he do his uploads. I think he does live streams on the one he does live streams on.
Right, but for him to be putting this much focus, like is his numbers going down, or is he just trying to cash in on the conversation?
You know what? I don't know. That's what Solo was talking about. I forgot that they got into it with Coach Greg. They say he be stealing shit from the Black
he be plagiarizing like a motherfucker, yeah.
Oh my God, man. Yeah.
Come through and pluck some ideas and take off.
Yo, Dominic, yo, chill. He said, I can't believe Todd City talking bad about all these people, bro. Oh man.
Yeah, man. I'm not gonna try to get you in trouble and shit. I'm just saying, fuck them niggas. The as far as CGA go, like his argument was dumb.
Yeah.
His argument was dumb. That's really long and short of it.
Out of touch.
Yeah, his beard ain't even like up to date. That's the problem. Like his beard's stuck in the fucking 90s, and it's like,
yo, that nigga pulled up an AARP article.
AAR pussy.
Yo, that nigga pulled up Marilyn Monroe's grave. She's like, how did that work out for him? I was like, God damn, don't do that.
So CGA, who else was out of touch this week? No, I'm not gonna go in on your guy. Y'all got a friendly rivalry, so I'm gonna leave that alone.
Which one?
The light-skinned nigga that called you fat. So I just leave that alone.
No, that's Red Supreme.
Then
he's a good guy, man. But you know what? I because it's funny he called me fat and ran with it. I was like, damn. I guess
also you're a game goofy Gilligan.
Yeah. I'm a
he
game
called
goofy.
you he called you a elephant.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you was taking notes.
Who, me? No, I was just laughing along. Are you gonna do a full body cam up to disprove the theory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's only
me and you first.
6'2".
You first, Jessica. You first.
Ladies first.
Yo, I'll take my hat off if you cam up.
Damn, we're going ladies first, taking your hat off. You're being chivalrous now.
You'll put your shirt on so we can go get some meat.
You cam up. You cam up and I'll take my hat off.
Put that back.
Wait.
Right, because it's the same chances of that shit happening.
So you're saying if I cam up, the day that I cam up, you're going to take your hat off on cam?
Drop on your foot.
Can I hold you to that?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, cool.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Zero, man. Listen, fam. I'm finna
What's
jet,
up?
dog. I'm not finna play.
No.
Hey, wait a minute. Why you up here? Why you up here? Fuck it. I got some smoke left. Hey, why did you send Fantastic that screenshot, man?
Of what?
Because you were saying that.
No, I'm saying why you didn't tell him to take the screenshot?
No, I took the screenshot.
Yeah,
why
I know,
would he
but
take the screenshot?
Yeah, I know, but why did you give him that screenshot that shows that you took it?
I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to be sneaky. If you can see,
I'm saying
I took it.
as far as me, like, as a man, I would never like have it look like I was doing what, you know what I'm saying? A bitch wanted
No. The stream was he was already making the stream. I sent that to him halfway through because you were saying that people were simping and the people listening to me just wanted to fuck and they're simps.
That's
and
not,
this,
that's
that,
not
the
what
other.
I said. I never said that.
You were
Find
saying
that clip.
You were saying that the people
clip.
that follow me are simps.
I never said that.
You
never
never
that.
said they're simps.
Nope.
Okay. there's rhetoric, and I'll
Zero,
get the clips.
because Zero's here. I'm glad Zero's here. Zero, have we always said, have we tried to stop anybody from going to Jessica X's channel?
No.
No, I didn't say that you're trying to stop anyone. You've never said don't go to Jessica's channel. That's not what you've said, but that doesn't always have to be said, right? It can basically be implied.
Right, you
and
can
if you're
interpret
calling
whatever
people,
I say is whatever.
You're
All right.
talking
Hey,
about
Zero,
people.
I'm finna jet. I'll catch you later, bro.
I knew you were gonna flip though.
All right, bro. Peace.
Because you were talking about people flirting with avatars, and you don't know if she's real, and that could be anything, but you were flirting with me by your own words.
Are you gonna play the whole clip where everybody knew that we was joking?
No.
Or are you just gonna take
never said,
screenshots out
listen,
the chat box?
But then when you do it, it's joking. But if anyone else does it, they're not joking, and it's fully serious, and it's all of this other stuff.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So
everybody shooting their shot.
when
That's what I
it's
said.
you,
Oh my God.
you want to
Hey,
spin it
Zero.
one way,
Zero.
but with everyone else, it's different.
Zero. I'm glad that you back, Zero.
I'm not.
Nah, you back, bro.
No. There's a question, because you're gonna bounce before the question I came up here to ask.
I'm gonna bounce what I want to bounce. Watch.
All right, bounce. But here's the thing, because we're talking, we can say all of this stuff, all of this rhetoric, and okay, cool. But when we're talking actual solutions as to how anything is going to change, and the only thing that you can say is adapt, right? These hoes are winning legally, just in wider society when it comes to dating and relationships. These hoes are winning, so you need to adapt. But what exactly is adapting? Because he said he's not against relationships. He said he's not against people having children. He's just against marriage. Well, that's the stance of the space anyway. So what is the adapting?
That's not the stance of the space.
Well, it's not
like
it's not anti-marriage.
I'd have to hear it from him. No, the space is not anti-marriage. I'd have to hear it from him as far as like his stance on adapt. As far as adapt, I would say, in order to not get finessed, you don't. So if someone is actively after material shit, you just don't do it. Now, yeah, easier said than done. Easier said than done, because that's pretty much what's going on. Niggas, and to be completely honest, I believe niggas are just participating in sugar baby, sugar daddy shit, and they just not saying it. Like most of the game niggas, like when you listen to their rhetoric, it's the same shit. They can say as much mouthpiece as they want to, but at the end of the day, if a hoe wants some shit out of you, and the only way to get it is to give her some shit, then you don't give her that shit, or else you're just not gonna be fucking. And that's not them niggas' position. Their position is fuck at all costs. So, all of the fly shit by itself ain't gonna get you no pussy. So you're gonna come up out of something, and you're gonna be paying. So
Plymouth Rock landed on this shit.
Right. So I don't give a fuck what the niggas talking about. But as far as like adapt, if I'm gonna be interpreted, well, it just means don't get finessed. Don't put yourself in a position to have to give somebody something for some pussy. Like if it comes to that, you just gonna have to bail out. You're gonna have to, or else you're gonna say you setting yourself up. I mean, and if we gonna say that every bitch is going to behave that way, then we can't have this argument about this all women versus some women.
No, it's the vast majority that are going to act off of feeling, right? So we know that even if you're just looking at marriages, 70% bailout rate by women. So if we're saying that we're not against people having children immediately gets you caught up in the legal system. Immediately. But we're adapting so that you don't get caught up in the legal system, but you're not against having children. So how exactly are we adapting? There is no adapting. It's the same thing, right? It's not different. It's not new.
Okay, when you say having kids, so kids are in the manosphere. Kids are brought up in the context of you want to have your kids ideally in a relationship, like a marriage or something substantial. The niggas ain't talking about just willy-nilly having kids. But when we're talking about adapting in this case, then you're not going to be able to have like kids is out of the fucking question if you really on some adapt shit because you can't you simply can't do it. Now,
Right.
if adapt means if everybody's still doing the needle in the haystack shit, then all that means is you're just doing like a crazy long ass process of it, which in the end ain't gonna work. The only real adaptation to me is you get all of these fucking not alls. You find the not alls, the women that you even talking about right now is like that. Since it's not 100% saturation, I don't give a fuck if it's 1%. Find them 1% of not alls and get them to do some real advocacy. Laws on the books. Do that. That's
One,
adapting.
there's not enough not alls, right? There's not enough. But two, that stance isn't based upon a legal argument, not really, right? Because when we get into the crux of the discussion, it's relationships. That's really what it's about. It's stuff that's associated with relationships. So again, it's like you're saying adapt. That basically means that you're telling people to avoid the legal system, which would mean that you're telling people to avoid children and relationships.
You can't
but
avoid
then
the legal system.
you're saying, pardon?
You can't avoid the legal system. So I would say what I said earlier. All of this shit is under the umbrella of the legality. All of it. Everything we talking about, relationships, dealing with people and children, all that shit is under the umbrella of legality. You start there, you work your way down. There's no way you're going to avoid the legality at all. I understand what you're saying where dudes don't care about the legal shit.
I know you're not going to. So then what does adapt mean? It means nothing because you're not going to be able to avoid the legality. That's what I'm saying.
You can't avoid the legality as far as like her power. You can't loophole your way out of being divorced. There's no way. There is no way. You cannot finesse your way out of there's no way to do that. It's impossible. So
not just divorce, people are shunning marriage anyway, right?
No, they're not. We just established it. The manosphere is not against marriage.
For the most part it is.
No, it's not. The black manosphere and the manosphere at large is not, them niggas are not against marriage. None of them, the white people or the black people. The white and black side, they are not against marriage. They're against being divorced in a marriage. They're against all of that. But as far as marriage goes, all of them want to get married. Like their position is, I want to get married, but I have these laws in my way. That's what the position of the manosphere is. It's not, I don't want to get married. These niggas is like, I'm gonna do it anyway.
So
because I'm a man.
No. A lot of people are avoiding it within the space. People are avoiding marriage. So we can say, yeah, they want to. If things were better, legal conditions were better, they would. They're not, so they're going to avoid the marriage to avoid the legal repercussions. We got that.
The black manosphere, the man. I'm just going to say the man. I'm including both of them. The manosphere is not avoiding marriage. There's some people in it that do that shit. Like when I say avoid the contract, that's not like, I want people to be in relationships. You should be able to be in a relationship. But in order to protect yourself, one of the fundamental things you can do is just don't sign that contract. And this goes for like, and I'm talking to everybody when I say that, even like on the game side, when they talk about all you got to do is mouthpiece this and mouthpiece that. If your mouthpiece is so great, but you can't mouthpiece yourself out of that fucking contract, then you failed. So no, the manosphere at large is not against marriage. There's some people that are. Some people are like, for instance, MGTOW, they're against marriage. Most of them. But even within MGTOW, there are dudes that aren't against marriage, they're just against the contract. That's all, the contract. Because there's people that's married now with no contract. There's literally hundreds of thousands of couples together with no contract. And full-on marriages.
Cool, right? Cool. So there are sectors that are pro-marriage. There are sectors that are anti-marriage, right? That's basically what you're saying.
Yes.
I think
yep.
you're you're missing my point where I'm saying that we're being told that the solution is to adapt. What is adapting? Adapting is avoiding marriage. Okay, but you already preach
Adapting
avoiding
is
marriage.
avoiding the contract.
Avoiding the contract, right? Avoiding the contract. You preach that. Ramil preaches that. Fantastic preaches that. I could go on and on with content creators who preach avoid that contract.
Right, and they never say don't get, and they never say don't be in a relationship or don't get married. They
Right,
do say
right.
avoid the contract, and they do bring up the fact that you can get non-state sanctioned marriage. You literally can. Now that's also a big and wide topic. As big and wide as what we're talking about right now. So the people get more specific than that. They get specific about non-state sanctioned marriage, but the manosphere is not against marriage.
Okay, all right, cool. So we're saying adapting, again, you're adapting. You're not against relationships. You're not against children. How do people adapt to the legal system if the very thing that you're not against is what gets them caught up in the legal system, i.e. having children and relationships?
Well, first of all, child support is not as bad as a divorce. Child support,
Most
you can chalk that shit up. You can chalk that shit up as a bill most of the time.
Most
But
people don't own their
marriages,
houses.
no, I understand
Most
that.
people don't own their houses.
No, I understand that. Marriages are much more. So you're financially punished much more severely in a marriage than you are in a non-marriage. You literally the financial punishment for divorce is way more substantial than not being married. That's why the whole non-state sanction and the whole like, you know, don't sign the contract is so big, because the financial punishment is way less. So you're still taking the risk no matter what, but that's a form of adapting. You want to not try and get completely fucked over, because you don't have any options. And it's the only way for you to adapt. You don't have options. Your options are to protect yourself as much as possible.
Do you know what the average payout in a divorce is?
Doesn't matter.
No, because if we're talking financially, what is the bigger burden, right? Do you know what the average payout of a divorce is?
I don't, because and the reason why so it doesn't apply. On average, it doesn't matter what that payout is. On average, you are more severely punished for divorcing than you are just breaking up, because you are legally obligated to pay that money, or else you go to jail through contempt of court.
That goes without saying, right? Obviously, if you're married and you get divorced, there's going to be implications that are there if you didn't get married, right? That's it. That goes without saying.
It's worse than that. No, it doesn't go without saying, because the implications are legally binding, meaning you will go to jail.
Just like child support. So you can go to jail for falling behind on your child support, right?
It's worse than a marriage, because, okay, having kids, you're automatically gonna be on child support. And typically, child support outside of a marriage isn't as severe as it is when you divorce. And you can look those numbers up. Child support when you have kids in a marriage and you put on child support, the amount is way higher, typically way higher. If you just have a kid with a chick, the amount isn't going to be as high as being in a marriage. That's number one. No, number two, the obligation, the legal obligation is more severe coming out of a marriage. They'll come get you.
So they don't come and get people just for not paying child support in general?
No. They're not gonna fucking, no, they don't cross state lines to come get a nigga fed. So it's people that right now cross state lines and don't pay child support. But in a marriage, when you are court ordered by a judge after, in a divorce decree, yeah, they'll come get you. They'll arrest you and extradite you, put you right back in the state where you came from.
Okay, so we're talking again. I'm going to bring it back to the point, because I think you're getting my point somewhat misconstrued. We're saying adapt, right? Adapt to the legal system. That's the solution. Adapt. And that's why I wanted him to stay up, so he could actually answer it from his perspective, because you two are different, right? The average man is going to pay over $110,000 in child support for that child in its lifetime. And that's just what you're legally obliged to pay. $110,000 on average. So if we're talking about avoiding the legal system that, again, can get you caught up having to pay $110,000 on average, but you're not against having children, how do the two stand?
Oh, I got you. Okay, so how do you adapt to just having kids?
Yeah, how do you adapt? Because it's easy to just say adapt, but how do you apply
that is
that
something
in
you're
real
not
life?
going to be able to adapt to unless you just don't have kids.
And that's why I'm saying does adapt mean don't have kids? Because that's the only way you can adapt.
If you
That's
don't
the
want to
only
pay
way
that,
you
if you don't
can
want to pay
fight
that
it.
bill, if you don't want $100,000 bill, then no. Then no, you don't have kids.
But that's what I'm saying, because the argument becomes inconsistent, because you're telling people to adapt, but you're saying you're not against them doing the very thing that they need to adapt from. One, that doesn't make sense. And then two, when people said to Thai City, this is why I wanted to ask him, that he's against relationships and having kids, he said, no, I'm not. And he said it here too, if you want, you can have children, right? You can be in a relationship, but then that's not adapting. That's getting into the very same cycle that people are finding themselves in already.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
not
when
adapting.
that's when you get into the whole like personal choice shit, where you don't have to be against something. You don't have to be completely against it. Like for instance, people that want to have kids, they're taking a risk. But you're saying, these are your options. If you really want to adapt, you're gonna have to mitigate your risk. Now, if you get married on some like trying to adapt shit, then you don't sign a contract when you get married. If you're gonna have kids, it probably is better to have kids outside of wedlock, because at the very least you won't get as severely punished financially than if you were doing it in a marriage. However, you have the problem of custody. The custody problem is a big fucking deal. So if you have kids with a chick outside of a marriage, I mean, that's an automatic court fight. I mean, yeah. So, like I said, in my opinion, if you're gonna adapt, you just fucking don't have kids. You just don't do it. First of all, that's more leverage than not, because even if chicks like even if we take the whole emotional shit out of it and just if it is about the bag, that's a boycott. You're boycotting the bag. You're like, if they can't have check babies, then you're taking away their checks. If they're doing it for emotional, then you're taking away that particular emotional value. Either way, you boycott. That's a way of adapting. The thing is, as far as men's decision making, men's choices and shit in the matter, it's the only thing that matters, because we're the only ones that can fix it. There is no woman on the planet that's going to be able to fix this at all, because no woman is going to go against her own self-interest. So if anything's going to change, it's going to have to be us boycotting the shit, which is, and I get it, easier said than done. I said that earlier. It's not going to happen.
And that would have been more consistent, right? That would have been more consistent if you were to say, listen, don't have children right now, abstain from relationships, literally boycott them in the way that they're using the legal system to financially win. That would be consistent with adapt, right? Adapt to the legal environment, which means boycott it, defund it, totally take your money out of that system. That would be consistent with the adapt message, but the message isn't consistent. The message basically takes no stance. That's why I wanted to ask him, because it's like, I'm telling you adapt, but then I'm saying, no, you don't have to adapt. You're taking no position. The position to take would have been, boycott it. Like I said, defund it. But you're not taking a position. And that's why you just hit them with the word adapt and don't really explain anything. That's why he jumped off.
Well, maybe he'll do a stream in the future. Like I said, as far as what I'm saying, either you don't have kids or you have them outside of marriage. But either way, you remove the biggest risk possible, which is signing that contract and getting your head cut off. I mean, that's pretty much primary way of adapting. Anything after that, you're gonna have to mitigate your risk accordingly. Like, dudes are outside of boycotting bitches. I don't know. I don't see it.
You see, I see people in the chat who say surrogates. Yes, surrogates are going to be an option for some people, but not for the majority. Not for the majority.
Surrogates is never a majority thing.
Yeah, it's going to be for the vast minority. So again, what is the? I'm talking about the solution for the average person, and that's a lot of the time where we get caught up when it comes to the solution part, because we can talk about the problems all day long. But then when we get to the solutions, that's where it starts to get tricky. And no one can really follow through when it comes to solutions.
Well, sure. I mean, I've offered plenty of solutions. I'm just saying, like, it's not gonna be viable for the average person because nobody's gonna do it. When
are we leaving to get some?
No, we can go now.
You heading out?
Yeah. I mean, I'll stay on maybe another hour. Me and my kid just gonna run up to the food place. But yeah, adapting. I mean, I get his message. Most of it, like he said, is prevention, which is the biggest thing. Preventing yourself from even being in the situation in the first place. But again, he can explain that better than me. But I've been saying for a long time, you're gonna have to make some hard ass decisions, or else you're out there with your dick in the wind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out if we're coming with something new, if we're bringing new solutions to the table, if we're bringing actual solutions to the table. That's what I'm trying to discover.
None of this shit is new. What do you think's gonna happen tomorrow? What
was that? Sorry?
What do you think is gonna happen tomorrow? There's no more new. It hasn't been new for a decade. So what do you think is gonna happen tomorrow? Niggas gonna stream up. It's gonna be the same shit as before. Even if this wasn't the topic, would you be saying that nothing is new?
Yeah, there's hardly anything new. Yeah,
right.
No,
But we didn't hear this nothing is new argument before all this shit happened a couple weeks ago. So I was saying that's not a point.
No, because it is framed as being something new.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said earlier, the packaging is new.
Mm-hmm.
The way it's being framed is new because it's no longer from the perspective of dudes trying to tell. It's no longer from like this man-to-man perspective where you say, "Yo, man, don't do this, don't do that." No, the framing is different because dudes don't want to hear shit from another dude. They want to hear it from a woman. So once they see the hoe going, I'm winning, it hits way different than dudes trying to relay a message to each other. Men don't listen to each other in that regard. It needs to be framed where they actually see it. So the whole hoes winning shit, yeah, it's old news, but the packaging is new because they saw a hoe actually in her prime getting all the W's possible with no L's in sight. And that whole wait till she's older and she's gonna suffer, that's all bullshit. Because we've been saying for years, because none of this shit is new, that old bitches still marry old simps when they get older. I mean, look at our prime fucking evidence. Boyce Watkins. This nigga waited 30 years for a fucking old flame, and he's not rare. And the reason why it was so big is because he wasn't rare. He's not rare at all. Niggas do it all the time. Facebook, the reason why Facebook caused like 80% of divorces in 2008, 9 is because of the old flame shit. These bitches in their 40s, 50s rekindling relationships with niggas from high school and then exiting the marriages and then getting married to the new nigga. So there's no situation where hoes can lose under a legal system where they get all the opportunity and all the options to not lose. It's impossible. Like, for instance, it's winter right now. Winter came.
Gouda.
That's what I'm saying. Winter came. This just, I don't know. And the problem is nobody can keep hiding behind that ignorance or behind that fake ignorance, talking about, acting like they don't know what that shit means, acting like there's going to be some type of comeuppance in the future. All of that shit's done. All that shit out the window. So that's the problem.
Legally, it's not even a debate, right? Women are winning legally. It's not even a debate at all. You can't get around that one. I do differ when it comes to again, because the relationship part of it is the main thing that people are talking about. I do disagree that they're winning when it comes to relationships. I disagree there. I don't think they're winning. They're not winning. We can point out Boyce, and Boyce is probably, he's not unique in that, he gets with an old flame and they settle down and get married, whatever, have a relationship. He's not unique in that, but he's unique in his position in society, that he's a millionaire. That's unique.
You don't have to be a millionaire.
Okay. No, you don't. You don't. But then this is where we're equating somebody like Boyce, and we try and flip that down to represent all of society. Okay, yeah, the fact that there's going to be a man always there, I agree. But they're not always going to be Boyce. They're not always going to be the millionaires. And that's the part that gets to women, because the guy that they have to get with at the end is not the guy that they want, or it's not the guy that they could have got when they were in their prime.
Boyce is that nigga. Boyce is a settled for dude. So it's not about his. It's not about his money. There's hundreds of thousands of successful men. Like, they don't have to be millionaires. I mean, they can just be successful, middle class. The money is the problem. The fact of the matter is, this is the option. That's the option that's available when they get older. Like, Boyce isn't like some fucking, Boyce is one of their first choice. He's a settled nigga. She probably don't even like him.
But that deal is a lot sweeter than if you were with someone that makes less money.
Doesn't matter. She makes money. Look.
But that, and that's it. So that deal wasn't as sweet as you think it is.
A settled nigga is a settled nigga is a settled nigga. Like, it doesn't matter what his position is in life. The fact of the matter is, if she don't want to be alone, she doesn't have to be alone.
Of course.
That's the thing.
She doesn't have to. But then this whole argument is, well, in women's minds. So I'm telling you how women think. But people will listen to a man say, this is how women think. But I'm telling you how women think. And you're like, no, that's not true. I'm going to listen to a man tell me how women think.
Because I don't engage in the women think shit. Like, you telling me how a woman thinks. Right, but what I'm saying is that doesn't make a difference, because I'm talking about what's happening, right? So if A, B, and C is happening, what women think don't matter because they're doing it. Like, that's why. That's why, like, that's primarily why men don't listen to that shit, because if they're doing it, trying to explain how women think doesn't make a difference. No one gives a fuck what they think, because they're doing it. They're doing one thing. What they think doesn't matter, because their behavior is doing something else. So if they're showing you that they don't care and they're gonna do this shit until they get old, then what they think doesn't matter, because they're doing it.
But then we say that, okay, we're saying that those women are winning, even though I'm saying that in their mind, they're not winning, that they're not happy, that they're settling, whatever. You're saying that that's a win. well, then is it not a win for all of the men who are with women that they don't really want to be with? They're winning too, right? Because they're not alone.
No.
So how does it change?
Because again, it doesn't matter what they think or what's in their mind. This is what they're doing.
Right.
So
the men are getting with these women.
The man, he's not, the man isn't getting what he wants either. You know, but the woman, she's winning because she got to do everything she wanted to do her entire life. That nigga is a settled for nigga. You don't win in that situation just because you got a bag of old goods at the end of the day. That's not even close to a win. That conflation is crazy. That's not the same thing. There's no equation there.
That's how women look at it.
You can tell me that. You can tell me that, and you can say that that's true and you can say, well, because I'm a woman, I know this. That doesn't matter because the women are doing something else. Their behavior is contradicting what you're saying. So you can say what they think all you want to, but their behavior contradicts that. I'm gonna go by what they're doing versus what you're saying every single time.
But then again, so it goes for the single mom argument. The guys who are wifing up single moms, they're winning because their actions, despite what people say that they don't really want a single mom, their actions say that that's what they want. If we're just going to say we're going off actions, the guys that are with fat women, they're winning because their actions are saying that's what they want. So how in one way can we look at it when it's men doing one thing saying, well, I know that they're not really happy or that's not what they really want. But then when women are doing exactly the same thing, same thought process.
No, that's a false equivalency again. That's a false equivalency again. So women get to live like rock stars their entire life and settle for a nigga. A nigga that gets with becomes a stepfather to a chick that's this random motherfucking table her whole life. That's not a win. That's not a win. He's not like that's not a grand prize to him. He would have rather had something else.
But so would the women.
No. It's not the same thing. The man has not won and ran the table his whole life. He's literally been, man, I need to get that. Man, I need to get his whole life. I need to get that. He's also had to take alternatives, i.e. adapt his entire life. He's had to adapt or find a way around the system or keep loopholing and losing his entire life until he gets so beaten and broken down, he just fuck it. And then not only that, he's getting settled for. He's not choosing her. He's getting settled for. So it's not the same thing. There's no equivalency here. I get you be trying to do the equivalency shit, but this shit is lopsided.
Do you think that when a guy gets with a single mom that was his goal?
No.
That's what he settled for, right?
Yeah, and it's not the same as women. Not even close.
But then I don't get how we can see it being different. It's the same thought process.
Right, because you're trying that egalitarian shit again. That's not how that works. It's lopsided. The powers in women hands, they get to live like rock stars their whole life and then settle for a nigga. A nigga get to struggle his whole life and get settled for. That's not the same thing. It's not even close.
Yeah, I get what you're saying in that the deal that's on the table is different, but I'm saying the thought process is the same. The thought process is the same.
It's not the same.
Way of thinking.
It's not the same. Men don't get to go, I'm just going to do this because I want to. Men are going, I have to do this because I have no choice. Women go, I'm doing this because I want to. Just like, and then when they get old, the woman's like, oh, fuck, okay, so I can't do the shit I was doing when I was younger, but I can go settle for this nigga and still live my best life. You know? And the man is just like, fuck, and he's still looking. It's not like, again, he's not choosing her, he's getting chose. And then on top of that, he getting chose by like the only available option that he can fucking even see. Because he ain't got that. He ain't got the options.
But that's the same thing for the women.
No, it's not.
Her options dwindle. Her options dwindle. She doesn't have the options that she wants. And she says, okay, I'm just going to get with this guy here so that I'm not alone.
Yeah. And you hear what you're saying? I'm just going to get with this guy because I have that option. I'm just going to get with this guy because so I'm not alone. The man doesn't have that option. He's basically being settled for. There's a complete difference there.
There is an option. That's why he's with her, because he was an option.
That's not no.
She was an option.
He doesn't have the option of saying, I'm just going to, I'm done fucking around. Let me go ahead and get with this chick. No, that's not his option. He's the one on the receiving end of being the option. He's the option. He's the option out of many.
You think there's only one single mom that these guys can wife up?
No, on top of that, there's a bidding war. So it's not like these old bitches go to these dudes and then they just pick the first one of it. No, there's a bidding war. This nigga's trying to impress her. The other nigga trying to impress her. She's still having her way, even when she get old. It's not as simple as they get old and just choose the first nigga that say yes. No, these older dudes, they in a bidding war with each other. They still got to woo her. They still got to wine her and dine her, even when she's old.
Mm-hmm.
She's just getting the best options out of the niggas that's left when she get old. So it's not the same. It'll never be the same thing. Women just simply have the upper hand. Like if we talking legally, sure. Even if we talking just if we talking just relationship shit, social, they still have it. Like there's no situation where a chick doesn't have the upper hand, and there's no equality here. There's no equal method of being chosen or having the options. There's no way where that shit is comparable. Women have like damn near infinite choice all the way until they die. It's impossible to compete with bitches. It's impossible. All right, I don't know who Peter Bag Juice is. You're gonna have to let me know who you are in the chat.
You're never gonna have as many options as a man as a woman does sexually or relationship wise, right? And I think that goes right up until a certain age. You're not gonna have as many options as a woman does.
No, you never will.
Yeah. Listen, as an older guy with money, you can.
No, you will never have. You could be a rich old nigga and you still won't have as much money as an old bitch who kept her looks up. It doesn't work that way. It's not even close to equal. I know men in the space like to say once they get their money up, they become fucking masters of the universe. But prove that. Where do you reflect that in real life? I want to see that. I ain't seen that shit yet. Never seen it, and I never will. There's no situation where money is the ultimate fucking equalizer for dudes when they get older. Bitches gonna always have infinite choice. I don't care how much money a man got.
Money is always going to give you options, right? Now we can talk about a real, quote unquote, real relationship where two people are together because they're with the person that they want to be with, right? They got the one that they want. But I see people settling as they get older as no different than somebody who's using their money to leverage a relationship.
Okay, right. So you saying you see it that way. Mm-hmm. But that's not how it is. So if someone is not getting what they want, especially if they don't have options, like you don't have the option. Like if I was in a situation where I'm like looking for someone to be with and love me or whatever, and I'm in a bidding war with a bunch of other niggas looking for the same thing. However, I know at the end of the day, this person is like, the shit's over with. Like this, I'm basically like, I'm just gonna take what I can get. Not only am I trying to take what I can get, but I gotta compete for that. I gotta compete for scraps, basically. And not only do I like, I'm going for scraps. I have to compete for it against other people who chasing the same crumbs. That's not a win.
I'm gonna go back to it, right? These hoes are winning because they are getting the outcome that they wanted. That's the argument, and not from you, right? But that's the argument that's going around, how this conversation started. These hoes are winning because they're getting the outcome that they want. But I'm saying they're not getting the outcome that they want. They're not. And there's no way that we can try and flip it and make out like they are. They're not. They're not getting the man that they want. They're not getting the man that they sought out to get. They're unhappy about the fact that they couldn't get that guy. Yes, they have options. Yes, they can settle down with someone. Yes, they can do that. But they're not getting what they set out to get. They're not.
Right. So she didn't get Tyrone McStrongcock, the dude she was looking for her whole life. The rich nigga who also has all the options in the super genetics. No, she's not getting that nigga because he's fucking everybody, and she knows that. Guess what? She don't care. See,
but then
like,
they're
to
not.
To say that she cares about that shit is weird because even the niggas who have the genes, them niggas lose in divorces too. They get divorced too. Like, looks matter until they don't. Also, people are people. You get with somebody, they can be hot or whatever, and then over time you acclimate to that shit, and that person is normal. Just like good sex, it can be great at first, and then you acclimate to it, and it's normal. All the people who are hot and fucking, they get divorced too. Again, you got to look at what's happening. Women have all the choice in the world to make all the choice in the world, and if they can't get Tyrone McStrongcock, they don't care anyway because they can still fuck them. They can still give them the fuck. Hell, even an ugly bitch can get them the fuck. So they satisfied with that, and this is going by their actions. I don't know what they think. I'm just going by what their actions are. If they really cared about that, all they'd have to do is bow the fuck down, because we all know how this shit works. Like, we can say whatever the fuck we want to, but even Tyrone McStrongcock is going to choose the bitch that bows down first, especially if she's attractive. He's choosing the one that's going to bow down, and that nigga's not with her either.
For sure.
And he's not with her either.
He is, but then we can't say that they don't care when the quest is literally to get this guy. They do care. And the reason that they keep on sleeping with him, or they settle for sleeping with him, is because they think eventually they can turn that around, right? They can flip that into a relationship, and they can, have him choose them. They think that they can flip it. That's why
an emotional argument. Women would rather have the bag. They would rather have free. No, you know what? The evidence is they would rather have freedom over everything. They don't give a fuck about, like, if they cared about, if the relationship was such a big deal, we already have soft polygamy where chicks are already sharing like the top-notch niggas. So if the relationship was that important, they would just fully settle into that. They don't care about that shit. They want freedom is the most important part, or else you don't even fight for the rights to have it. You don't have feminism. You don't have, damn, I talked about this all earlier. Let me think about what I said earlier. If all of that shit was important, we would not have anything that we have right now that is a problem in society. We would not have any of it. We wouldn't have the decline in marriage rates. We wouldn't have the decline in birth rates. We would see more father inclusion. We would see all of this shit if women actually cared about the relationship with the people that they having sex with or choosing to have kids with. Because when they do choose to have kids, they choose to have kids with the nigga with the strongest genetics. And if that nigga can't see his kids or gets rejected outright when that happens, like, nobody stands a chance. They don't care about that shit. They care about their freedom first bag. They don't give a fuck about the man.
I agree with you, right? I agree with you. I'd actually say the majority of women don't care. They don't care. They don't care about the average guy. The majority of women don't. The vast majority, I'd say, don't care about the average guy. But what they do care about again, is the guy that they want. The majority of women do care about the guy that they want. They do care about getting access to that guy. And so they're setting out from the time that they're young to however old, right, to get that guy, the one that they want. But they cannot get him. They'll fuck, they'll mess around in the hopes of trying to pin him down, but they can't get him. They
Sure
don't
they can.
win their prize. No,
Yes, they
can't.
can. Yes, they
No,
can.
they can't.
It's simple. Bow the fuck down. If that's what you really, if that's what you really want, if that's your goal in life, what you're saying, and if they cared so much, we would see that reflected in society. Because the easiest way to get that man that you want so bad, since it's a majority and not all of them, bow the fuck down. That's easy. If you want that man that bad and you care that much about that relationship that bad with the super nigga, then you bow the fuck down.
The super nigga isn't as common. The super nigga isn't common enough for the majority of women to bow down.
Understood. So bow the fuck down. Be one of.
They're not gonna settle for being.
Then they don't want it.
Not in that case.
Then
no.
they don't want it. Because that's what I'm saying. Like if you want a relationship with the super nigga, you bow the fuck down and you become one of many. That's how that works. That's literally how that works. And that's how it's always worked. This ain't even new shit to like society. It's always been this way. I don't give a fuck when we was tribal to now that we in a modern society. It's always been the same since the beginning, and even now and even in the future. If you want the super dude, you bow the fuck down and you become one of many, or else you don't want it. You don't want it. You can't say that you care about that shit, because here's the thing. You'll take his kid. You'll take his kid. You'll take one of his many kids, but you won't be one of his many bitch. So if you want that nigga that bad, you bow down.
But we do know that they're doing that. We do know that they're doing soft polygamy already. You already said it.
Right.
So they are doing that.
Right. But they're soft polygamy means they just fuck the nigga. They're not with him. They just fuck him. Soft polygamy, they're just sharing him.
Because he's not willing to be in a relationship with any of them.
He
because
is.
He has too many options.
Yes,
No.
he is. Yes, he is.
If he has all of these options of women that are willing to be with him, there's no incentive for him to be in a relationship with all of them.
No, he will.
A lot of dudes,
you just need to bow the fuck down. Yeah.
A lot of guys are in a lot of guys. I don't know how it's going on in Britain, but at least here in the States, I don't know too many dudes that have an income over 50K in the United States that don't have some kind of rotation. And when you're talking about dudes that have like multiple baby moms, they are in relationships with these women that I know dudes that have been banging like their high school sweetheart, have a kid with her, and the kids are like 17, 18, but he has multiple baby moms. They've always been in these open kind of polyamorous relationships all throughout time. Sure, it's not a marriage polygamy situation, but that polyamory and the sharing of the D, that has become a norm here in the States for the last 30 years, at least in urban America. That happens every day.
That's my point.
No, Sigma goes back further than that. Even in the 20s, 30s, 40s, it's always been the same every time. The nigga with the most power has multiple women, and he's in relationships with them. No, we ain't got to go back that far. I'm talking about modern society. Even if we go back to I'm talking about if we go back to just the fucking 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, the nigga with the most power has the most women, and he actually is in relationships with them. The most famous example I can think of this is a nigga named P. Diddy. He had literal concubines.
You're not talking about Puffy. You're talking about another dude.
Puffy.
Named P. Diddy, right?
No, Puffy.
Puffy. Oh, okay.
Yeah. He had literal concubines. He had kids with kids with a couple, and they all lived with him. And he had, and this was public, but he's the most famous example I can think of, because I don't know just niggas in society with a bunch of concubines. But I'm saying the dudes with the most power.
Hugh Hefner had that kind of situation going on.
But that's exactly my point, right? So we're saying that this soft polygamy is already being practiced. You've got guys who have one baby mom.
Wait, stop right here real quick. You can go after. Soft polygamy is just sex You just fuck the guy. What a lot of the other powerful dudes do is they're in like relationships with these chicks. Like they'll have like houses where he'll go to their house because they're set up with a house, and it doesn't matter if he buys it or they pay their own rent. It doesn't matter. That part doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's footing the bill or they're footing their own bills. The fact of the matter is they want to be with that dude. He has access to them whenever he wants to. He has kids with them. They're in a relationship with this motherfucker, no matter how distant it is. That's not polygamy. Like that's not soft polygamy. Soft polygamy is just they can fuck him. That's soft polygamy. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. The women that want the super dude, they bow the fuck down, and it's always gonna be that way.
Yeah, it is. But something else that you guys were talking about that I think was missed was that I noticed that with this hoes winning conversation, everyone wants to talk about the desire aspect, but they keep leaving out the fact that my main understanding of it was that these women will always be bailed out by the Western state until they're not. That was that's an important part of it though, because that safety net, the bigger that safety net is, comes from taking from productive people. So the more and more that's taken from the productive people in society and given to these women who don't have to work for it, they're going to take certain things for granted. One of the reasons why we had marriage in the West that worked for a long time is that we had a smaller state. So we didn't have the Section 8 vouchers. We didn't have the health care, the child care, all these things being paid by taxpayers. So a woman, it was critical for her to have at least one man. And that was because of the stigma, because of different laws, that meant traditional monogamous marriage. But that has been pretty much dismantled over the course of the last 100 years in America. So these women, the environment is important, the laws are important, the taxes are important. As those shrink, then the marriage will go back up because the women will have a reason to submit to men that have like a good financial situation. He has more control over her. You over there in the UK, a lot of our marriage laws came from the UK over here through the common law. We had coverture from the British. We got that. That's ran everything through the man. We had a system that came over here with the through the common law where the children went back to the men in cases of divorce. We had home record laws up into the 70s here. We had stand your grounds and kill someone sleeping with your wife in your house with no question and you walk away laws here in America. We had fault divorce. So these were all traditional.
Coverture got changed right away when America got founded. That got changed right away, like right away. They got replaced.
Well, we had some coverture laws in the books all the way up into the 70s in some of the southern states.
Right, but the thing that broke it, what broke that was it was called the Tender Years Doctrine. That broke coverture.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's what broke coverture because it changed the paradigm from the dude being in charge to the woman being in charge. And one of the co-founders of that was Benjamin Franklin with his feminist ass.
Yeah, so they've been dismantling for a longer time than even I'm talking about. So you got like the whole record on that. But I'm saying to what Jessica's saying is that it's like I'm hearing guys talk about traditional marriage without taking into consideration all the things that we're talking about in terms of what makes a traditional marriage traditional. Then there's also stigma that came from the church. That played a big role. Stigma from the church. So you take away all these things, and then you also tell those women, oh, we'll always bail you out. How is that not a win for women that can trade their body until they can no longer trade their body? They're going to trade their body until they say, damn, my body's wearing out. My option is doing it to a point that everyone has like a floor for amount that they're willing to settle for. So I know you guys mentioned like a Boyce Watkins. So for that female, she ran the yard for as long as she could, but she still had this dude here that was her floor. Boyce Watkins represented the floor for her. She's like, I'm not going no lower than this. Hey, I'm whatever age I'm at. I might as well take this deal for as long as I want to, because again, she can leave that relationship tomorrow if she wants to.
Also, his money doesn't matter. Like he could have been anybody.
Like
that probably was the case.
I know this. I agree with you. I know this. I know this stuff all already. So I already said, I don't know if you were here, but legally, the hoses winning is not a debate, right? That you can't debate that. Mm-hmm. So that's almost, in my mind, that's off the table even for a discussion. No one should be arguing against that. But then we just talked about the polygamy aspect, and that these women are sharing the man, right? And you're saying that you see this a lot. And we know it's going on, right? Here and there. So if these women are all sharing the guy, who's really winning in that situation?
The guy that's getting what he's wanting and the woman that's getting what she wants, they're both winning in that scenario.
No, because the guy gets a whole harem of women. The guy gets a harem. He's winning.
He's
the
winning,
guy
but
in that
those women are winning
situation is
too.
winning.
But the women are winning too because, again, no one gets a perfect scenario with the terms of engagement in the sex market. The part of the deal that they get is that they want a piece of alpha dick, right? They're getting that piece. Now you're saying, it sounds like you're hinting at, well, she wants all the dick to herself. That's never been the case. Going back to what Zero was saying, alpha dudes and the guy that's at the top of the sexual marketplace has always existed. That's always been a part of it. You can go all the way back in time. He always could get as many women he wants. So she's gonna get her piece. Now you're saying that,
right? And hold on. Arguing. So going down that road, like that changes the whole argument into like fucking anthropology dynamics and shit like that. And I get it. People don't study that shit, but we can't jump into all of that shit because it should be automatically known at this point that men and women are biologically different, and throughout history, men have always been the top of the food chain when it comes to how like relationship dynamics work. Nigga, men are bigger, stronger, faster, blah 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 blah. There's been no point in history where human men and women live like fucking bonobos. That except now. So
and then going back to your example of like a Diddy situation. So those women are winning because often those women, without the kind of offer that Diddy gave them, they wouldn't be able to live in that kind of luxury. As even though he has, like, I guess you're saying like a part-time sister wives thing going on, those women chose that deal. They have the full power to walk away from that deal. And I mean, I've seen some of his women. He usually dates beautiful women.
Yeah,
so
and that's why he didn't marry any of them.
Yeah, he has a whole harem of these beautiful women. All of those women in our current social media culture probably have hundreds and thousands of dudes DM, even though they are with Puffy. Still, they could take those deals if they wanted to. They don't want that deal. They like the deal that Puffy's presented. Yeah, they may not like being a sister wife every day, but they like it enough to not walk away from it, is what I'm trying to get at.
I get you, right? But like you just said, they want the whole thing. They want the whole dick, but they're just getting a piece of it. But they settle for that piece of it. So they're not getting what they really want. They're getting as close as they can get as possible, but they're not fully getting what they want. In that situation, it's the guy who's getting what he wants. Because like Zero said, those women are bowing down. They're willing to put up with it. They're willing to stay there. He's getting what he wants fully, multiple times. And she's just getting a piece of what she wants, a scratch of what she wants. So
yeah, I get what you're saying on that. But what I'm saying is
when
go ahead.
Like I said, who's winning there? It's not the women.
Yeah,
ultimately, it's the guy that's winning there.
Right. The guy's winning there because he's the top choice dude. So as far as like what you're saying, again, Sigma, she likes to do this like equality thing. Like it's always like this equal thing where so basically, and I keep having to repeat this. So in that situation where she's bound down to this top choice dude, the only thing she's sharing is the dick. Everything, she's literally getting everything she wants from that relationship. Kids, family, holidays, vacations, all of that shit. She doesn't care about that nigga's dick.
How many men in society have the funds to pay for a harem of women's houses, fund their lifestyles,
not a lot.
take them
That's
on
not
holidays,
the point. Not a lot. That's not what we're arguing. Not a lot.
We're talking
I was gonna say not a lot, and that's not what we were arguing. So changing that argument, no. So yeah, there's only going to be a few, but the point is, if you want the nigga at the top of the food chain, you bow the fuck down. You don't. Women have already proven that the sex part of it isn't the biggest deal. If it was, they would just be with the guys that gave them the best sex or whatever the fuck. It's about the look, the image, the lifestyle, the kids that they can produce from that relationship. All of that shit matters. And if they can get that from a fucking A+, they're gonna do that first. And we know that because bitches have kids with A+ genetics and just bail out on the nigga.
Yeah, and
status,
they don't
carries
care.
a lot of weight, man. Status carries
I
a
don't
lot of
think
weight.
you understand that you're
They don't
making my
care.
point. You're making my point, right? Because you're acknowledging, just as I am, that women want that guy. They want him. Now, we've just said that there's not enough of those men in society to go around for all the women that want him. So one, straight off the back, we know that women aren't getting what they want. They're not getting the guy that they want.
They can.
I don't agree with
bow
that,
down.
Jessica.
Yeah, I was
the reason
about
I
to
don't
say.
agree with that is because,
So I'm gonna go back to
here's
what I said earlier. They can just bow down. Like when you say there's not enough to go around, there's millions of them.
He doesn't accept bowing down
depending
because
on
he
what
has
type of
too many,
There's
too
millions
many
of
options who are willing to bow down.
There's millions
whole
of millionaire niggas.
There's whole cultures.
Wait. There's millions of millionaire niggas at the top of the food chain. All you gotta do is bow down. There is enough to go around.
There's 160 million women in America.
There is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's not enough.
And there's not 160
but 160 million women don't qualify
there's not
for that kind of dude.
There's not 160 million pretty ones. There's not 160 million of them in a specific demographic. There's not 160. So again,
right,
just bow the fuck down because there's millions.
That's the point.
There's millions of millionaires in marriageable or concubine range, but there's not 160 million women in that range that meet those demographics, beauty, and all the rest of it. I mean,
Right.
if you're ugly bitch, you should out of luck.
And even if you can't live the puffy lifestyle, we're talking about the top 20% of women with the top 15% of men or so. Even when you go down to the next tier, like the next 20% of men, don't be shook. Here in America, if you're a dude that's in that 60K to 100K range and you're handsome, I know plenty of dudes that can run a harem of their own, 6, 7 women that are totally cool with the position they're in because they're getting what they want out of the situation. So maybe she's not going to get full ownership of the guy, but that's a dream that most women are never going to get anyways. Most women are never going to get full ownership of any guy that's sexually competitive because that's the market, and it's always been like that. If you're a competitive man, they've been known to have multiple women, and the more competitive he is, the more women. Many women are okay with that as long as they can get what they want out of it. Maybe they're not going to get 100%, but they might get 80%. And for most people and most women, obviously, they're willing to take that deal.
But that is the point. You're literally making my point right now, in that at the top of the dating pool are those men. Those men are the ones who are ultimately winning when it comes to dating. It's not women who are at the top of the dating pool, it's those men. And we know that because they're able to have these harems. They're able to have these harems of women. The women aren't fully getting what they want, but those men are able to get what they want. They're able to have so many options so that they don't need to settle down. Just like you're saying the women don't, those men at the top, they don't need to either. And those women know that those men are above them. And that's why they're willing to be in the harem. They're willing to do that because they know that that man has the power.
It's the whole equality thing.
You and I are disagreeing on what men and women want. I don't think men and women necessarily want the same thing. You keep saying
not even close.
Those women aren't getting what they want. What I'm saying is that the man values sex more than women typically do. Women value status and resources more than men typically do. Men use resources and status to get more pussy.
Sigma, freedom. They value freedom.
But you said that they're bowing down to that guy that they want, and he has the harem.
Yes, and they still get the freedom.
Okay, so bring in the freedom.
If they're bowing down, how do they get the freedom?
Hold on, Jessica. Hold on 1 second. Let me finish this. So
I tell you,
Zero brought in the freedom aspect, right? So you got the freedom, but you also got the status and resources. What I'm saying to you is that for women, they put those things above the sex itself, whereas the man, he puts the pussy oftentimes times above those things. Now those things get them the pussy. But what I'm
That
saying is
too.
that woman is getting what she wants, because what she wants is the freedom that Zero's talking about. What she wants is the status, and what she wants is research. You keep going back to the dick. The woman
Right.
don't place the same
Give a
value on the
fuck
dick
about that.
that
Yeah,
he
they
does on
don't
the
care.
pussy.
No, no, no. I'm not going to the dick. You said earlier they want the whole dick, right? That was you that said
No,
that.
no.
No,
Hold on,
he
hold on.
was
No,
asking
that's not what
you
I said.
that.
That's not.
Yeah,
I was
he was
asking you about that.
right.
I was
I'm
asking you about,
saying
because that's what you were implying is like these women want the super dick to themselves.
Right.
And what
they
I was
want
trying to
that.
say is
They want the man to themselves. I never used the word super dick. I didn't say that.
no,
You
I didn't
said the
say that
word
you did. I
dick.
said I asked you about it. I didn't say
Right.
you did.
No, no, no.
I was
I got
asking
you.
you
I'm
about it.
saying that I didn't make it a dick argument. You brought the word
Women
dick
do
into it.
not want the man to
I'm
themselves, or else they wouldn't even
they
engage in polygamy in
they
the first
do, but
place.
they're willing to take consolation prize, which is I'll at least get some of him if I can't get the full thing. That's a
What I'm saying is
consolation
that
prize.
what I'm saying is that they want the man's resources, status, and the freedom that comes with that position over the man himself or his penis. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the status of being with that man is what they want more than anything, and the resources.
I agree. I agree. I agree there.
Even like and like I said before, even the top of the food chain niggas they be having even the same like bitches switch niggas switch top of the food chain niggas all the time. It's just like if I was to relate it to another top of the food chain situation where like pimps can lose their hoes to another pimp, just like a rich nigga can lose his hoe to another rich nigga. Like that shit happen. Like the harem bitches, they'll leave one harem and go to another. Like this is not static. It's not equal. There's no situation where this shit is like, some type of perfect fit or some puzzle there. It's literally women want their freedom first. Everything else goes second. If they want to be with a top of the food chain dude, it's because they want everything that come with that. As far as like that, the fucking, they can just get another top of food chain dude for that. That's easy. They want everything that they want the kids and shit. They want the genetics for the kids because that's a priority. They want the lifestyle for the comfort and security. The money, the status that comes with it. But that man is the top of that man has that power to do it. So yeah, they want that dude. They want that powerful ass dude. Because again, he has a genetic. So okay, my kids are locked up here. He got the status. Okay, I get to enjoy that. He got the money. Okay, I'm securing that. That's what all that shit means. So yes, you have to bow the fuck down if you want all of that. If you want all of that, you have to bow the fuck down. Does that mean he gonna lock your ass in a crib and you never get to go outside? No, these bitches go on vacation all the time. They still out here fucking. But the pussy is always on deck for the top of the food chain nigga. Always. It's always on deck. If that nigga call and be like, be at the house on Friday, I don't give a fuck if you halfway around the world in France, you catch the next flight, fuck back home, pussy on deck. That's the only conditions to that shit. And it's always been that way. Gorillas do the shit. Chimpanzees do the shit. Humans do the shit.
And also the guy, it's not like he's just getting 100% without having to pay in. He has to pay out. He has to take his resources
significantly
to women.
Significantly.
Yeah, so he could be using that money to actually make money or do something else. So he has to take that group of resources and spread them out amongst those women too. So he has to pay a cost as well. His cost is just different from the female.
Let's look at some top of the food chain niggas from the past. Even the most genetic top of the food chain niggas that have money, status, and all the rest of it, them niggas got to pay out even if they don't marry a bitch. Clooney was cashing hoes out at the tune of like 5 to 7 million just for breaking up with a bitch, just from using it from 18 to 25. Here, I'm gonna cash you out. Leo, same shit. Derek Jeter, same shit. All of these top of the food chain niggas, they still pay out at the end of the day. Because even if they're at the top of the food chain, right? He cashed out.
His was even bigger. He had the biggest divorce on record in New York.
Right.
Even though he's not the richest man in New York. Yeah, he paid
right.
out
Even if
more.
he's not. But I'm saying even the niggas that's outside of marriage, like no one gets away scot-free when it comes to women. That's the whole. there is no situation where dudes win in this way where it's like this fucking equal footing. There's no equal footing at all.
No, there's not. There's not. Because men,
This
men
shit
also
is
deal with stress.
lopsided.
There's
This shit is
also
When George
lopsided.
Clooney was paying off women,
not even
was that
close.
a choice? He didn't have
Yes.
kids by then. He wasn't married. It was a choice.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then
He
he
wasn't
ruins his
obliged to do
options.
that. He chose to.
Yeah, because if you don't, you ruin your options.
Well, if he didn't, you do realize though, Jessica, like a lot of times these women, it's a lot of stuff that never makes the news.
You
That
ruin
behind
your
it,
options.
blackmailing, they be blackmailing guys. And
Yes, you ruin your
so
options.
don't underestimate that also, that sometimes these women will say, I'm going to expose you. Matter of fact, Brittany Renner in her book said it. Superhead said in her book that one of the things they would do to get money out of guys, they would threaten to disclose some kind of secret that they knew to the public to get money. They talk about this stuff openly now in 2021.
Yeah, you ruin your whole options. So this shit is lopsided and it's not even fair. That is just what it is. Even top of the food chain niggas don't have the same options as women, because the women that the top of the food chain niggas deal with have all the options. They just want that. Now they want the best option they can get, of course, because they justify it with their beauty, but they still have more options than that nigga.
That's
They
why I
have
don't buy
multiple-
the depression argument. That's why I don't buy
No,
it.
there is no fucking depression.
These women are so depressed. And I'm like, wait. Even in psychology, they say that there's this thing called, what is it called? Decision paralysis. That when you have too many options, that can make you depressed, or the paradox of choice. That's what I think most women are depressed about, is that there's only one of them and so many dudes willing to like do all these different things for them on the same day. They have a problem of organizing and prioritizing all these options, and some get depressed from that. So when you talk about a woman who, even if she's like, if you take a man that's like a 9 on the sexual marketplace and to a 7 today, I would bet money that the average 7, if she is very savvy with social media, has way more options, even a dude that's a 9 in the sexual marketplace these days.
Yeah, women are always going to have more options in the dating market.
I would say just men and women gonna have to fucking negotiate. Women are already at the, so when niggas be talking about the negotiating, women are already there. Niggas gotta catch up. Y'all gotta learn how to fucking negotiate. No, dead ass, you gotta learn how to negotiate. You're gonna have to. That fucking, self-aggrandizing, thinking I'm the man, I'm that nigga, I want her to love me on the strength of me being that nigga. All you mouthpiece niggas, are you dumbass motherfuckers trying to vet forever? You're gonna have to negotiate. You don't have a choice. You ain't no fucking choice. If you can't negotiate a straight up deal with the chick, nigga, you at a disadvantage. You have to. You don't have a choice. If that shit feel artificial to you, and
man, I don't even understand this market no more, bro. Having been in a relationship and just being single the last, 6 months or so, it's kind of even hard for me adjusting to this new situation that we're in. Because, even 3 years ago, I would have said that it was easy in my own mind, from my own experience, to put women into like basically 3 categories that I would put them in: wife, girlfriend potential, side piece, and straight hoe. That was how I did it. Now, what I'm seeing now that I'm out here and I've been traveling around the country the last few months, it's really hard to distinguish between, the what used to be called, quote unquote, the good girl and the pure hoes, because culturally they share so much in common with each other, and in private they act and talk so much alike that I can't even distinguish the shit no more. And I'm still trying to work my way and navigate right now, so it's a lot of smoke screen going on out here.
I don't think there's been a time like social media. I think if anything, what it does is it actually shows you who the hoes are. That's one positive of social media. Before, you kind of didn't know what you were going to get because society restricted certain aspects of people's personalities. Society restricted it, and you go into marriage so quickly that you almost don't fully know the person that you're getting. You were getting married before you even had sex.
Really? How long? What are you talking about, like 60s or something?
Yeah.
Because that wasn't happening. That wasn't happening like in the 80s and 90s. That was like maybe.
That shit been done with.
Yeah, you're talking about
So
like the 50s or the 60s or something.
yeah.
Yeah, in the 50s, we had
So
arranged marriages.
then
Yeah,
you kind of you didn't know what you were getting fully. Now women are putting their hoe on display more than ever. Somebody like
that's
Brittany
true.
Renner, she doesn't hide her hoe. She wears
No
it.
one does. No one does. Where are the girl next doors? Where are those? Because them bitches gone.
Because Renner is like a more extreme option, but what I'm saying is that even with like your for example, that case that happened in Atlanta is a good example of what I'm talking about. You got a woman who was a lawyer who spent like 8 or 10 years pursuing a law degree, and it would seem normal that she would get with a white collar kind of guy that matches her class, but no, she got with an unemployed broke thug who ended up killing her, and then he was killed by the cops like a month ago or whatever. See, what I'm saying is that there used to be like a dividing line. Like those women wouldn't be caught dead with those kind of dudes, at least in no public way at all. But it was a known thing with her relationship with this dude. And you're seeing more and more examples of even that. So what I'm saying is that maybe you're right. Maybe it is the internet just opened my eyes even more. But in my real life, I always saw a distinction of this stuff, where the good girls protected their reputation at all costs. And even though we didn't have the internet, we had the grapevine. It wasn't that hard to find out who the sluts were 10 years ago. We knew who the sluts were.
Sigma, you got a timeline of when hoe culture took shape. The biggest enforcers of hoe culture was dudes. And that was perpetuated a lot in our pop culture and music in particular.
Yeah, that's true.
We was talking about this in Backchat one day. Who remembers all of our music was aimed at women having their own shit? All the R&B singers, all the rappers.
Beyonce,
INDEPEND.
Yeah. All of them.
Fucking Joe. You know, you not satisfied with that nigga? Leave him. I'll fuck with you. I'll stepdaddy your kids. What? He treating you bad? Bitch, you a star. What are you talking about? Like, you know, who was that weak ass nigga? Mario.
Let me love you and all that. Let me love
Wait,
you.
no, Mario, is it Mario Winans? I don't wanna know.
Right,
No,
I don't want to know.
Wait.
And then
That's
on
Mario
top of that,
Winans?
you got.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Then
I
on
thought
top of that, you got niggas talking about I want my chick Neo. This nigga did like 2 or 3 albums full of, you know, my girl got the bag. You know, it was
Miss
always
Independent.
Yeah, get the bag, bitch, and then I'll be with you. Get the bag so I can give you the bag.
And nothing was bigger than Beyonce as an independent woman to me. See, to me, she defined that whole era, what they was about. She let it be known in that song what was really going down. Because remember, Beyonce was supposed to be like the good girl. She was supposed to, her image was supposed to kind of represent the good girl. That was the good girl in the streets and the whole, between the sheets kind of girl.
Right, freaking the streets.
Yeah, freaking
the bed, you know, lady on the streets. But I'm saying, like, men perpetuated a lot of the fucking hoe culture. Like, we literally said, be a hoe. Like finesse other niggas and then come get with me. Like that was our culture was finesse other niggas. Like Trey Songz was the whole, like, you know, I'm a yank your bitch from you when you bring her to the club. You know, Mr. Steal Your Girl. R. Kelly, Fat Joe,
R. Kelly,
Jay-Z.
what was that one with R. Kelly where he said if you go to the bank, where he was like, if I'm in the club and I see your girl,
I'm on her ass.
What's the one that song?
Dream, T-Pain, Lil Wayne, like our music from fucking the end of the 90s all the way up until now was literally finesse other niggas out the bag so I can give you mine too. Like it was all based around that shit. And we still doing it.
Yeah, I'm a flirt. Yep.
Yeah, I'm a flirt. All our TV shows.
And it would be fine.
Shows, what was it? Girlfriends. What was the other fucking hoe culture shows? Like all we had was hoe culture shows.
That one on HBO, Sex in the City. That one.
No, I'm talking about, even the black ones. You had Girlfriends,
Love
which
and
was kind of
Hip Hop.
loosely based on that shit. Love and Hip Hop. No, just we talking about full on fucking sitcoms.
But I know that
like
Sex in the City was huge
actors and
for
shit.
all races of women. Sex in the City was huge for all races of women. Oh, what about Desperate Housewives?
Desperate Housewives. So
the whole culture.
Our culture perpetuated until it became the norm. Until Girl Next Doors went away. Every TV show had the girl next door kind of going, no, I'm edgy. Bitch just started wearing sleeve tats and piercings everywhere. And the bitch was God. Oh, she you get to know the girl next door. You find out this bitch, all she do is go to parties. She just don't tell you.
Yeah.
Like,
man, I've heard so many women I know that are white collar, bro. It's amazing. Like when I talk to like different white collar women, because having worked in the legal field, I've met like lots of lawyers and paralegal type chicks. They talk a lot like these what we would call ratchet chicks, man. They listen to the same fucking music. I've been in a car with a female I was dealing with, and was like, "You listen to Cardi B?" Like she want to pump Cardi B. I'm not about to listen to this shit. Turn the radio to something else. But I'm like, sure, you graduated from a top university. You got a nice. Why are you listening to this shit? They listen to the same thing programming, and they think so much alike. It's hard to distinguish anymore, man.
Yes. Every woman in America listens to the same music. They watch the same TV shows. This is why whole culture is so big. It's so fucking huge. It's just what it like. And it is the culture. Just like hip hop is American culture. Like how you'll see a truck about fucking. You see a truck commercial, 4x4 truck commercial, which used to be geared at Southern fucking lumberjacks, and they got to be playing hip hop music. Everything is hip hop.
Music and everything. They have hip hop in everything now, man. Like you would have thought that, like with corporate America, they're trying to be all straight laced and kosher. The last few years, no, man, they be integrating like the hip hop culture and the thought culture. All like I heard that Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B, they got like deals with like Pepsi and these different blue chip corporations now.
Yes.
What kind? Like I'm looking at Cardi B, who she's an admitted rapist. You know what I'm saying? Setting dudes up to get raped by trannies, yet she got a contract with Pepsi. If that was a man, not gonna happen. So the culture has pretty much been polluted for so long. We don't even really know what the difference is between mainstream straight-laced culture anymore and the thug and thought street culture, because they've integrated into so many different layers of what used to be called like the straight-laced world. Snoop Dogg,
yeah, no, when you
show with Martha Stewart, man. So come on, Snoop Dogg and Martha
I was gonna
Stewart.
say when you say it like that, I get what you mean. I get what you mean now. When it comes to what people are into, the music they're listening to, yeah, everyone's listening to the same thing.
What's going on in the UK? Is it the same thing?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Man, it's crazy how far this stuff reaches. I guess like that with America, they say that our biggest export is entertainment. So
we don't care about them niggas. They can't even rap.
We have our own versions of all those programs. We have our own versions.
Okay.
A lot of your reality TV programs stem from here.
I know the real world. I think we got that from you guys. I do think that came from there.
Yeah, we don't care about the niggas' music. They can't even rap anyway. British rap is the worst shit ever. So,
the accents throw it off. The accents they talk too proper for real rap. They too precise with their English to do real rap, man.
But a lot of them settlements you see on TV and shit, when people be throwing out the ridiculous ass numbers, I get that shit look astronomical. Like for instance with the recent shit with PJ and old girl. And they talking about like she lived with her mama and all that other shit. So the reason why she even got that money is because outside of the dude's NBA money, like his salary, he has a multi-million-dollar deal with Nike. And another one with Panini. That's why the settlement was so big. Because his salary ain't gonna cover that settlement. That's now,
which one
crazy.
was that? Which player was that?
PJ.
Oh, okay, with PJ. Yeah, because I was
Pajamas Washington.
They was saying how like she was so broke, and I'm like, dude, y'all don't. That's when I'm starting to realize that a lot of these guys you come into contact with, they're so green, bro. Brittany Renner is running crocodile tier game right now as we speak. That's part of the game. Those are women's in the West. They've often used the weapon of WAP and crocodile tears to manipulate men. Brittany Renner now, we know that with PJ Washington's salary, she's getting no less than like $50K a month. Okay, I don't care what you say. And then you got another hustle that her and her mom can run. We all know how the state has programs where you can hire a relative to be a caretaker for your children, and they can get $50K a year.
And then they get money, yeah.
But these dudes here don't seem to understand this.
Yeah, she's not broke. She's not broke.
You know who ran that play?
She's not.
The bird face bitch from a long time ago. She was on one of the Love and Hip Hop shows. She's like a fucking bird.
You talking about Dwight Howard ex-wife or girlfriend?
No, I don't know.
Talking about Drea.
Drea, yes,
Drea,
damn, I knew she
something.
was.
Oh, yeah, I remember her. I remember Drea.
She ran the same fucking play where she would leave her kid at her mom's house all day. And everybody, Twitter was roasting her, and she did that so she could get an extra check.
But they don't know that though. These dudes don't understand that part of the game. That's another one of the state benefits that's out there. They have, oh, Brittany Renner's broke. Okay, she's broke. Yet she has a newborn by a dude on a rookie contract. It'll be a long time before Brittany Renner is broke again if she just has even a little bit of common sense. So now she just set her mom up. If she's doing what I think she's doing, she can set her mom up.
I mean, outside of that nigga bag, she makes about 80 grand a month. Just public appearances, so it doesn't matter. She be rich without.
You gotta get a commercial for that hopium, bro. Like when you was first saying that hopium thing, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? But now that all this has happened, now I know exactly what you were talking about. I would get like a little commercial with a
this dude Blaze the Stampede said he made that shit. We were sitting in a stream one day talking, and then like most of that shit just be us fucking around and saying stuff.
No, but you hit on something though, bro, because like everyone talks about red pill, blue pill, that hopium pill, that's the biggest pill that cats been consuming in these spaces. So they pop in
that's Blaze the Stampede. He should make some shirts.
Yeah, he should make some. That shit it's his moment right now because ultimately they got these dudes drugging up off that hopium and then they selling them on the dystopia porn type of thing, right? So like just with Renner, you saw how guys are getting excited. Oh, she's gonna be so broke. She's moving home with her mom. Not even knowing that all Britney's gonna be doing is cashing checks for a long time, bro.
Do you know what my thing with the Brittany Renner situation was? I don't want people to get so far off the, like we're not on the hopium that people go to the other extreme and be like, they take no L's. Because that's like it just jumped from one extreme to the other.
True that. I don't think pretty light skins take L's.
People are like almost looking through this with like rose-colored spectacles, and it is like that they can never take an L. Going from one extreme to another doesn't help. It doesn't help. Now, listen, Brittany Renner for her situation, she's winning. She is, right? She is. But
yeah, she's not rare.
She's not as everyone thinks that she is, but Brittany is like an 8. You know what I'm saying? It's
no,
a lot of.
She's lower than that. She's bro.
I'm not talking about now. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about when she was like 20 years old.
Girl number 795. Do you know how many? Wait, you live here? What the fuck?
That's what I was gonna say. Is that there's so many biracial women that look like Brittany Renner around here.
Yeah, you fucking live here, man. Like she fucking number 1,097,000. Like
now,
I
get special. Like 23 before her baby and all that, though. You know what I'm saying?
I think Minnesota has the most amount of mixed people in America, and we have in London 3 times as many mixed people as they do in Minnesota. So I get it, right? I get it. Listen, I said makeup off. I think she's a 5. Some people are going to disagree. I think she's a 5. I don't
disagree because her competition here is fucking fierce. We got fucking Blasians, especially down in Apple Valley. Oh my God, that bitch competition here is fierce. Fuck what Solo talking about. That nigga's actually lose was host. He's dressed like a goddamn Slovenian mafia member. You got motherfucking you go to Edina where all the rich mixed bitches at. You don't even understand the level of fucking lights here. These bitches here are destroying hoes. We have celebrities here that get embarrassed. I think I told y'all several times when Mari Stoudemire brought his dumbass to Chino Latino and got embarrassed. You can't do that shit here. It's too many. Too much competition.
It's a lot of them up here, though. That's for sure. But again, with Brittany Renner, I've only seen her like with, when she's doing her interviews. So, I would have to see someone like her in person. That's why I have to be careful. That's why I don't really like judging women online, because these bras, man, even when I'm on like this little IG app when I'm talking to bros, and I be having to get on FaceTime with them because nowadays, man, just seeing a picture of a female, just seeing her when she got the lights on her, man, these women don't look the same when you actually see them in person at all, bro. So you're probably right about that, 100%.
It's not enough, yeah.
They got like some like I saw one chick, man, I was talking to on an app, man, and she had me so fooled, man, until I saw on FaceTime. Like I was like, damn, what kind of filter is you using that make your face look slimmer? Then you got your waist looking slimmer from the angle, but then when you see her, this could be a woman that weighs like 40 pounds more when you FaceTime her.
You talking about the bad bitch filter?
Yeah, man, they got so many of these damn filters.
The one that get rid of them fucking forehead wrinkles and them crow's feet.
Man, they get rid of all of that shit. They be like, I'm talking about when you see her on FaceTime, you're like, this is not the same person in your picture that I saw on your profile. What the fuck is going on?
Do you have an iPhone?
No, I got a Galaxy. I got a Galaxy.
Okay, you need to upgrade like shit. So on the iPhone, they have a bunch of filters that you can just fucking deploy at will. And one of them, I call it the bad bitch filter because it will get rid. If a bitch got forehead wrinkles, them shits disappear. Right in the camera. Right in the fucking camera.
Crazy.
You can screenshot or you can video. You will not see. And then there's a filter where not only do it get rid of the head wrinkles, but it'll soften the image of your face so you look almost younger than what you actually are. Like, nigga, the filters ain't no Gino. You out here, bitches out here killing shit.
My other iPhone had an inbuilt filter, like literally inbuilt, like a skin smoothing thing, just built in.
They got a catfish filter right in the phone nowadays. A straight cat just put in catfish filter. That shit got every different thing that a woman can need. Don't even trust it these days, man. So that's why when guys be going insane over these women on, with this whole internet thing, I don't understand it, bro. Because a lot of these women, you meet them in person, they don't look like that, man. You dude's gonna be hella disappointed. But again, I guess we're in the age of the metaverse now. And I was on a panel one time with this dude, we were talking, and he was talking about a woman he was dating, right? And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, so you guys went out and played basketball or something. You said you hung out with her and just had some fun. He was like, no, I've never met her in person. But he said he was in a relationship with her. I was like, what world am I living in now, man? It's like, what the hell? Never met this chick, but he said he was in a relationship with her. So it's a different time, I guess.
Yes. I mean, financial, look, man, I'm all about demystifying shit. So, and all I'm gonna say is, if niggas want to be in relationships like they say they do, and they want to mitigate as much risk as they want to, we're gonna have to put that whole I'm the man shit aside and negotiate. We also got to put aside that oh yeah, because when you was talking to Ty City, so only disagreement I had with y'all was when y'all was talking about, well, you was talking about how women are emotional thinkers and men aren't. We like logical and shit. That's not true. If that was true, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now. They wouldn't have had all the fucking laws. They wouldn't have everything they got right now as a result of them actually playing a war strategy to perfection and us acting emotional with our dicks. Like,
but I do think I said tend to be or supposed to be. I was trying to say that men are supposed to be and they tend to be rational.
Oh, gotcha.
I didn't mean to say
we don't tend to be rational thinkers at all. Like when it comes down to it, the first thing niggas do is hop on Team Dick and be like, ah! Like the first thing they do is get, the anger, the incense, the fucking, I'm the man, I'm that nigga, I get more pussy than you. All that shit's emotional. That's the first thing we do. And meanwhile, chicks sit back and they just get the playbook and then they run the plays. Pick and roll, pick and roll.
It does kind of go against that whole thought, man, when you actually get involved in conversation with these guys. So yeah, I mean, I would love to say that men were, typically rational thinkers, but the proof seems to be the opposite. It's sad, man, because it's supposed to be that way. Men are supposed to be the ordered thinkers and the problem solvers and rational, but I guess when it comes to the sex drive has an ability to like cloud all that reason. Don't take much.
Yeah, because it's pussy or death.
That's why.
Yeah,
That's
I'm a
our
believer
problem.
now, bro. I'm a believer now. I didn't understand how deep it was until I came onto social media. So that's why I kind of, I'm glad I don't make my income off of social media, because I would really be fucked up in the game if I was one of these guys that you made your income on this social media thing and you also enjoyed it as an observer. You're gonna be living in a whole world that don't even match reality no more. So
No,
yeah,
you can make money if you lived off of your social media shit. You just bow down.
Go ahead.
You start the channel called King Sigma for Women, and you get on there, you put your fucking
King
panda
Sigma
suit
looking
on.
for queens.
Yeah, exactly. You put your panda suit on, and you start talking about how niggas ain't shit and how women should be able to, have their cake and eat it too, and not even give you the crumbs.
Yeah, that panda peel is serious, but that panda peel is serious out here, man.
Yeah, so I mean, there's you never have to worry about falling off, man. At the end of the day, just whip out the motherfucking house shoes and the Pookie suit, and just start pandering.
No, I'm cool, bro. I'll pass on that one, man. I'm good.
Or get you a good former pimp pastor accent, and hop on the stream, pretend to be a pimp, pretend to be a nigga out here winning with the hoes, and that you know what you're doing, and you can also win that way.
Yeah, that's
niggas will support the stream.
Yeah, they will, but I'm good, bro. Like, that'd be too much work. That'd be, I couldn't look at myself in the mirror playing brothers like that. I guess that's why I'm different. No, I can't.
Look, it's easy. You from Milwaukee. All you gotta do is just remember everything that you learned growing up, and just feed it to these niggas. Just bird feed them every day. You bird feed them to pimping, and they'll eat it up, and they'll pay you for it. No one gives a fuck about Sister George. You bird feed them to pimping. All she gotta do is click the link. Click the link.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy out here, man. It's amazing how guys just want to be misled, man. That's what throws me off so much in these conversations. There's a lot of dudes out here, they just, man, they lack any kind of critical thinking skills, and then they have little to no experience in the real world, and they just get fed anything and they just eat that shit up, man.
Just like when these hoes tell you that they're winning, they've had 3 marriage proposals, all by 6-figure earners and all this crap. People are buying that. Like, women will put on a facade. They'll put on a facade to try and make it seem like they're winning, and that's part of the reason why we are where we are, right? Because the older women push down a narrative to the younger women, so the younger women follow the same path, and then they push the same thing to the younger generation, and it's like one generation selling another generation lies. And
yeah, we got the same thing going on over the dude side.
Yeah.
So you're not buying. So are you saying that? Are you talking about a minority of the women that make that claim, or are you saying that you think that the average woman that makes that claim that she's been proposed to by multiple guys, that you're saying that you think that most of them are lying about that, or what's the deal?
I'd say a good half of them are lying. At least half of them are lying.
The chicks that I've seen make that claim in this space are part of Team Breathe Hard. When you hear them bitches say that shit, they sound like they still eating. There's no fucking way anybody proposed to you while you still got hot dogs in your mouth. There's no fucking way. You ever listen to the chicks said they had like 3 marriage proposals? They part of Team Breathe Hard. You can hear them.
Yeah, a lot of them do be like size 18
I've had
and
3
above.
marriage proposals, and one was a millionaire. I had a billionaire.
Yeah, the whole situation with the dating market in 2021 is wild, man. Like, damn, it's changed so much just in the last 3 years, man. I just can't believe it. I had to get rid of my little social media app. I was like, nah, this ain't gonna work. I got to get back out in the field, man. So traveling was good for me the last couple months. Just actually going out to some of the spots that are open even during COVID and vibing. Because when you go on those apps, man, it's ridiculous. Just I'm like, damn, did the women in America just drop by like 3 points in 3 years? What happened, man? It seemed like it used to feel like the average woman, at least in this area, was like around a 7. Now it's almost like the average woman that I see, at least from the app standpoint, is like a 4.
Right.
And like half of people meet on these online dating apps now. So it's just crazy how things have just dropped. And
Oh, yeah, that's a high percentage. I mean, I'll put it this way: if I don't know how old you are, but if you're looking for like millennial chicks on the app, it depends on location. Location like shit, and then it depends on the app. You're not gonna really find like a ton of ugly bitch. Like if it's a free app, if it's like POF, OKC, yeah, you're a fucking garbage dumpster. If you go to one where you gotta pay for it, you are way less of that shit.
Yeah, I've been glad. Yeah, I've been cool, so far. But I'm just saying that, just for like more of just random kind of thing, I just tried out Tinder just to see what was out there, and I was like, man, you better off just going to the grocery store and trying to knock something, walking through the grocery store or something, man. The dating apps to me is just overrated right now.
I think it's better to meet people in person than dating apps. I get it opens up your market.
Yeah.
But I think it's better to meet people in person.
The apps allow you to meet people in person. But that's the app support meeting people in person.
But sometimes you never know what you're going to get. Whereas if you meet someone face to face, like you know what you're getting.
See, when I was out there,
surprises.
Y'all don't video chat?
I don't online date. I don't. You should
you don't
video
online
chat.
date, huh? You ever used Tinder before?
Yes, a long time ago when it was in its heyday, fucking shooting fish in a barrel on that bitch. You fucking video chat
a few years ago.
You video chat like that. That's like number one. You video chat. That removes the catfish. You fucking video chat. Then you go you go meet for coffee some fucking where, or you just go on about your day and be like, I'm gonna be over here at such and such time, or blah blah blah. We should just meet and talk. All that shit's easy, and then you can get that shit out of the way. Because to be honest with you, I don't see online dating any different than meeting somebody in public. I really don't. The same people on those apps are the same people you see at Target or fucking London Bar. It's the same people. The difference is when you walking around and you walk up to a chick while you in the supermarket, her head is in her fucking phone. Her head buried in her phone.
Real. Yeah,
that's the only difference.
I've had a couple younger tell me that, like a couple younger chicks that's around like 21, 22, me just approached them in person. At first, when a woman told me, I can't believe that you actually approached me. I haven't been approached in so long. I just kind of took it like, maybe it's just her. But I've talked to enough young women now that I'm surprised that these women don't get approached in person at all. So I noticed that for me, when I used Tinder when I was visiting Seattle and all that, it was easy. Because I had just put up a little profile that said I'm in town for like a week. And for some reason, the women was biting on that shit. So it seems like when you're traveling, those online dating apps are really cool. But locally, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just saw that the standards has got really low for the women that you can find on there these days, at least on that Tinder shit.
Yeah, I mean,
which one are you talking about, Zero? Which one are you talking about? You said that you paid for. Which one is that?
Yeah, I pay for Match. So you're not gonna have the catfishes on Match. I mean, ugly bitches they're gonna take them hoes will get reported. On Match, they don't fuck around. They will get them hoes the fuck up out of there.
So you're talking about Match.com?
Well, I don't use them anymore. But I'm saying Match you gotta pay for Match. So they will get a bitch the fuck up out. They'll report her. If she trying to catfish niggas and shit, all she do that shit one time, it's over. If that bitch got a blurry photo, they're gonna report her. Like dead ass. If hoes you can't even have a blurry photo on Match, or niggas or people gonna report you. Tinder is also you gotta pay for that shit now too. So Tinder cleaned the fuck up. Like niggas complain on Tinder now because it's just, it's more like best looking motherfucker wins on Tinder. Right? So Tinder is a whole different animal now. So it ain't really the catfishing on Tinder. It's more like best looking motherfuckers win.
Oh, and they win big though, because like when you look at Tinder, they'll tell you even in their own reports that They
Okay.
said that 80% of their
fast.
users on Tinder are men and only 20% are female. So you got like 4 dudes chasing 1 woman on Tinder. Every woman that's on there, she got at least a minimum of 4 dudes chasing her. So yeah, the Tinder math, it really works. If your picture game is on point, you'll do good. And if you, especially when you use it for traveling. But for women, I mean, it's unlimited opportunities for them on there, man. Unlimited. So
I
that's
think
why
that's
I
the
don't
thing that
understand this whole
makes
thing about
online
women
dating
depressed.
harder
Mhm.
because there's just too many people.
Mhm.
There's too many options. It makes it harder
Way too many.
to whittle people down.
Yeah.
Like, who do you decide who to talk to?
The nigga with the biggest boat.
Yeah, for a female, I mean, yeah, you guys have so much choice. It's like, man, women got a lot of choice on online
Yeah.
dating, bro.
Who took the picture in front of the fastest car? You know, which
Yeah, a
nigga
lot of
got
guys
the
do that.
who got the most obnoxious shorts? Because then that nigga's rich. You ever see somebody in some really obnoxious clothes? That means rich. Niggas in them postal worker shorts and loafers.
These hoes
dressed like a toddler.
So
They got
Jessica,
money.
you said that you've never used the online then, or did you use it before and you quit it?
No, I did go on before and I quit.
How long were you? So how did it work out for you? Tell us about it. I'd like to. What was your experience on there for yourself?
Just simply like what I said, it's too many people to choose from. You start having these conversations and they're so mundane and boring. Everyone just kind of sounds alike, and then it's like, okay, who do I speak to? Who do I choose? When everyone is so alike, no one stands out. No one stands out. And so I was just like, yeah, I'm done. I just left.
My whole thing with that is that, like, because women, because they have so much choice, when y'all make that comment, I don't know, because see, you're talking about a hookup app, right? So you only got what, 1 or 2 messages to really catch a female's attention. And because you don't have that, that's why I feel like cold approach is so much better, meeting women in your real life, because you can actually vibe with her, you can feel her vibe, she can feel your vibe in person, and you guys have at least a little bit more time to build some kind of rapport. With the dating apps, because a woman might have like 30 dudes that she just matched with, you gotta have like a killer icebreaker. Then you have to have like a killer first, second response and all that. So I think the pressure and the threshold is beyond high that women might apply to a man. So I don't know. Y'all kind of have, it's a high threshold because you could just say something in real life. If you walked up to a woman on your lunch break or saw her and you just said hello and she thought you were sexy, she liked the way that you were walking, you dressed, that would be counted as well. Whereas with the dating apps, you're just seeing an image. Maybe they might have uploaded some video, but you're not going to be able to, I don't think so at least, you're not going to be able to get a true personality and vibe of a person unless you meet them in person. And with women, they're just clicking through that shit. They got 20 dudes waiting. So they got, okay, I'm going to message this guy, they might say. That dude might be like, hey, what up? And she's like, oh, he said the same thing that the last guy said. Delete.
Right. But the thing about that is, the thing about that is, though, and that's why I say it's the same thing. Okay, let's just say you're not on the app. You like the walk up cold approach. Yeah, you should be doing both. You should be doing both. So you walk up cold approach, all well and good, fine and dandy. She's still on the app with all the options. You get what I'm saying?
No, you're right. She is. She's still on that.
So even though you making that effort in real life to do what you're doing, same result at the end of the day. With all those options, still gonna pick the nigga with the classiest dick pic. That's what I'm saying.
That's definitely CNS. And like you said, that's where, if you got that part of the game, the picture game and all of that, and you understand how to build a profile, that's where you win. That's where you win. Because these women are making snap judgments.
That was a joke. There is no such thing as a classy dick pic. But
I wasn't talking. I thought you were talking about like this whole building your profile thing.
No, I was just making, because sometimes people in chat can get literal.
Put like a mini little top hat on it.
Right.
Yeah, so sometimes people get literal. That's why you gotta clarify sometimes. I'm just saying, you the effort is good, and again, you should be doing both. You know, all of that, but you know, they're just still on that app. No matter what you do, they still on that app.
Yeah,
I got firsthand experience with motherfuckers being on the app, no matter what. So I mean, you might as well just do both.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Doing
I'll
both
eventually,
opens up your options, maximizes them.
I'll definitely re-download it eventually, man. But for now, I'm just, you know, I'm kind of cool right now. But that shit was, it just, the standards was lower than I ever seen, man. I was just kind of surprised by what's on it. I'm gonna try, maybe I'll try out that Match.com next time I do the online app.
And look, I know that sometimes, man, when niggas be on the app, right, and then shit's kind of dry out there, right, and then the app has like, you know, 1,000 ugly bitches, and then they've messaged you at some point, and then you just never message back, you just ignored the bitch, and then but it's dry out there, you know. Then you just start thinking, damn, maybe I should just respond. You know, you start thinking maybe I should just respond. You know, I don't like her. I don't want to fuck this bitch. You know, but it's just courteous to respond.
They reach out to you.
Because I don't want to be an asshole. You know, I just respond to ugly bitch and tell her I'm not interested. Yeah, I'll just be nice. I'll let her down easy. But it's dry out there. So you respond, hey, you know, because she said hi. And they say, how's your weekend? You like, damn, this bitch want to have a conversation. I was trying to be nice, but it's dry out there. So you like, you know, not too much. You know, how's your weekend? Now you're in a conversation with her. Fuck. You don't want to be in a conversation with this fagly bitch, but it's dry out there. Then she messages, not too much. What are you doing on the app? That was a dumbass question, bitch. I shouldn't even respond to this, but it's dry out there. You know, I could ask you the same thing. Why are you on the app? Ha ha, LOL. Then she sends back, LOL, ha, I'm just, you know, doing me, living my best life, you know, and I'm tired of games with these guys. You seem like a nice guy, though. Oh, shit. I don't want to talk this fast, bitch. It's dry out there.
Extra dry conversations.
It's dry out there.
And now it's 2 a.m. and you like, come on through, huh?
Fuck no. I'm saying
Zero,
no,
like,
no, I'm saying
it's 2 a.m.
I'm saying that's what happened to niggas. That's why motherfuckers be like, they try to stay away from the apps, because you'll end up in a situation where you roll over and be mad at yourself, and then you go take 40 showers, but you still can't wash off the lack of dignity.
You can't wash off that shame, bro.
You can't. You know, and every time you close your eyes, you think about them fucking pig noises. And you can't get it out of your head. It takes a long time to get those pig noises out of your head. You know, fucking pig moans. You don't want to have them pig moans in your head where you trying to get rid of them thoughts of having sunk so low. And every time you try to go to sleep and you just say, oh, and you trying to get rid of that.
Ah, damn.
Zero's talking from experience.
No,
yeah,
shut
he's
up.
having a flashback right now, man.
The fuck up, no.
Flashback, man.
Having PTSD.
But you know
right
another
now.
talking point, though. You know another talking point that gotta die, though, man. I don't know what your experience is with the Zero, but this whole talking point about these women hit the wall at 35 and it just dries up and it's over.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Too many women like out here, 45, 55, and I mean they still be having dudes and shit, man, that they regularly be with, and dudes still be proposing marriage to them. What have you seen as far as that? Because you've been around this space long enough that you know this whole conversation about the wall. What's your take on the wall conversation?
I don't know, man. Tomorrow's Friday, mosey on up to the House of Comedy and look at the couples. A lot of them gonna be on like first or second dates in their fucking 30s or 40s. That's how you know. There is no wall. You know, go to Uptown. I don't know. Go to fucking Lindale Tap or something and look at the first date couples. You know, there's no wall.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I came to the conclusion as well, man. I'm like, dude, I know too many women now that's like in their late 40s and late 50s, man, and they ain't having no problems. So, you know, that's what I've just come to the conclusion that a lot of this shit that brothers be talking about in these spaces, man, and that's why they're angry. That hopium shit that you guys dropped on them, that put a monkey wrench in the game, because that was the other side of it, was selling this idea that I guess these dudes are celebrating this day that they're gonna wake up and all these women are gonna be out in the streets begging and homeless and stinking, and then they're gonna come back.
Yeah, I think that's what some people wanted to see.
Mm-hmm.
Like women out here homeless on the street, you know, giving it up for like, I don't know, what do you guys call it? 50 cents? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that's what
surprise.
people, right? That's what people wanted to see. To say that like hoes are losing, that's what they want to see. Like women out on the street, and like that's never gonna happen. If you have that thought in your head where you want to see that, you'll die before that day comes, because it's not happening. It's not.
That's right.
Yeah, there was a lot of
whenever it gets dry out here, you just log on to the app and put your screen name in. Big Pole Man 69. And you can talk to a nice lady.
Oh man, Zero having some flashbacks, man, on that catfish game, man.
Someone got him real bad.
Yeah, someone got him good, bro. They got his ass. He just couldn't turn away. It was too late. He traveled too far for it. He said, fuck.
He was already in it and he started hearing the snorting sound. Might as well
I
just
traveled
finish the
5
job.
miles to get to you, girl. 5 miles.
I can see they don't understand how jokes work, but yeah, fucking, you know, I'm just saying, you know, be careful. You know, if you're gonna do that shit, don't give in to the temptation of the fucking, you know, it's not even low hanging fruit. It's on the ground, and you can see the fucking worms starting to poke out. Like you gotta be careful. You know, it can't always be like that.
JDM, was it Jimmy coming around? This and listen, even before this whole hoser winning thing started, I played a clip of me on Obsidian's panel talking to a guy, telling him like, because he was like, listen, these women, when it finally hits, they're going to be out here homeless, begging for me to be with them. I said, that's never going to happen. It's not. Like, you have to get that thought out of your head. Like, that's not coming. I've never been the person that says you're going to die alone. You're never going to have any options. What I tell women is that at 40, 50, you're not going to be able to get the same guy that you could when you're in your 20s. That's what I tell women. I'm like, maximize what you can get out of the dating market. So there's a point that you tap out and say, okay, this is where I just need to go, settle down, chill. This is like the best I'm going to do. That's what I tell women. I've never been, you're going to die alone. You're going to have no options. You're going to hit the wall at 25 or 30 or whatever. No, I think the best way to look at the wall is probably more of a peak, right? Like a peak in looks, and then generally you start to go down, but it doesn't mean that the day a woman hits 25, 30, whatever, she suddenly becomes like, like a gargoyle. Like that's not what happens. It's just a peak. You can decline, but you can still be good looking, even past your peak. So that's not my rhetoric. Like, that's not my rhetoric. I've never been like, you're going to be begging on the streets homeless. It's not me.
We sick lives.
Yeah, so
we got lots of homeless women. Minnesota must be magic. What state do you live in where you're seeing like lots of homeless women? Because I've never been anywhere where I've seen lots of homeless women anywhere in America
I
so far.
ain't never
Where are
seen
you?
that shit at all.
Yeah, where you at, Sid, that you've seen? Because like I was in Seattle and Portland, and that's considered like one of the biggest homeless populations out there on Skid Row. And I walked around, I didn't see nothing but men out there. Where are you at? Where you're seeing all these homeless women at, bro? Because I've
But you know
never
what?
seen.
You'll get homeless people. Like the thing is, when you see a homeless woman, usually that's a choice. She's choosing to be homeless. You have some people, it's weird, but they prefer to be on the streets for whatever reason. And then you have the women who become homeless. And it's probably the same thing that happens here. They become homeless, but then the council are going to give them a house like straight away. They become top priority and they get housed. Like literally that same day that they become homeless, they're housed. So yeah, you can have women that will say, you know, I was homeless, but then they got housed right after that. So it's like, don't buy that struggle story that they're trying to tell you. And they're like, you know, I had nothing. I was on the streets. You were on the streets for a night and the next day you got somewhere. But to me, listen, I think sometimes if someone's a bit older, maybe you're coming from a time frame before welfare. For me, as an adult, things have always been this way. It's always been that way. So I don't look at that as a win. Some people might, but I don't look at welfare as a win. I don't. It's something that's always been there, and it's a safety net. Don't get me wrong. So it's an advantage in that way, but it's not a win.
Well, hold on, but see, I guess like this is where I guess a lot of people get confused about when people are saying it's a win. They're saying it's a win because when you look at the U.S. average income for men and women, right? So when you look at the one, Ty City and Ramil played a video of a female out in Cali who was getting evicted. They were pulling out her stove and everything. But when you looked at the full report, they said that she's just qualified for a Section 8 voucher, which that's based on whatever city you're in's cost of living, right? So what they were saying is that if a woman can get a voucher, our average one bedroom out here is about $1,500. Cali is probably like $2,500. If she can get the equivalent of like $18,000 to $25,000 without having to do any work, that's a win in a way. It's a low standard win by you or my standards. But when you look at that, the average wage of a man, right, in our country is $42K per year. That woman, so a dude that's making $42K before taxes, after he gets his check, which comes to about $31,000 with just federal here, then he add in the state taxes. We got a high state tax here. That's another $4,000 taken off. So that dude is walking home with like what, $27,000. That woman who gets that Section 8 voucher, she just got $25,000 tax-free dollars, the same equivalent to damn near what that dude that doesn't qualify for that is walking home with per year in net pay. That's a big deal right there to me.
And I get it. I realize that part of this argument is that everybody has different standards. So what's a win to me, somebody else might have a different standard of what makes a win. So it's subjective, right? We're all going by our own personal standards. So I know that there are women that see welfare as a win. There definitely are, right? They don't care if you don't get a choice in where you live. When you work, you have the freedom to choose where you live. You can buy your house. You have it in the neighborhood that you want. You don't have that on Section 8.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I work for house.
You get to choose your house?
Hold on. I can tell you.
$50,000 in free after-tax money is a win no matter how you try to look at it.
That's what I'm trying to say. But Jessica, I worked in housing. I can tell you something. I don't really want to put this game out there because we got like a lot of naive guys. But do you realize here, there's women, we got a program here in the States where if you get a Section 8 voucher, you got a kid or whatever, you can actually be a homeowner. That's the first thing. You can actually use your voucher, tax-free dollars, never having worked a day, and actually buy your house with that voucher. That's one program. But then,
yeah, we have the right to buy scheme over here, which is essentially I think the same thing that you guys have.
Okay, so you guys got that too. But here's you said they do have a right. We have laws put in place in all of the urban cities in America where you can't discriminate against someone with a Section 8 voucher anymore. The laws have made it so that you can get sued as a landlord. If you were to discriminate against someone that has one of those vouchers, they can actually sue you. So they can go anywhere they want within at least the urban environment here in America. I don't know about the rural areas, but within the urban areas like the cities, you can't discriminate against those people with those vouchers. They can live anywhere they want in the city, in almost all of the major cities in America. So I'm trying to understand, what do you mean where they can't move where they want to move?
You don't have the freedom to choose your neighborhood. Listen, I'm guessing there's only going to be certain neighborhoods that accept welfare, right? That accept that Section 8.
No. They have laws against that here.
Right.
You can't discriminate against those people here, is what I'm trying to say. Because remember, Section 8 is not just a federal program, it's a state and a local program too. So all the laws are set up here, at least in the urban areas, where you can't discriminate against those people. You could become sued and lose your license to even be a landlord, and you could end up paying civil charges to that person because you could be breaking federal, state laws, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because you get the money anyway.
Is there a certain amount that's covered, or do they automatically cover all rent?
Depends on the person.
Yeah,
It's
it depends
like
on income level, how many kids, the amount of child tax credit you get, pretty much everything.
I've been in the grocery store with my girlfriend before. When I was hearing, they were saying like how these women be getting these food stamps, right? I was in a grocery store one time, my girlfriend, at a Whole Foods, and Whole Foods is very expensive here. And we had a big cart of food. Maybe we paid like $300. But this one woman, she was using one of the cards. That woman had food stacked up to the top. The kid was like on top of the food, sliding off the cart. So she had like maybe $1,000, $2,000 of free food. So when I hear these guys saying, I get where they're coming from. They're saying that at least on a basic needs level, this is a win. That welfare situation, that social safety net, has created a no-lose situation for these women. So I get that. So when you say the whole thing about, well, they can't live here, that's not true. You can't discriminate against those people with those benefits here in America, in urban America anymore. Maybe like in the 60s or 70s you could, but not in 2021.
But then it's still, they're not just going to cover any rent. I don't know. I'm guessing, right? Because here you're only allowed to claim a certain amount. So if you're trying to live, if you're trying to live in one of the better areas, you're generally not going to be able to afford it unless you have, like I said, like a lot of kids. Then you need a bigger house, then they're more likely to pay for it. But now what they're doing is they're moving all of those people out of London to the poorer areas so that they have to pay less in welfare, basically. That's what the government is doing here.
It's not like that here. It's not necessarily like that here. And it depends, again, it depends on the person, how many kids they got, but those vouchers don't sleep, man. They be doing pretty damn good. Because if you're a person that after taxes, you're looking at only coming home with like 28,000, and the person next to you is getting more than that in state benefits, it's hard for that person to look at it as like, damn, that person's losing over there. It's kind of hard to look at that person like that when they're bringing more social benefits per year than you are.
Yeah, I mean, I would just simplify
thing,
and say that all that tax-free money, again, no matter how you look at it, that's a win. It's not taxed. It's not taxed, and it's free.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that aligns, like, listen, this is my thoughts, right? If I thought that was a win, guess what I would have done with my life? I would have popped out some kids, got on benefits, and gone and lived in we call it council housing. If I thought that was a win, that's what I would have done.
Right. But you
easy
personalize
path, right? If my standard was lower, so I'm consistent all around. To me, that's not a win.
Yeah, but
everyone has their own standard.
you personalizing that though, like personalize. Okay, fine. You personalizing it. That's you. If you don't care about that, that's fine. But what bitches is out here doing is taking full advantage of the system. So,
I know. I see it here. I see it here. People turn 16, 18, pop out a baby, get a house. You get that stuff earlier than everyone else. You've already got your own house. Seems like you're independent. And other people look at that like, okay, they're winning. We're here having to work, go to uni, get a job, whatever, have to pay our rent, save up to buy a house. Other people are just getting it right off the back, right? But for me, and this is where I think like long-term versus short-term comes into it. Long-term, your options are limited. Long-term, your options are limited. Long-term, you don't have as much control over your environment and what you do. You're still dependent on...
Since when did women want to control their environment?
Because that's how you create the best outcomes long-term.
They don't give a fuck about that. They just want freedom. We established this a long time ago.
I know. And you were right when you said it's a personal argument. It is. It's personal. Because I know women don't care. I just didn't expect men to agree with it. And then the argument flipped to, well, this is how they think, right? So it's like, okay, cool. That is how they think. But it's just the arguments are moving all the time when it comes to this thing.
Look, we don't agree with it. It's what's happening.
Yeah, because when you say agree with it, I mean, like, this is just what it is.
Yeah, it's what's happening.
And it's been in place for a long time. You know, a lot of us weren't even born when they set a lot of this shit in motion. You know what I'm saying? Like, they set this stuff in motion in the 70s. And
men wanted to stop. And if women wanted to stop, it's easy. You know, organize the not alls, go find them bitches, and let's get the not alls to get that political action going. Let's get them not alls to go holler at some politicians with some money behind them. The simps will pay for it. The simps will pay for the laws. So you organize the not alls, funded with simp powered money, the simp pack, and you get them fucking laws in the books. It's real easy, but I don't know what the not alls are. I have no idea what the fucking not all. As soon as them not all show up, we can get the ball rolling tomorrow.
The not alls don't exist in that higher number, and the perfection that people are looking for just doesn't exist at all, to be honest. No, American Negro, I get you. The women that are doing it, they feel like it's a win. I get you. They do. Up until a certain point, but I said, like, listen, when it comes to the hoes are winning thing, that they think they're winning, I can agree up until a certain age, and then they start to realize how they're falling behind everybody else, how they're not getting what they want. And here's the thing, we're saying that this is the women's argument, but you see these women complaining all the time, just like you see the women that come out and put on the front. You also see the women who keep it real when they're just like, listen, I can't.
Can't trust that. Women complain when they're happy. So
yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's what nagging is all about.
But then how can you trust the facade where it's like, I'm so happy?
What do you mean? Because they're okay. There's a difference between saying some shit and doing some shit because they're doing it. When you out there doing the happy shit, when you out there being happy, that's different than just saying you happy. If a chick says she's depressed, but she out there fucking jet skiing and kicking it and getting fucked down by all the niggas she wants to, no, that's a contradiction. Like if you out there doing the happy shit while saying you're happy, yeah, you're doing the happy shit. You're having fun. If you're saying you're depressed but doing the happy shit, no.
You see it a lot of people in relationships. You see a lot of that when you have like people that when they're in a relationship, they want to be single, and you often see people that are single when the holidays come around, they're, oh, I'm so depressed, I'm not in a relationship. But as soon as they get in a relationship, they want to be single again. So I can't trust this, what they feel today versus what they'll feel tomorrow once they even get it. That's also a flaw in human nature, is that humans tend to want more. When they get something, we've all probably been there, where we had gotten something, like we had a car we wanted really bad. And the moment we got that car and whipped it around, now we was looking at something else. Damn, I should have got such and such. So when you come to women, they really be up and down with that. So you're like, oh, these women are sad. That might just be like seasonal sadness or daily sadness. It goes.
If you're not happy on the jet ski, you get off the jet ski. Look at the Kardashians. Them bitches talk like soulless zombies. But you think they willing to give up that fucking lifestyle? Them bitches sit around all day and say okay to each other. They don't even give a fuck what each other be talking about. But you think they're gonna get that money up? If you unhappy with the Lambo, I'll take it.
Do you know who would be the perfect person to kind of represent what I'm saying? Lizzo. Lizzo can get on stage, talk all day about how she's, you know, I don't want to get your stream knocked, thick and fabulous, right? She can talk all that stuff. But at the end of the day, we know that Lizzo is not truly happy. She's not happy with where she's at. So yeah, she's rich. Yeah, she can get on a jet ski if she wants. Yeah, she'll come up and you know, twerk in front of the camera and do the most. But that's a facade. But with someone like Lizzo, we can see through the facade. But with other women, we can't. We just automatically believe them.
It's different for Lizzo. She's a fat bitch. Also, if you look at a naked picture of Lizzo,
but most of the women in America are fat bitches.
But Jessica,
Lizzo is extra fat.
If Lizzo looked like, if Lizzo could be
60% of the women there are, wait, is this like 80% overweight, 60% obese?
Yeah.
No, but if Lizzo wants to be the kind of women that she has access to because of her money and her fame. Think about the kind of women that roll in the circles with Lizzo. See, she wants to have the kind of status that a Kim K has or Beyonce. That's what she's depressed about, is that she can't have that lifestyle that they have with men pedestalizing them. She wants that. When you listen to Lizzo, that's what she wants. That's
Also,
what she's
fat.
Yeah,
because she can't.
If you look at a picture of naked Lizzo, her titties have the eyes. It looks like a smiley, but it's a frowny face. Her titties are the eyes, and then there's a line in her stomach, and it's an upside down smile. So if you ever seen a picture of a naked Lizzo, it looks like a sad face. You know, her belly button is the nose, and then there's a line that's you know, it's an upside down smile, and that's how
even
you know
her
Lizzo's fat.
body is saying she's unhappy.
Yes.
See that? She's got an unhappy face for a belly.
Yes.
But like you can see that Lizzo is hurt because she can't get the guy that she wants. We see her shooting her shot, and that hurts her when those guys are rejecting her.
Okay.
It hurts her.
Because she's super fat.
But guess what? So are 60% of women, Zero. 60% of black women, they're obese.
Okay, but here's the thing.
They're obese. They're big old things. They're not just like curvy.
What is stopping her from dropping 50, 60 pounds but herself? What?
Her willpower, right? It is herself that's stopping her. But what's stopping? What's herself?
For her willpower?
Herself.
Okay.
So she's making certain choices.
Yes. This is a self-imposed problem, right?
Right, but she's not happy. So we know that these hoes are making certain choices, but I'm saying they're still not happy. We can get that with a Lizzo.
Her happiness, yeah. She could fix, but her happiness is not external. Her whole happiness that you're talking about is all internal processes, all of it. None of it has to do with anyone else but her.
No, listen, when it comes to women in society, a lot of it is internal. It's internal. It's about them fixing things within themselves. Mm-hmm. But they don't want to do it. They want the result, but they don't want to do the work or do what it takes. That there's a sacrifice, right? There's a sacrifice. For Lizzo, her sacrifice is being able to eat what she wants to eat. Just when we're talking about like the average hoe in everyday society, her sacrifice is going to be a certain amount of her freedom. There's a sacrifice that has to be made in order to get what you really want. Now, some people aren't willing to make that sacrifice and they're going to display certain actions, but that doesn't mean that they're happy with their outcome or that outcome is where they really want to be.
It is not a sacrifice to get out of heart attack danger.
They look at it that way, though.
Yeah, I'm just kind of lost.
Okay, it doesn't matter if they look at it that way. It doesn't. Getting yourself out of heart attack danger is not a sacrifice, not even close. It just look, and then without the money, Hold on, what the fuck? What the
I
fuck
get
is
you.
a
You're
drill?
looking. A what?
What's a drill?
In the back, trying to come up.
No, Taz, explain drill.
That thing that you pump into the wall.
He said they set me up for a drill. I don't know what that means.
I think to argue, to hammer his point home, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't understand what you mean, because everything that you said about Lizzo, I mean, again, it's on her. If she wants that, then she has to do what those women do. Those women are fit. They do, certain things to keep up and compete with each other. If she wants to compete, then she needs to look like those women. Simple.
King Sigma, same with the average hoe in society, right? It's up to her. In order to change her outcomes and her circumstances, she has to do that. It's on her. Just like it's on Lizzo to lose weight and stop eating, it's on the average hoe to stop doing what they're doing. So in both cases, it's internal work or internal behavior that needs to be changed. Okay. Now, they want a certain outcome without having to do that internal behavior because they were told, listen, you don't have to do that internal behavior. You're going to be taken anyway. Just like Lizzo was probably told, listen, once you're out here and you have money and you're famous, all the men are going to want you. But then she gets out there and she can't get the guy that she wants.
That's not true. Lizzo,
how do you know that they told Lizzo
that's
that?
not true. Lizzo's been doing the music her entire life. She knows how this shit works. She was a local music star here in Minnesota, so she's not oblivious to what's going on. She understands this shit. As far as like her being like some type of example, we can say she's unhappy, because she's not getting the quote unquote super dude that she wants. But like King Sigma said, all she gotta do is lose the weight, and she's fine. Even so, she still got more options than even her broke fat counterparts. Like,
yeah, I'm kind of lost in the Lizzo exam. I'm kind of
there's
lost.
No fucking
listen. The Lizzo thing is to show that you can be out there putting on a facade and still not be happy. That's what Lizzo shows. There are certain steps that you could take to fix your problems, but you don't want to take them. You don't want to take them, so you'd rather put on a facade, smile, and tell everyone that you're living your best life. But behind that, you're not living your best life. Behind that, you're
I don't see
sad.
how that's okay. I don't see how this okay.
Yeah,
Lizzo is celebrated. Like, she's celebrated for being fat.
Right, but she still can't get what she wants.
Stunning and brave.
She still can't get what she wants.
What she wants, Jessica. She can get it. She can.
Not as she is, King Sigma. Not as she is,
but she can get it with
right.
But what I'm okay, here's what I'm saying. There's a difference between there being external forces stopping you from getting what you want. Because in the real world, there are certain things that are objectively there that can stop you from getting from here to there. In Lizzo's situation, example you're using, the only thing standing between her and a goal is a diet. That's it.
Uh-huh. And the only thing that's standing between a lot of these average hoes in society is a diet and an attitude check.
Yeah, but that's a choice. They choose not to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
It is a choice. It is a choice.
No. She's right. That's true. Now, if they lose the donuts and check their attitude, I don't see what's the difference. Like, what are we talking about?
But they don't want to.
I want to say this.
I'm saying, okay, no, I understand that. So they lose the attitude, get the diet. I understand. Like they're not losing either way. They're still doing what they want to either way.
But
you can be a fat bitch and still kill shit.
You're getting closer to what you ultimately want.
The happiness argument doesn't work though.
Pardon?
Because the happiness argument never works, because that's something like you can have anything. Your life could be There are women who have the men they want, wealth and all that, and happiness is something that you can't create that from external things. It's not about, even if these women were young, they're at the peak of their life, they got the man they want, they still may not be able to be happy because that's how you perceive reality. If you just have a grandiose delusions of grandeur type mind that is insatiable, you'll never be happy. It's like greed or people who have lust problems. They're never going to have enough. They're never going to be like, people have an addiction to like things, and there's no way that void can be filled with any other thing. That's because they lack proper meaning and purpose in life. So it's not something that, someone else can give you. And that's what a lot of women actually divorce husbands for, because they get the marriage, they have the ceremony, they get the kids, and they realize this is not what they want, or it doesn't fulfill any sort of happiness because they have deeper issues going on. That's never going to be solved by anything in life, material. That's never going to be solved by that. Like with the Lizzo situation, she's doing exactly what she wants to do, 100%, and she's enjoying it irregardless to whatever consequence she has. Some people like to just be miserable, to like have ups and downs, drama. People love that. Some people argue with you just for the sake of arguing, and they get off on it. Like, people are just chaos. That's just the nature of some people. You can't make order out of chaos. You can't expect a chaotic person to have a balance. They actually thrive in ups and downs. Like Lizzo gets naked one day and she cries the other. She gets off on that.
Yep.
Like, she's never, even if she lost weight, even if she got her attitude together, she's still gonna be that way. Because that's who she is. She lacks deeper purpose, meaning, whatever she needs to actually appreciate and be content in life. Contentment is something that.
I'm not gonna go that far because I'm that fat bitch. I'm just going by what she's doing.
Right, right.
Again, if you're not having fun on a jet ski, you just get off. If you're not having fun doing what you're doing, of what you're doing, not make you happy, you just stop doing it. And women have the option to stop doing whatever doesn't make them happy. Like the Lizzo argument is kind of weird because, like, even regular fat bitches that don't have lucrative singing careers are out here getting over. And unlike Lizzo, they're not spoiled for choice as to going for super nigga. The super nigga for them is not the same super nigga for Lizzo. So that's first of all, that's a really big difference. The super nigga for them the super nigga for a regular average fat bitch is actually attainable. Easily he'll fuck. I mean, okay, I don't need to go no further than this. Who knows what the tax season girlfriend is in the chat? Like ones if you know what that is. We have a phenomenon in America. I don't know if any other place has this shit, but we have tax season girlfriends. In fact, if you go to Black people Twitter or the Black part of Reddit or just, I don't know, the Mall of America. So, because we have a giant mall here in Minnesota called the Mall of America. You go to Mall of America, it's a every fucking year cycle. Around this time of year, niggas is hibernating with fat hoes. And the fat head, and this is light-skinned niggas' fault, because what they do is they want mixed babies. So fat bitches, they can still get the nigga that they want, significantly so, because they'll get babies out of these niggas, and buy them cars with their tax money the next year. So, like we have this here. This is a thing. Like the Lizzo argument, I do understand it. Like she's unhappy, whatever the fuck. Diet will fix that. The regular fat bitches, they don't even have to fix the diet. They don't have to do none of that shit. They don't have to change their attitude. They don't got to do shit. They can keep having kids. They can keep the same cycle going every year. Just trade a mixed baby for some money. That's how these hoes do. They don't care. They'll take any piece of that shit. Will make them happy. Raising that mixed baby makes them happy. So I don't know. I guess on some average shit, our situation just is what it is. We like what we going through is not a supposition. It's not what we think they're doing. They're actually doing. They're doing it. They're doing it, which is it's fucked up. It's fucked up, and I can feel however I want to feel about it. I can be like, well, I feel like that's wrong what they're doing. Or I feel like that's bad, or I feel like they're not happy. But their behavior, them bitches happy as shit. They be proud of their fucking. They like that cycle. They like buying nigga shit.
Yeah,
and they do it every year.
But these dudes, see them. The thing is, these dudes don't believe it because, like, a lot of the guys in these spaces, they be thinking shit. I hear these guys saying things like, "Women don't spend money on dudes. Women don't like sex," and I'm like,
well, but that's because it's the light skinned nigga hustle.
Hey, but
I mean, honestly, I'm
a lot of these dudes don't realize that some women just like the definition of a hoe is that she likes different women, different men for money. Some of these women, they could be young, like the Brittany Renner situation. She's young. She prefers to just deal with different dudes and hustle different dudes. It's not even about having one dude. It's about hustling multiple dudes, having variety. You cannot satisfy that kind of internal problem with just, go get one dude when the motto is, I want many dudes, I want my freedom. Because we forgetting that. They want their freedom and the resources. How you gonna compromise?
This is what they fought for, man. Let me address this real quick. See, that's what I mean. Like when people don't agree with me, they get mad as shit. So Prime Axel, an extreme example is Lizzo. Because this is one bitch out of millions. The norm, tax season bitches are normal all over the United States. This isn't like a one city thing or a fucking small town or some city that's well known. No, this is literally all across the country. All across the country. This is normal. Normal. This is not an extreme example. This is normal.
It's not. He probably has no clue how much money these chicks be having and what kind of dudes they attract, because a lot of these chicks, they be getting a lot of money off of those child tax credits. I remember a couple years ago.
This is how they hustle the welfare system.
Yeah, remember that female that got like 2 years?
Just, we can understand the facade with some women, but then we want to ignore it with others. That's the Lizzo point.
Okay, gotcha. And then on top of that, so this is how I know you're not listening. There's not a bunch of, yes, again, what did I say? It's a light-skinned nigga hustle. Like niggas don't listen. It is a light-skinned nigga hustle. They trading money for mixed babies. Like this is normal shit.
Yeah, not just that. Like,
yeah, I know a lot of like these fat chicks that live around me, man. It's a 300-pound chick, and she was telling me, she had a kid in a very similar situation to what Zero's talking about right now, and she was cool with it. I mean, yeah, it was a tax season kind of layup. The dude got his, couple thousand or whatever, got him a little hoopty, put some rims on it, gave her a kid, and she won't even see that dude ever again. She'll have another one of him. Yeah, she carrying his seed and all, but she'll have another one of him next year. It happens every day around here.
Right, and we also have to remember this. For some of these women, their goal is to do absolutely nothing but be a female and just get free resources. They're not trying to be a helpmeet, responsible, or any of these virtues or values. They're not trying to be any of that. They're just trying to live off of being a female alone. And if that is their goal and their objective, then they're winning by that goal and objective, even if they hit rock bottom and still don't hit rock bottom, but just get more free resources. Because some of these women they're exploiting the fact that the less they do, the more somebody else does stuff. They exploit that. And if that's what they're exploiting and that's what they want, then they're doing that. Just further validates them doing what they want. Because like I said, if you just want to sit around and have some dude worship you, okay, you can get that. The legal system is set up that women cannot do absolutely nothing. And there's some dudes out here worshiping fat women. You've seen all the little fetish thing that's going on. It's unfortunately the men have gotten so ridiculous and so weird and so weak that you can be a one arm, one leg woman. Somebody gonna scoop you up.
Hey, spiritual logic, that's winning. Because with the hoes are winning argument, do you know what else I also heard? from one of the people that are screaming hoes are winning from the rooftops?
What's that?
Homosexuals are winning. So those tax season boyfriends that are with the fat whales, they're winning.
Yeah,
The
by
guy
a
that's
broke dude standard, yeah.
But see, the
that's-
difference
yeah,
is
but
a man shouldn't. Well, the difference is a man shouldn't want to be helpless and in prison and hostage. Like that's weird. That dudes want to be dependent, helpless, and a servant. If you want to be a servant, go for it.
that's
It's
winning. That's part of the argument.
Well,
sure.
And
I mean,
we can make that part of
literally,
the argument.
It was. Listen, I'm just going with the narratives that are put out there. It was homosexuals are winning.
Who
And
said that
then
homosexuals winning like that though? Who said that?
Thai City. And then
Oh, I
the
never
other
heard
part
that.
is we need to stop talking about women. The manosphere has become about women. We need to stop talking about women. We need to stop shame, blame, and explaining, right? But since this whole thing came up, I haven't heard people talk about anything but women. I tried to come up
I agree with you.
earlier and ask about, okay, what are solutions for men? Let's not talk about women. Let's talk about what the solutions are for men. And that was like the shortest part of the conversation. And I just got pushback throughout that when I'm like, okay, let's talk about actual solutions. The same people that are screaming, hoes are winning in the chat. And, you know, we need to stop talking about women. The manosphere talking points are dead. They're in these chats and all they're talking about is hoes. And guess what? 2 weeks from now, they're still going to be talking about hoes. And when the productive live streams start happening about solutions and how to actually better yourself and what you need to do to get on the right track, they're going to be missing. But guess where they're going to be?
What
in the
is the
streams
crux?
talking about hoes.
What
Well,
is
we
the
agree with you
crux
on
of?
that, unfortunately.
Hold on. What is the crux of our societal problems?
Hoes.
Exactly. So that's why.
Well, the
Like
legal
that,
system.
Whoever said like. Whoever talking about that's a disingenuous ass talking point. Like we're talking about women because that's the crux of the societal problem. That's the whole point.
But that's the argument
is
that
the
came
problem.
along with the hoes are winning.
You can't to stop talking about women is to stop talking about the problem. Period.
Yeah,
Full
feminism
stop.
is actually
Then how comes no
empowering.
one disagreed with that?
No one disagreed with what?
That we need to stop talking about women.
Because you can't. You can't. You literally can't. If you don't talk about women, you're literally ignoring the problem. That is the problem.
Well, I'll say this: there's some dudes that need to stop putting themselves in the position that they're complaining about. That's different. I mean, you could talk about the problem, but if you keep putting yourself in the weak position, in a beggarly, weak legal aspect with women, like if you continue, like these dudes getting married 2 or 3 times, they're getting back to back child support from different women and all that, and then they're complaining about that. Those dudes just need to jump off a cliff. They need to jump off a cliff.
Yeah, and if you're talking about women in like regards of who got more bitches, then yeah,
Exactly.
you're fucking dumb. But
yeah, we call those out.
To ignore that women are the problem. That's just fucking crazy. It's just that no one really wants to tackle this shit from actually what's going on. Everybody, like if you look around here, everybody's tackling the problem from, okay,
dating coach.
You need to be better at women. That's the thing. You need to be better
it's the
at
dating
women.
coach. It's the dating coach, like, as the approach that's the problem. You can't say women are the problem, but how do I put myself in a worse situation?
That's one of them. So you got that going on. You need to be better at women. You got the other problem where, oh no, it's all your fault. You didn't pick right. You know, it's masked in male accountability, but it's actually like you're not good at women. It's the same argument, but it's on the male side where you just didn't pick right. You didn't vet properly. So, but it's the same argument. Then you got the fucking hoposphere. Well, there's someone, and they keep saying there's someone out there. Vague as shit. That's another bullshit argument. So,
but yet they don't got
talking.
Where is that? Where is there someone?
Right, but if you're talking about women in that way, where you doing all this vagary shit and you're not talking about what is actually happening, yeah, that's where all of the bullshit comes from. Because women are the problem. and you should be talking about it. But if you're talking about it in this way where it's either game shit or shit masked to say that you're not doing it like me, meanwhile you here too having the same fucking problem, or you got the fucking marriage sphere who spend 80% of their time in fucking YouTube talking about bitches. You know, so it's all the same. Like everybody doing the same shit. If they're not talking about what's actually happening, especially on the legal front, then yeah, you're right. That you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I agree with that. They enabling the problem by not dealing with the logical things that, first of all, that men need to talk about that we can't control, like the government, and then the things that we do to put ourselves in those situations. Those are two things. We have to talk objectively about the system and how the government is got its little agenda to depower men and destabilize families, communities, etc., so that generations will be cycled into government agendas and propaganda and whatever. And the fact that men are lacking discipline, self-control, and just purpose outside of how do I get sex. They're not even talking about family. They're talking about how do I get sex. Something that shouldn't really be a problem in a sexually liberated society. But they're not even dealing with the fact that, like, okay, what if you actually want a family or you're trying to cohabitate with a woman? They don't talk about that. They just try to figure out how to get sexual access, which is like a teenage, when I first went through puberty, kind of dilemma, which is weird. That's elementary.
Man, this is what they grandmas fought for, bro. This is what they moms fought for. This is what they've been fighting for. So this is the conditions that they wanted. But ultimately, they just don't want to pay the consequences. See, they want all the benefits because they've been told to believe that you can have it all without any consequence at all. So they want all the benefits. They just said to the men who don't have that kind of option, why don't y'all get rid of these consequences for us? We just want these benefits. And even the men can't get rid of those consequences for them. Everything has a cause and effect. And I think that's what's happening with a lot of these women in their prime that are trying to, they were told that we can just have everything and never have a consequence. And they're finding out there is a consequence because now a lot of the men themselves are saying, nah, we could just keep this thing casual. We'll give you what you want.
That's not a consequence.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's not a consequence. So the end result for people who want complete freedom, and because again, relationships are compromised. Full stop. They're compromised. You know, the trade-off is you're trading in your freedom to be with somebody, you know, long term. That's the deal. Yeah. If you fight to end that, that means you don't want the fucking relationship. I mean, none of this shit is really hard to see. It's just if you fight to change that paradigm to I want my freedom and everything else is just whatever, then you effectively advocating to kill relationships because all relationships are a trade-off. They're all a compromise. All of them. Yes. Like both the man and woman compromise. And women know this just as well as men. In order to keep your fucking society alive, you have to have that compromise. If you don't have it, then you get what you get. Now, if you advocate for that shit actively, knowing that it's a compromise, you don't care about relationships. It's just like how we talking about how men try to act like they care about families and marriage and their kids and shit. No, they don't, because your kids require you to. The trade-off for that is when you have kids, you're beholden to society to raise a citizen. Mm-hmm. You have to, and if you don't do that, then you don't give a fuck about your kids. You just say that you want a pussy in the house. That's what you want. You don't want your kids. You want a pussy in the house. Same thing with women. If you advocate for your freedom, you don't want a relationship. You want your freedom. You don't give a fuck about being with this dude. You'll fuck him and you can, but you don't care about being with him. You want your freedom first. Because if women cared about relationships, they wouldn't be advocating so hard for their fucking freedom. Yeah. Even the average woman wants their fucking freedom. That's why I don't believe in that not all shit. There's no fucking woman alive willing to give up any privileges to get society back to normal. None of them.
That's and
even if they say that shit right now, foot to the fire, putting a vote on some paper, they're not gonna fucking do it.
Exactly.
gonna
We
do
don't
it.
expect, and we don't expect women to. That's
No,
why
I
we
don't
try to
expect
tell.
that either.
We try to
Only
tell the
only by
dudes.
force. Only by
We try
force.
to
They
we
comply
try
by
to tell the
force.
dudes. Yeah, we try to tell the dudes, look, y'all need to look objectively at the society in the legal system, and then move accordingly. But when you talk like that, people's brains turn off, and they just say, well, how can I mac? How can I spit game? How can I get her to do this? And I'm like, y'all just retarded. And then they don't realize that that feminism needs dumb simp dudes to keep the system going. They need you to believe that somehow you can have a good outcome when you have no legal authority over the woman in your home. Their system wants you to believe that, but yet the divorce, the broken family. I think more harm is being done from these marriages that fail than guys who are just not even getting married, because these broken families are causing a big issue, because that just leaving more children be raised under women, because there's not a lot of single fathers out there that's willing to, fight to the extent to get full custody of their children. I like the ones that do, but it's not enough, because most of the children are being raised in these feminist ideals, and they're growing up into all kinds of crap. They becoming the weakest men of the future, or they're becoming LGBT, or they're becoming weirdos. And that's because, men need to understand, like, look, you got to take full custody if you're going to have children. Don't even count on the women doing her part. You just need to make sure.
Right. When you say take full custody, like that, how?
The only way you take full custody is by protecting your seed, in my opinion. I don't think there is a way under the current social order that a man can take full custody without just keeping his seed to himself completely and not giving it to her in the first place.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You got to protect your seed, bro. You got to value your seed. But you talking about full custody? Everything is set up for her. There's some men that can pull it off, but
it's not enough.
That ain't really the average situation. You know what I'm saying? When y'all talk about that full custody,
the men that pull it off are lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to pull off, bro. Not out here.
They lucky because of the women didn't weaponize their full capacity against them.
Yeah. Sometimes women will give in if the dude, sometimes like if a woman is in a really, really inferior situation and she just says, you know what, the kids would be better off with him. But that's kind of the rarity out here, man. Because those kids have a lot of benefits that come with them too, though.
Right. I tell people it's not like I don't want kids or a family. I just look at things objectively, and I'm not doing it. I refuse to be held hostage by anything. I'm not going to assume that, I could super mac my way to have control when I don't have legal authority. I don't even want potential for my authority to be usurped in my home about how I live my life. I don't even want to give that the potential. That's just me.
So that's something that needs to be see, and that's where I guess I'm trying to figure out where everyone wants this thing to go in a society, at least here in America, because a lot of men feel like spiritual does at this point. Some guys are just like, hey, I could do marriage if I had total control over it, and we went back to the original standard, and we took the state out or took the state out of it completely. So it just kind of seems like we are at that crossroads in America right now, because that's what it's a lot of men that are saying either what spiritual is saying, or they're saying, I don't want the state in my relationship at all.
And it's a problem, man, because like we're not disagreeing that families build communities and communities have an effect on the larger society at large. It's just a conundrum, because it's like I'm not going to be willing to be a sacrifice to see if it may work somehow when I don't see any way it can work. I'm not willing to be that sacrifice,
Right, because you ain't got nothing to back you up.
Exactly.
You ain't got no legal power to back you up. So
exactly.
I get that. Anyway, pardon shots, man. So I can get out of here.
Well, thanks for having me up, bro.
Good
appreciate it, man. You chime in on the conversation that you really started, man. If I were you, I would clip that monologue though, because this is such a long panel. You might want to upload that monologue separately, man. But
yeah, I'll probably do that.
I think you guys really shook it up, and you got a lot of people thinking, man, because I don't know how you reset from this conversation. It's almost like the cycle has ended. So going back into the same cycle again, it seems pointless to me. So, I think that the focus has to go on the men. Men just got to focus on your own grind, your own mission, and establishing for you what meaning is for you, because meaning for everyone is not the same thing. But the focus should really be on you. And sitting around hoping that these women will be out there starving and homeless, I can guarantee you that the state, that you will run out of life before the state will run out of money to get these hoes. But with that, You guys have a good night, man. We'll chop it up again soon.
All right.
Yeah, it was cool, man. Good convo. I mean, we laid it out. You know, I think everybody know, like, where at least I know me and Zero, we kind of both agree on the legal aspect is the problem. You know, everything kind of falls under that. That's why I don't like to deal with the the micro issues and just ignore the macro, because it's the macro that affects everything else. And when you try to deal with the other things and not deal with the elephant in the room, you're just spinning your wheels. You know. So, but thanks for having me up, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Yep, and yeah, I guess that's it. So I'll just repeat what I said a little bit earlier. You know, get back to the, I guess, conversation at large. So at the end of the day, if hoes not winning, we would not have a declining marriage rate, declining birth rate, unprecedented celebration and amount of single mothers, the normalcy of it, we wouldn't have the lopsidedness of the legal system. That's the crux of it. So I'll just keep repeating that's the crux of it. We would not have such a lopsided legal standard. We would not have, the MRA wouldn't exist. That wouldn't exist at all. Feminism wouldn't exist. The manosphere wouldn't exist. Also, women wouldn't be here. Like, again, no one comes to talk about a problem that doesn't exist. No one does that. No one comes and congregates in a place every day to talk about a problem that does not exist. No one does that. And that's not even an opinion. Show me where people go talk about a problem every day that problem does not exist. And they talk about it, but the problem doesn't exist. Show me that, and I'll believe you. So, as far as the manosphere goes, this is where people come. This is where women come to actually get the playbook. That's it. Playbook they get from me doesn't help them, because they'll get confirmation from me, because what's happening is what's happening. That's because what's happening is what's happening. From the other side that engage in hard-headed bitch management, which by the way is 95% or higher, and I made that stat up. It's damn near 100% where niggas are trying to find a way to get a hard-headed bitch management manual. That's what they want. This is why the gamersphere has so much traffic. This is why when this stream ends and those niggas start spinning up, with their silly ass streams about hoe management, niggas gonna be over there talking about, yeah, rooting. Because again, hard-headed bitch management is the order of the day, and that's what niggas want. So with that, I'll be out of here. Talk to y'all later.